Spaceship. Spaceship.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Nerd Street Valorant Chicago LAN for Summer Champs. How you guys doing? My name is Marks, casting alongside Jim Basco. We've got Fudgy Waffles and KC on our observing. Grave is going to be stepping up to the replay plate today, and Ferme is on production. But Jim, how you doing this morning?
Fantastic. It's bright and early, and it's another day of a fantastic Chicago LAN, man. We got LAN action after so long, so I'm excited, Marks. And we had a couple of great matches yesterday going all the way, going the distance, really time and time again. And I love that we brought that phrase from yesterday into today, so I'm excited to keep the action going throughout the day. I'm pumped, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good day. We're seeing some of the replays from yesterday. We started things out with Acacia versus Lotion G. And Acacia actually made it into our playoff bracket. And then as the day continued on there, we did move over to watching the E-Girl fan club face up against Last Resistance. And actually, the E-Girl fan club was able to qualify for playoffs as well. That leads us to today pretty much, where we saw a lot of pretty awesome plays. It was going back and forth between these two teams, but I think that we're going to have really great competition now moving into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself, man. It's going to be a great level of competition, and if yesterday was any indicator, these matches went so back and forth, especially this series between the E-Girl fan club and Last Resistance. You know, Last Resistance knocked them into the lower bracket earlier in the day, and then, of course, got knocked down into that bracket themselves by Jet Difference, who went on to qualify. Then they met again in the lower finals, and of course, this time around, the E-Girl fan club came out on top. So what a story that was after such a long and really marathon of a series that they played together.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that we're constantly seeing throughout all of the matches, maybe it's just that LAN buff, but constant multi-kills going back and forth for pretty much every single game. And it was insane the amount of times that players were just lining up to take each other out. We're just watching now the final replays from the E-Girl fan club versus Last Resistance here. And yeah, once again, E-Girl fan club were able to just win it out. So like you said, completely just flip the script on Last Resistance, able to secure themselves a spot into the playoff bracket. And this is pretty much where we're going to be starting out today. So let's quickly just take a quick look at, as soon as these replays are done, what the little bit of a prizing bracket is going to be like today. Because now that we're like into the playoff bracket, this is when all of the really interesting stuff happens. Because more importantly, there's prizes on the line, and this is a 10K prize pot. So here's going to be a nice little breakdown of the money value that is attached to winning today.
Yeah, lots of money on the line, and of course we're playing on LAN. It's in person. There's a lot of tension, and so to add tension to tension, the first place prize is $5,500, and of course the top four are in the money. And of course these are qualifiers to play in the actual champs event later in the summer. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket today. In our first game, we're going to try to follow Native Black early versus the Chirac gang, and of course these are all the other teams that have made it. You got Zero Marksman Black proceeding past Team Fish Taco, the Wet Rats taking out Jet Diff, who we saw yesterday. OXG Academy dominant over Northern Forces. OXG Academy, one of the more dominant forces in these events overall. Yeah, lots of variables left today. Lots of great matches still to come.
Yeah, and like you said, we're going to be starting out today Native Black versus Shrek Gang. And this is the best of 16, so this is a single elimination bracket, meaning that these two teams are going to be playing to move into the quarterfinals. Whichever team loses this best of 3, they're going to be sent home, but the other one are going to continue to advance and things here. So we're now seeing the lineup for Native Black up against Shrek Gang. And you know what? I think that this is going to be a pretty exciting game. Both of these teams looking pretty good so far. And honestly, I'm curious to see how this one's going to just play itself out.
Yeah, on the side of Native Black, there are a lot of names that we are familiar with and, of course, have a lot of competitive experience, right? On the side of the Chirac gang, I'm not too familiar with any of them personally, so we might have a situation like yesterday where we saw Jet Diff going up against Last Resistance, where we knew a lot of the players on Jet Diff, didn't really know that many on Last Resistance, but that game still went the distance, went way closer than anyone could have expected. Now, both of these teams have already qualified to get into this bracket here, into the playoffs, so it may even be a closer game than that one, which I believe was like 13-9. So at the end of the day, I think we're in for a doozy, Marks.
In for a doozy indeed, and we've already got our map picks and bans. So first up, we're going to be going to Haven for map number 1, and then after that, we're going to be heading to Ascent. The first map pick is Native Black's pick, and then, of course, it's the other pick for Ascent. These are two maps that we saw a lot of yesterday, and honestly, this kind of makes sense to me just because, you know, they're two very classic Valorant matches. Right, Jim?
Yeah, super basic. At the end of the day, Haven is as simple as it can get. You know, they do have 3 sites that is a little different than the normal, but of course all these maps have their own little quirks and perks and all this other stuff. So Haven and Ascent definitely standard and par for the course. Breeze, a good variable to be a tiebreaker, and I think it's gonna lend itself to very op heavy play across all 3 of these maps, so we're gonna have to take a look at that. But let's take a look at the circuit marks, because we were talking about competition across the nation, and we have lots of it.
Oh, absolutely. As you can see, there's still 3 more different LANs happening. Georgetown, Denver, and Bakersfield are going to be happening in June and moving into July as well. And of course, you want to make sure to participate in these LANs if you're close by, because if you and your team win, then you guarantee yourself a spot in the final LAN at the end of Summer Champs, where everything just kind of comes to a head. So a lot more Valorant LAN action happening throughout the rest of the summer. I mean, this is Summer Champs. It's only June right now, so you know there's going to be a lot more happening from Nursery, right?
Yeah, it's exciting, and of course, if you want to get involved, make sure you can. Make sure you do. You know, it's there's tons of locations across the country, and so if you can't make any of these events, they are running events year long as well. So if you're looking to compete in Valorant, now is the best time to start if you haven't already, Marks. So apart from that, I think we're really excited for today's matches. You know, we've made it all the way into the playoffs. Yesterday was stacked with competition, and it was a little fun watching the venue cam as well. We got to see people just interacting in the venue. Is always cool at an actual LAN. So shout outs to production for making that happen time and time again, Marks.
Man, we're just gonna keep on saying time and time again.
Yeah,
Is that just basically the vibe? You know, it's the caster's thing. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, like you said, Jim, I find that having this in-person LAN environment, you really feel like it's an experience more so than just participating in these online tournaments. Of course, you can talk about the ping difference. Well, everyone's going to have about like 10 to 15-ish ping, but at the same time, just being in the same room as your team, and also too having a live audience reaction makes such a big difference, especially too when you're going up against some of these more notable squads. We've talked about Jet Diff time and time again, and Jet Diff was put together from some of the players of Knights. We had a TSM Academy player on there. It was a pretty stacked team, and I can only imagine the faces of the opposing team that actually beat them out and eliminated them from the bracket. That was the Wet Rats. How much energy would have been there, and how crazy it would have been to actually see that one happen at the LAN in person.
Yeah, you know, all these combos, great plays only get amplified by that LAN energy, it's so much fun. And so, you know, these computers too that they're running on just are so freaking good, and so it's really a different experience altogether. Plus, you know, when else do you get the opportunity to play sort of on a stage in front of your friends and like your foes at the same time, you know, and put on a show and get that experience in the limelight? So it's a great opportunity and a great experience. I think that anyone can participate. So definitely, if you haven't, make sure you do. But a lot of these teams, you know, we finally made it to the round of 16 today. It's been a arduous journey for a lot of them, and so the score lines that we're looking at here, 2-0s across the board, you know, obviously from our matches yesterday, we know those could have been much closer than those score lines reflect, because we had matches go 13-11, 13-10, and be the closest best of threes that we've seen in a long time. So I'm excited for this matchup. We are in the round of 16. Things are going to get tense, and past this, if they lose here, they get eliminated. No?
Yeah, no. That's how the single elimination bracket is going to be working. And once again, today we're going to be following it all the way to the finals. So a lot of great Valorant ahead of you, but it's all going to start here. Map number 1, we're going to Haven first. See how this one shakes out. This is a Native Black's map choice. And already, Jim, taking a look at some of these agents here. Look at this. We're going to be getting a fade on Haven. I'm surprised. We didn't see as much fade as I was expecting previously yesterday, but Fade is really coming into the meta right now and really taking over Sova's main spot. Otherwise, you can use Sky to get a little bit of information as your initiator here, but Fade just works extremely well to just have that really fast execute onto a site, or if you're retaking a site.
Yeah, I really like it. Double Initiator has been the meta for quite some time now, and I really love that Fade's coming back into it. I like her more aggressive playstyle overall, whereas Sova is a little more reserved generally. Fade kind of encourages you to use your prowlers, close the distance, and get some frags while your teammates can't, while your enemies can't hear anything, right? Strike the fear into their hearts. So the key differences that we're seeing compositionally is the Sky versus the KO, and of course the Breach and the Fade. Par for the course, once again, it really just depends on how they're going to play it, right? Native, they may go for a more aggressive play style here. Fade, like we were just talking about, does lend herself to that. And overall, on the side of CG here, they're going to be able to stall for quite a long time, right? If they need to buy time, they have some of the best characters in Sky and Breach to be able to do that.
Oh, absolutely. And we're gonna have to make a decision right here, Jim, because if you look at the top right of a Native Black, there's Reltuck or Cutler. I think we're going to go with Cutler on this one.
Cutler, yeah, definitely.
I'm 99% sure that player's name is Cutler and not Reltuck. So we're just going to say Cutler, just to keep it simple, you know?
Yeah.
Twitch chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm 99% sure that is Cutler.
Yeah, it's Cutler. A lot of these guys have a lot of experience. Cutler previously on Complexity, I believe. Yeah. And so I'm excited to see these guys play. It's been a while, and we are into the first round. It looks like a quick concuss sending that chamber back into the spawn, and is a default from Native on the offense, starting things off, in Chirac Gang GG on the defense here with nobody on C.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a little bit of an interesting spread. They double stacked Garage. You don't really see that too often, but a huge paranoia.
Yeah, good paranoia. Finds one for his troubles on the dash. Native Adrenaline returns with the trade. It's a 4-on-4. They are on the C site, going for the plant here, and it's pretty standard so far. Chamber goes back down C long, has his TP set up. Ooh, great shots from Kashel and Diamond. Good crossfire into Garage, and now they've got the lead here in a 4v2 and a 4v1. Good for another headshot. Full blind out of CT. Caloric gets rooted there on the tether, but he's going to pop out after it's over and get the kill. Quick round for Chirac, looking strong.
Yeah, Chirac Gang, once again, like you kind of mentioned at the beginning of the round, and a really good pickup there, was a very unconventional defense. We saw pretty standard stuff going on to that A site. You know, you send the jet down, you want to get as much space as possible, and you could tell that Native Black were using their chamber to try and contest that space. But they completely left C open, which is really strange, especially too when you have a chamber. Usually you have that chamber looking down those long sight lines with a headhunter in hand, especially too on that pistol round, because you're going to get so much value if they decide to push on to C. But no, instead they double stacked Garage, and that was actually the smart move here, because Native Black wanted to just completely just run through Garage, and they were more or less shut down as a result of it. A good opening frag, just allowing the team to just replay it. And then it was just textbook Valorant engages here, and already it's not looking too good for this chamber player. Cutler having a hard time pushing forwards.
Having a hard time. Of course, they do have the information that someone has pushed up A long, and so Cutler's just going to be waiting on this angle. He gets flashed out in the close push from Skarn. Michael Skarn, 60 TB. Great pickup there. It's traded out. It's a quick 4v4. 4v4 is what you want generally in an eco round. Diamond pushes into that smoke and drops out of it after picking up one on Huston. Chloric still in this great corner, picking up an advantage here. 4v2 for Chirac Gaming. The dog is going to connect onto Fade in the window. And off the back of that, the Sky's going to back up, use the flash to try and buy herself some time and make it safely back to the A site, as Chirac Gaming are hanging out on this defense.
Yeah, and Morg just trying to morb it up right now. Has a shorty in hand, looking for an opportunity to swing out and potentially just completely punish somebody. But yeah, this has been a pretty easy round for Chirac thus far. It's nice and easy, and of course, you can talk about a gun difference there, but I think in general, just dumping the utility and stopping that A-side push was so important. It didn't give up any ground to Native Black, and the rest was just a very easy cleanup. Oh, he gets one.
Yeah, not bad. Overall, pretty standard bonus round at this point. Chirac comfortably at 2 rounds now. Okay, we're going to see a buy round from Native Black. And of course, Chirac will be bonusing. But interestingly enough, Kashel, who we saw pop off early with those headhunter kills in the first round, opting for the operator.
This is a little bit of a choice. I mean, obviously, just taking a look at these buys right now, you know, we're not going to be seeing that operator. But it's going to be interesting because we do see that this is going to be a pretty hard bonus round, in my opinion. Especially, too, with Michael Scarn only having that Frenzy. No ultimates online to really just pad that out and make sure that this is possible. Meanwhile, Native Black, they've got all the weapons needed in their arsenal, and they're not afraid to take space onto this A site. Despite all the utility that could have been sent out, they know what combos could happen, and so they're more or less just ready to just kind of absorb all of it before pushing forwards at all.
Native have a pretty good read here. Unfortunately, they might just get timinged, and they do, as Diamond now decides to push out. More good on the push, though. Finds one, finds a third there. Beautifully done onto Michael Scarn. Almost gets timing, almost gets rocked, but instead is able to play it better than Chirac right there, as they're stuck now, spread across the B site, sending out the Paranoia. Doesn't connect, hits the TP onto the B site. Is Whitmer aware? Ooh. He is, but he's not expecting to. Toneho and Co. Now pushing from CT. Austin waiting with the Vandal. He's going to back up, throw the flash, buy himself some time. It's a 4v2. They just don't want to lose any rifles at this point.
All right, Jim, that was pretty clever. I'll give you that one. But yeah, like you said, right now, this is just Native Black. They just got to make sure to hang on to their rifles. If they lose any more of their members, it's going to be extremely difficult for them because they're not going to be able to carry these rifles forwards. And Toneho really just kind of trading it back, kind of taking a page out of Morg's book and trying to get as much as possible. Honestly, they might be able to get this defuse here. I'm not too sure with the timing. Oh, down to the wire there. Darn. I believed it just for a second, but yeah, that's
a second.
Honestly, really good for Chirac here because this means that they were able to take out quite a few rifles from Native Black, and that means that their economy is going to be a lot more strained. And you can see this in their buy right now. They're buying those Vandals. They have enough money to just make that happen, but they're not going to be able to buy up their full abilities, nor shields. And meanwhile, Chirac, they're going to be sitting nice and pretty. You talked about that operator last round, but now Cash is going to be bringing that one out. And Chamber with an operator. I've seen this one before, and it's probably going to go pretty well for them, but Native Black, they're in a little bit of a tight angle here with a very explosive C hit, or at least it's just to apply a little bit of pressure here.
See how this one works out for them. Whitmer, does he clear the left angle? No, he doesn't, and he's going to pay for it. Traded out by Huston, and he's good for 2 on the exit there. You love to see it now stuck in a 3v4. Chirac setting a dog out through CT. It's the Sky in the Chamber approaching from there in the breach, posted up in the window. A lot of the members of Native Black now are pushing back into C-Long, trying to play the distance. Obviously, it's planted for them out there. This is always a dangerous spot. We have talked about it before. You are going to get pre-fired here, and if you're expecting some CT presence, you kind of got to swing. Cutler with a great swing, TP's out, finds the pick. Now in a 3v2, Chirac on the site itself. Flash not going to connect with anything. He needs to tap the spike and draw out these peaks. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. And on the other side of things, the Chamber has gone for the save all towards A site.
Yeah, you want to make sure that that operator is online, but look at this adrenaline all the way over here already. I think the sound was given, though, so Keisha's going to have a pretty easy time of just camping that one out. But yeah, not enough time to get that defuse onto there. And a very clean execute coming in from Native Black. They just kind of used the speed advantage to run their way onto that C site and set up very quickly. And honestly, lately we've been seeing the spike planted onto that C site in a couple of different positions, but that one is just such an easy C site place. It makes total sense because you can just play long, play off the utility, and you're going to have more or less a pretty good time. Worst comes worst, you get a smoke out there, you can just spray it down and hope for the best. We have a little bit of a tech pause coming in here, but a huge round coming in for Native Black. Chirac were looking fairly dominant on this defense thus far. And of course, you know, the rifle difference can make a little bit of a difference, but Chirac really just forced the issue on that round and almost were able to convert it back around. So they got to be feeling a little bit scared, I guess. But of course, too, this is the very first game in the day. So we're just kind of chilling in, we're easing into it. And that's why this is going to be a really important match to see what happens here. But I'm curious to see how Native Black are going to continue their attacks. They look better when they do go full send onto a site. Just go nice and easy, run it down, use your utility smart. You're going to have a good time, but they got to make sure that they're checking their corners. Simple mistakes like that are giving Chirac a huge opportunity to swing these rounds back into their favor. And so we saw that just then when the Nightfall came out. And you know, the Nightfall is great because you see the little tracks on the ground, but if you have an Omen just hanging screen out on the other side of a smoke, you're not going to have the base information of where they are standing unless you throw out the haunt as well. We need to see that comboing of utility just a little bit more to get the maximum value out of that fade, and I think that, honestly, that'll give Native Black a huge advantage.
Yeah, and I think Native Black right now are working themselves up some great momentum as well, right? They found that first round. They just got this second round. It's a tied game at 2-2, and so going into the fifth round, they have an even playing field. They have the advantage of winning the past two, and like you said, now that they can start getting the machine rolling, get the engine, really functioning at a high level, get it steaming, maybe those fade combos will come into play more and more as time progresses. There are a lot of options for fade though on this map. I really like it. Of course, when we talk about lineups, you always want to try to use the Phoenix Molly lineups, a lot of which stem from playing in the links on C and A, right? There's a lot of retake capabilities. So with that fade, like you mentioned, although we're seeing Chirac play really quick, that fade has a great retake potential. And so if they even want to let Chirac take the site, get onto it, and then fall back, they have great options. Like you said, if they can use that haunt, pair it with the Prowler, and then pair it with some other util for some other team members, they're going to be in a great spot for all of these retakes. So I'm excited to see how it plays out. Of course, it's a tight game so far, but it's only the first game in this BO3 series, and we are ready to hop back into it. On this buy, though, you can see Cashel. I'm not sure the exact pronunciation of that, so if anyone knows, let us know. We are happy to pronounce it correctly. And so sticking to that op as the rest of his team goes on an eco here. Diamond close range with the Sheriff, not going to hit it as Huston pushes through. The spike gets planted onto B site, and Whitmer is locking down the back.
And look at this, it was so explosive onto B, they just stormed it and completely just took over. Now Cash gonna be turning around the corner, takes the operator duel, but Whitmer wins that one out. Regardless, reinforcements coming in from behind B, and now they're gonna have rifles.
In a 3-on-3, Morgan, a great spot using the high ground here. This is why you want to play Omen on this map. Lots of potential to use high ground, but if you're going to get flashed like that and get wrecked as quickly as that, there's really no chance to make anything happen. Chirac, great on the retake, and like you mentioned, man, that speed really working out for them.
Oh, absolutely. I really want to highlight just the utility usage that came in there because I thought it was so well done. Obviously, you do have the guiding light from Sky to enable easy entry onto B, but the timing of it all was just absolutely spotless. They were able to clean up the one kill into the back line, and how Native Black had set up that post plan I thought was honestly really good. They had their angle locked down. They knew that they were coming from B main, but they couldn't do anything about it, and that's what we want to see coming in from the Sky pick. Chloric really making that Sky work, and as a result, they're rewarded with a round. So now we are seeing that it is a little bit strained on Native Black, but they're going to be running out trying to get the Ult Orb to allow that Blade Storm to come online, because that'll help pad them out just a little bit more, and it should make this round a lot easier, especially for this offense.
Taking a 4-man split down A long now. Ooh, Diamond good for one in a weird spot, though, in the open. Whitmer going to trade it out quickly as the KO ultimate gets activated, and they're trying to push onto the site with the Blade Storm, but they're not able to connect. Whitmer looking for some, and he has one knife left as Chloric around the side on default finds one. Cutler opens things up onto the site. Now in a 3v3, Native still waiting a plant here. Swings around the right side, a double swing. Good for one. Michael Skarn from CT finds one as well with the smoke. Dashes onto the site, has the help of the Omen, and they are in the faces of the enemy. Chirac GG playing quick.
Oh yeah, that was very speedy from honestly both of these teams there. And once again, I like that we saw that double swing come out there because you don't expect. Okay, I'm not going to say that one of the teammates was baited there, but you saw that the jet flew out, and then the chamber immediately steps out with the operator just to be able to secure the kill. And there's a little bit of an overwhelmed to the senses when two people just kind of hang out around the corner. And so it's a little bit tough to kind of deal with there. But I love the speed on the retake there. Both Toneho and Michael Skarn just make their way so quickly onto the site, overwhelm Cutler because he only has an operator, and the rest was history. We need to see this explosive speed continuing to come back if they want to continue to just play this site retake, because honestly that's the best way that both of these teams have been able to get the advantage. Just take the other team by surprise using that speed, and life is going to be good. And speaking about life being good, it's going to be Chirac Gaming up against a save round, and already Keish has found the first kill.
Good for one quick one. Love that with the operator. Spike not planted yet. Tone in a great spot to find 2 on that garage push. They weren't expecting him to be in that corner, so paying off huge as Native Black are dropped down to just 2 remaining members. Michael Scarn holding onto the C site, but whiffing on that spray. We've all been there. And of course, Morg finds 1, but Diamond from the back, good for 2. Great timing on that, and Chirac GG, taking it 5-2.
Oh man, that was looking good. And yeah, we're going to be seeing Native Black pull out a timeout. Just as a reminder, in the grand scheme of things, this was Native Black's map pick. And so as a result, they need to start getting these rounds because Chirac are looking extremely good thus far. They're, once again, just in the right place at the right time. They're setting up their flanks properly and are just catching so many good timings onto Native Black. So Native Black, they're really good at just being so explosive onto site, but Chirac really look like they're starting to understand that. They're not afraid to send out the flankers a little bit earlier just to kind of get in there and do it nice and quick. So this is going to be tough, but hopefully this is going to be a good opportunity for Native Black to reset, figure out what's working, and set up some anti-flank potential, because I think that this is starting to steamroll just with how they've been going.
Yeah, and you know, when you had mentioned the speed before, my mind just obviously latched onto it, and speed is what I think is catching a lot of people off guard. You know, in that initial play, that retake with the jet dash and the Omen TP, the shadow step onto the site, that is way aggressive than I think anyone would have been prepared for, especially with how long that shadow step takes to really fully form. So they're just doing things that I think Native Black are not necessarily ready for. And so great tactical timeout. Hopefully it pays dividends for them. We're going into this round number 8 with full buys on both sides, operators on both sides. Let's see how Cash plays this one. He's been pretty good with the op so far, but gets smoked out and needs to dip immediately.
Yeah, got a lot of information though. Should be able to give the clue away that there are 3 members hanging in onto Garage. That's exactly what's going to happen. We do see that Chirac are going to be rotating their members around, but of course the spike is still in the spawn in the hands of the chamber. So Native Black are going to be trying to reposition themselves. They've had the most success onto this B site, and so I'm wondering to see whether or not they do try and stick the issue. If they can get that spike down, maybe set up the post plant in a little bit of a different area, it could work out. But Jim, the spike is still all the way back. Okay, now it's finally moving its way forwards.
Butler picks it up. Native Black attempting a B push, scouting it out. Little do they know there's 3 people on that ceiling presence as Diamond. Rolling Thunder activated, gonna stop the plant. Knocks up 2 or 3 members that are on the B site, but they have yet to get through this Omen smoke. Houston now, good for 1 with a headshot. Spike yet to be planted, 40 seconds still left on the clock. Whitmer from the top, Fade using that tether. Finds 1 as the spike gets planted. And now on a 4v5, Houston still good for 2. Diamond from the link, though. Finds 1, pushes out Whitmer from the top. Capitalizes on Diamond. Goes back and forth now in a 1v2. Cash, with an operator in hand, could decide to save it, could decide to go big here.
Definitely Houston has to go big right now.
Has to go big, but Houston good for 4. Just a menace on the site.
Oh man, hey, we got the cams, Jim. We got the cams. Let's go. Yeah, look at that. So many people already just gaming. You can see the people already looking over other people's shoulders and stuff like that. But a huge play coming in from there, and this is why we like that B site, especially for this post plant positions. You called it out a little bit earlier, but I just want to re-highlight it again. You know, especially too when you have Omen, a Jet, you can play a little bit more vertically, and if you have the time to properly set up your post plants, then I think it just works out so well to just defend that B site. You could literally be anywhere, and you're going to force your opponents to swing their mouses up and down. Crosshair placement, who needs it? Not Michael Scarn, that's for sure, because he comes up big with 2.
Houston watching from a distance. But overall, Native Black second guessing their choice to go C and really just taking their time. They're watching their flanks. They know that Cash likes to get aggressive on this A push. Morg, smart choice. I really love the design of this spawn area. It gives you another route so you don't get absolutely clapped if someone pushes up A here. Cutler equalizes things 3-3. Native Black 3 rounds to Chirac's 5. Taking it slow now, Cash and Morg just passing each other. No real information just yet. That bird's not going to give away anything either.
Yeah, now we do see that they are going to be going on to B yet again. Thankfully, for Chirac, this is not the worst scenario because they still have this guide, still have the breach, and that should be plenty of utility to try and make things a little bit easier. The null command going to be activated, though, just to secure the plan.
Yeah. Can't say I hate it because it's a good move, but ultimately that Breach is able to play far enough away that he can still use his util comfortably. Chloric now trying to close his distance. Morg with the paranoia in hand. They try to go for a quick pop flash and a push, wasting that paranoia quick, and they give up the push on that side. Cash has a free corridor here, so if he can work his way up quickly, he might prove to be a menace. Houston, though, on the site. We know he can find 4 in a row. Morg putting down the smoke. Cutler finds one from the window. Chloric returns in a 2v2. Houston backs on out into the corridor. Oh, Cutler almost hits the shot. He actually legs him, and Chloric is good on the swing. Now in a 1v2, this is tough. Spots out one. Misses the shot. One's getting defused. He's able to stop it, but Chloric finds the headshot, and of course it's at half, so the defuse will be good.
Wow. That was honestly a close one there. That was crazy down to the wire. Oh man, okay, this is gonna be great because now we're gonna be able to flash back to this to the actual LAN every single time one of these clutches kind of comes into play here. But a huge play coming in from Michael Scarn just to start the round out. Just so aggressive, and you could tell that Native Black were just not expecting that at all. Gets rewarded with 2, but really good patience coming in from Native Black, able to trade it out, even out the playing field a little bit more, and then the rest was honestly looking up. It was good. It was equalized just before that spike went down. Probably popped the null command just a little bit too early in my opinion, but given the fact that there was no information, it makes sense to me. Now Michael Scarn, blades in hand, getting aggressive yet again, might catch someone off guard. Looks like that's going to be the case, and the spike is down.
Oh, gotta check your corners. Michael Scarn goes for the updraft, tries to pull off some Stolam tech, but unfortunately gets clapped for his, confidence there, his boldness. It was a great opening, but Chirac sitting comfortably at 4-2, and he spotted 2 there, Cash did, so they're really just hanging out on the defense. Native gonna have to pull off a miracle to try and make this happen. Does he know that Morg has made it onto the site, though? Diamond, kind of aware, holding CT, doesn't even want to give him the chance to try and take his head off.
Yeah, and now at this point they know where some of these agents might be hanging out here. Could be interesting, but this tour de force is so scary.
It is so scary, and of course, like a laser. Ooh, Diamond with a double peek there is good for 1. Morg dodges the stun, but gets concussed, gets flashy, seeing God, and Cash delivers him hand first. 7-3 there. Chirac looking really good, man. And like, once again, I think it's just this level of aggression, like you were saying, the playmaking from Michael Scarn and that breach, and just the trust that they have in each other seems to be working out really well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell that they look practiced when they move into here. And yeah, look at this. Michael Scarn has been getting such a forward advancement onto the beginnings of these rounds, which just honestly sets the team up for success. That Jet being aggressive on C and then on A is making Native Black kind of question themselves. But that was a save round for Native Black. This time around, they will have rifles. And we're going to be seeing Cutler bust out the tour de force to try and round out their arsenal. And that could be huge. Whitmer as well, going to be bringing out the Blade Storm, looking for some Michael Scarn-esque plays. But already Michael Scarn just punishes that one, getting a little bit of a jet diff. Sorry, that team's been eliminated already, but a very good start to the round for Chirac.
Yeah, really nicely done from Michael Scarn, especially to meter the aggression, because if you know their enemy jet, the offensive jet, has their knives, they're probably going to push that grass area. Look garage and then look mid. Michael Scarn decides not to run it all the way down mid, but knows where to meet that enemy jet, and so finds the kill, dashes out, comes out on top, and Chirac are chilling on the defense, letting the plant go down and then playing a comfortable retake here. They've got the Rolling Thunder, they have the Omen ultimate, but like you mentioned, on the side of Native, they're working with the Tour de Force, and they have that Haunt to come out pretty soon.
Very slow. Rolling Thunder in position. As soon as this one goes, I imagine they're going to be ready. Let's see this engagement.
Next onto Morg in hell. Destroys the Watcher, but not before Cutler's able to connect on one through the smoke. Great push from Diamond, finds 2 quick ones, almost with the third. Morg able to tuck back in as Native 2v3 here. TP to bait out the team. You love to see it. Tone good for 1, Morg good for another, but Michael Scarn clutching up when they need him most and finds the last kill to put 8 on the board for Chirac.
And let's talk about Michael Scarn. We've talked about him a little bit thus far. Obviously, trying to deal with Goldface is going to make you nice and battle ready. But we're seeing the fruition of that happening right here, right now. Because what we're seeing is Michael Scarn is not afraid to take the aggression early on, immediately finds a pick or two, just making it so much easier for the rest of Chirac to just have an easier round. When they're down a couple of members right off the bat, it's absolutely massive. And on top of that too, when we do see these retakes coming in for Chirac, they look incredibly coordinated. They're playing off their utility so well, and they're not even giving Native Black a chance to really counter them. It comes down to the chaos in the smokes. That's where Native Black are able to capitalize on the things. But so far, this has been a stellar defense coming in from Chirac. And now it's going to be the last round in the half. Native Black bringing 2 operators in while having a couple of glass cannons. And just like that, Whitmer's down.
Yeah, great try from Whitmer with the jump shot. The reason people do that, just if you were wondering, is so you can jump over the initial angle that the enemy operator is holding and try to get the advantage on them. However, Cash, kind of expecting it, was holding it wide, and Whitmer walks right into it. Dog, Prowler going into CT, not going to connect as it gets shot out. Great connection from Tone, able to TP back into safety, and so Cutler sees one on C default and finds him through the box. Beautifully done. Diamond connecting with the aftershock as Morg finds one with the operator in mid, and now in a 1v3 Cutler. He's going to want to save his op, but this is a scary situation to be in, but it is, you know, the last round before the half here, so might as well give it a go. You can try and put your team at 4 rounds to 8 or end the half at a 9-3.
Yeah, and honestly, I want to also highlight Diamond here. Diamond has been doing an amazing job with the utility of slowing down Native Black and also just kind of catching them off guard, being able to get these flanks. Cutler has spotted out the end of Michael Skarn's barrel, but is coming in here, and Diamond is down. Next up is Michael Skarn, but makes that look easy. It's now 9-3. We're going to be throwing to a quick break before we come back in the second half of this map.
Welcome one, welcome all, welcome back to the NSG Monthly Chicago LAN. We are in Chi-Town, baby. We are at halftime, and now Chirac Gang GG are leading 9-3 over Native Black in a very tumultuous first half, to say the least. Lots of ups, lots of downs. Native Black still trying to find their footing, but it's not over just yet, right, March? We've seen some miraculous comebacks over the course of 2 days so far, and so anything's possible as we head into the second half. Native Morg trying to connect onto Michael Skarn, but the movement is too good with the frenzy, and he comes out on top as Whitmer returns for one. Skarn goes for a second, but Whitmer comes out on top.
And this is unparalleled aggression that we're just seeing there. Finally, they're able to shut that one down, but the damage has been more than done. Never mind, Glory actually ties that one back. With that frenzy in hand, it's all evened out again.
One enemy remaining.
2-on-2, Adrenaline, great shots, and Cutler in a good spot by Garage is able to find the head of Cash, and coming out on top, putting number 1 in the second half, 4-9 for Native Black.
Yeah, that's a very important start to this half here. Of course, Native Black, they need to be getting things back together for them, because Shrek were able to pick up 9 rounds in the first half. It's only 4 more away from losing their own map pick. So, Native Black, this is a step in the right direction, but they got to play this extremely well if they want to have a shot at tying up the score. This is going to be pretty tough, but we're seeing them buy up quite a bit here. Cutler going for that Marshall, eventually looking for those headshots early on. But if anybody has a shield, it's not going to be a one-shot kill unless it's into their head.
Destroying the Prowler, nice and easy. I'm always a fan of the Elder Flame skins. Always love those little dragon dudes.
So cool.
They are cool. I recently purchased the Elder Flame Vandal. I'm a shill for Riot Games, so spent $25 on that damn thing. They always know, man. They always know.
They got your number. Well, actually, they have your credit card information.
Yeah, they actually do. They have my PayPal, bro. Okay, Adrenaline with a good push. Prowler finds 1, capitalizes on that. Quickly made into a 5v4. At this point, Native Black, they're going to fall back because they got numbers. So they're going to send someone back over to B site, try to play some defense here, and just hold on for dear life.
Yeah, this is a pretty smart play, especially, too, given the fact that Chirac only have glorified pistols. Of course, that KO does a really good job of shutting down the Headhunter, which right now that might be their biggest concern. But still, this is going to be Chirac getting set up for a potential B-side hit. Cutler, though, watching it with a Marshall, might find somebody there, is able to find Cash, but it's through a wall, resulting in no kills whatsoever. The smoke is good, and this is going to be the spike coming down.
Paranoia through. Cutler's good for 1. Houston finds a second. Whitmer from the link finds a third, and now Chloric stuck in a 1v5. Spike has been planted. Defuse not coming out just yet. Oh yeah, it's coming out. Chloric finds 1, stops the defuse. That's all you really need to find in that situation. Well done. Of course, this was the ego round for Chirac, so casually a 4-0 round there, 5-9 for Native Black. But here we go. It'll be the next buy round here.
Yeah, that's, you know, it just chaos, just hops in there, able to stop the defuse, get at least a pick, though, and I think that's kind of important. Otherwise, it would have been a flawless round for Native Black, and that might have been a little bit hard. We're seeing that they are going to be forcing out the rifle purchase. Adrenaline is going to have that Phantom, but this is going to be Chirac's rifle round. And as a result, we're going to be potentially seeing a new strategy on this engagement and really just kind of using that rifle difference. They need to play a little bit more longer range if they want to overpower their foes, because their foes mostly have just Spectres in their hands. And, you know, it's a little hard to play the long range duel against the Spectre compared to a Phantom, but Houston just going in and going hard.
That's exactly what you want to see out of a KO with the Spectre. Pop flashing out of that smoke, dropping into their face, finding 2. Tone equalizes though, 3-3. Pushing through CT. Whitmer doesn't care. Got the Spectre in hand, tries to connect on the Chloric. He's just better though from that distance. And Adrenaline with the Frenzy. Sometimes it just doesn't work out the way you want it to. And now Chirac in a 3v1. Looking good on their buy round and picking up number 10.
Yeah, and honestly, it was that unprecedented aggression through garage window that you don't expect. The pop flash going in, and then Houston just runs it down, Spectre in hand. Don't let up that W key or that left mouse button, and throw a couple of space bars in there as well. And you're going to have yourself a nice 2K. That honestly would have been the clincher for the reason why Native Black were able to win that round. But doesn't work out that way. As soon as Houston falls down, then it's an easy cleanup for Chirac. This is going to be the rifle round coming in. Whitmer is going to be only on a judge this time around, probably because Adrenaline did buy up a rifle. And yeah, they've hit double digits now. So Native Black have a 5-round differential, and it's going to be the Blade Storm coming online from Whitmer to round out that gun difference.
Taking some quick space in A short, and of course, Chirac's own jet doing the same in garage. Diamond jump peek and see long. The smoke does go down, so there's an opportunity to try and gather some information here. Looks like Chirac waiting for an A presence from Native Black. They had their breach take the orb on C long, so hopefully they're trying to draw out some presence on the other side of the map. Seeker's going out, detecting Whitmer. Whitmer going for the peek momentarily, but decides he needs to get out of there. Cutler peeks, helps his teammate, finds one, and is able to back on out to the site as Michael Scarn with a dash in, followed by the flash, able to find one, gets blinded, hit by the paranoia and tethered, and is stuck in the middle of hell, but Tone and Chloric are there to help him out. 4-2 now on the board, 4-1 as Tone finds a second, and Chirac are looking good.
Oh man, I was gonna praise that. I really like that defense. You know, you set up your jet and then have the chamber watching from long, so when the jet wants to back off, chamber can get a pick, and it's nice and easy. But once again, the name of the game is unprecedented aggression. You don't expect Michael Scarden to just completely just run into the spot, despite the fact that so much utility was tracking him, and just gets rewarded with it. The rest of the team follows while they're looking at this jet just dashing by them. The rest of Native Black were gonna be hitting the ground as Chirac just run in and only lose a single member on that entry. A very clean round coming in for them, and it's looking like they're going to be 11-5 after this spike explodes.
Or you're trying to get a couple picks, but as soon as he spots out Chloric spots him back and hits the headshot. So well done. Like you mentioned, 11-5 for Chirac. Let's take a look at the econ for the side of Native Black, because I can't imagine that it's in any good place here, and it's not. You know, timeout here, really, you know, it's on the Native side. It's a last-ditch timeout. You know, 11-5 at this point. Your econ is kind of messed up, and so maybe they're formulating some sort of game plan where they go for a rush 5-man down mid or something, where they split up and try to get a couple of picks, pick up some weapons, and play the long game. I hope they're able to find something, though. This is a best-of-3 series at the end of the day, so maybe Native, this is just not their map right now, and so they need a little time to warm up. Either way, great match so far, and I'm happy with what we're seeing from Chirac.
Yeah, I'm really happy from what we're seeing from Chirac, and you know, it's these early plays that I think set the pace for the rest of the round. I can't really fault them for any of their positioning right now. Native Black on their defense have a pretty standard setup, honestly, and there's a reason why it's a standard setup. Is generally speaking, it's going to work out, but just the overwhelming force that Chirac are bringing in here, they're not afraid to just use their utility to rush it in. It's such clean executes coming in, and this aggression, watching each other's shoulders, are the reason why these rounds are going for Chirac. And now Native Black, they're getting a little bit scared. Once again, like you said, this is a little bit of a scatter by. They're going to be back onto their pistols, and Chirac are sitting nice and comfortable. Only need 2 more rounds to win out Native Black's map choice. And then next up, we've got Ascent, which is Chirac's map. So it's not looking too good for Native Black right now. They got to start figuring something out, and hopefully off of that timeout, they're able to reset what they want to do, figure out how they want to play this defense a little bit differently, and start to shut down some of these Chirac plays.
Quick 5-man push out C long, Native Black making their presence known. Rolling Thunder gonna catch Michael Scarn, unfortunately, metering that aggression as Houston anchoring in the smoke. Whitmer and Houston good for 2, more good for a third. Returning back and forth. It's a 2-on-2 as Whitmer from CT finds one, and now in a 1v1, Diamond is good for 2, putting on a masterclass time and time again. Chirac GG up at 12-5.
Man, and I just want to say, we talked about Diamond also being really good with the utility, but Diamond has been consistently really good with fragging out as well. Constantly finding 2 or 3 picks on the way out or clutching up the rounds. Of course, when you look at the leaderboard, Toneho is on top, and that's just because Toneho is not afraid to just teleport onto a site and just spray things down, finding picks left and right. The mouse movements are insane. Let me just tell you that. But this has been an excellent performance coming out from every single member of Chirac thus far, and now they are on map point. Native Black will have a better buy this round, but still, things are not looking great for them. They also have that null command to work with, but that is going to be more of a retake ultimate as opposed to a stall ultimate.
Not going to connect on any information down mid with the bird, the hawk. Still 5-on-5, a minute 15 left on the clock. No info really other than the smoke. So now Cash realizes that there's probably going to be some garage aggression. Pops out of this smoke in a great angle and is ready for the push there. Traded out though by Morg. Not expecting 2.
Ooh, and that's kind of good. I've noticed lately Native Black, they're more comfortable playing inside of their smokes and trying to play a closer game. I think that actually is working out in their favor. It's allowing for these moments of chaos, but Chirac have just kind of come out on top of that. And I think that's mostly because of their utility. Specifically, the Sky Flashes have been astronomical in trying to set the pace of this. And now the spike is down. It's going to be 4v4 on this retake. Not a lot of ultimates, but already a flank is being set up.
Yeah, thinking twice about that flank, opting to go for a 3-man push through garage, which I'm not sure how I feel about as 3-on-3 here. Omen splits up and decides to go towards CT. Ooh. Cutler good for 1 and a 2-on-2 now. Cutler for good for 2. Omen from the back. Diamond finds him. Got the aftershock in hand, but Diamond repositions, re-aims, and finds the kill for 13-5, taking the first game of this BO3.
Oh my goodness, congratulations to Chirac. They looked really good. Chirac gang on top, number one. They made that one look absolutely clean. A very easy first map for them. They looked so rehearsed on Haven. And once again, this was Native Black's map pick. So an excellent showcase coming out from this team, Jim.
Yeah, really well done. And honestly, like we had mentioned, we didn't know what to expect from either of these teams, right? We knew about Michael Scarn. We didn't really know about a bunch of the other players on Chirac. Whereas for Native Black, it's a lot of credible names. And so it was great to watch that 13-5 Chirac playing for Chicago, you know, repping the city on their back. And that's a great opening game. So that's definitely making a statement. Going into this next one, though, it is a best of three, like you mentioned. Endurance is the name of the game, right? So if Native Black can sort of counter strat, kind of regroup here, there is still an opportunity, Marks.
Yeah, it seems like right now that Chirac have leveled up their game. And hey, if you want to take your candy game to the next level with a pack of delicious Mike and Ike original fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix, this delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. So power up with Mike and Ike. And just like that, hey, Mike and Ike, honestly, like unironically, one of my favorite candies out there. It's so good. They're just chewy. It's great. We always have a good time, right, Jeff?
Always have a good time. Chewy, gummy, fruity, power up your game. You know, you heard it from Marks himself. What else could you want, guys? Yeah, great game though so far. I'm happy with it. And if I'm not mistaken, we went to Haven to start things off, and then we will be going to Ascent for map 2. So thoughts on any differences between those two maps? Anything that we might see done differently from Native Black? You had mentioned they like playing that close range. Maybe that works out for them here.
Well, it might work out for them, but before we do go to our second map, we are actually going to be throwing to a break to allow these teams to reset, get things set up for the next one. So we're going to have you percolate with some of those thoughts of your own while we go to a break, and we'll catch you just after this.
Species shift. Species shift.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Valorant Chicago LAN for Summer Champs. We've got a really exciting match for you right now. It's Chirac Gang going up against Native Black. And Jim, it's already off to a little bit of a spicy start, but right now Chirac Gang look firmly in control of what was originally Native Black's map pick.
Surprising. 13-5 for Chirac Gang, like you mentioned, on Native Black's map pick. We had mentioned it multiple times throughout the game itself. Aggression.
Oh yeah.
Unmetered, unfiltered, and just getting so much value time and time again. We end up at this location, but of course it's only because of plays from Michael Scarn and all this crazy stuff. The breach support that we had coming out for him, plays from Houston too, even coming in with his own aggression, and Cutler, great support for his teammate at the end of the day, but it's just really not enough. The shot calling from the side of Chirac working so well, playing so well across the map, and moving cohesively as a team. Super surprising, but 13-5 is, it's sending a message more than anything.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely is sending a message. And maybe it's like, it's the morning, the first game of the day. Not the best, but Native Black, they got to pull it back here if they want to force out that map number 3. Otherwise, they are facing elimination in our playoff bracket. So next up, we are going to Chirac Gang's map pick, which they're going to be taking us to Ascent, a map that we see time and time again. A lot of very classic picks on here. But Jim, what are your thoughts on Ascent in general?
Ascent, great. Honestly, it feels very like just a classic map. It's a 3-lane map, lots of long lines of sight. I love the creativity a lot of teams use when approaching the A side. Say if you're on offense and you're trying to split, basically taking mid control is super important, and splitting through as you're hitting either of the sites will obviously be key. You can kind of say that about any map, most importantly on Ascent though, right? That catwalk area leading into tree can give you so much control of the map. And so even if you have someone lurk through there on your push to B, there's a lot of value. And so what I want to see out of Chirac, out of a team that we know plays super aggressively, is more of that. Maybe we'll see Michael Scarn end up in weird spots through tree, weird spots through B main. I'm excited to see it because a good lurker could really ruin your life on this map.
Oh, absolutely. I'm also very curious to see how Cutler is going to get set up on this map. We know that there's such long sight lines, specifically on mid, but also too on A if you're playing defensively. And Cutler is really good with it when it comes to that operator and headhunter. And so I wouldn't be too surprised if we did see another sniper-esque composition kind of coming out from Native Black to try and keep that mid control theirs. Of course, though, we're going to be seeing how this one plays out because Chirac's so aggressive. That's a good way to counter. The best way to counter a sniper, get up right into their face and say hello, because they'll be completely caught off guard. And we've seen that time and time again. That is basically how they counter strat the sniper setup that Native Black continuously were bringing out here. So we are going to be loading in, and let's see what these two teams want to be bringing to the table. Once again, this is for elimination. If Native Black don't win this map and force out that map number 3, they're going to be eliminated from the tournament today. So a lot on the line here, but you know that Chirac Gang got to be feeling confident off of that last map, feeling really good now that it is their own map pick, and they're ready to send Native Black packing and send them home.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that I do want to mention on this map, Ascent really plays well for Fade especially. All these high walls give great access to that watcher, that eyeball that she's able to toss out. And if the way it works is if anything is in the line of sight of it, it will detect it and it will reveal it to the rest of the team that used it. So while it could be strong, it doesn't look like we're actually going to get any of that action at this time around. So quickly dashing those hopes, we're going to be seeing Sovas on both sides. Almost a mirror apart from the KO and the breach here. Plus, ooh, interesting, not opting for a chamber and instead opting for a KJ, which we know has multiple setups on this map.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I actually really like this KJ pick over the chamber. Obviously, you do have that operator potential coming in from Michael Scarn, but I'm not too sure that Michael Scarn is going to be the one opping because Michael likes to play close and in your face, right? You don't usually send your sniper onto that. And so as a result, it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. I love this KJ pick because I think Killjoy, despite the fact that, Your equipment can get taken out pretty easily, gives a lot of information, and those swarm grenades really control the pace of the round, especially too if the attacking team is pushing into a defending KJ setup. It just works out so well, and I think that's why they're bringing Houston in on this KO. Try and catch that KJ off guard, disable all of that utility, and suddenly you have an open site. You just got to deal with a lurking KJ in the back, and life is going to be nice and easy. So it's going to be interesting to see how these counter shots play out here, but regardless, we're going to be starting out with Chirac Gang on our offense, and this is going to be Native Black starting us out on the defense. I'm curious to see what type of defensive setup they're going to be bringing in.
I'm kind of excited here. Like you mentioned, that KJ, so many setups and great on the defense. They will be starting on the attack, and Michael Scarn gets in your face with that ghost. It's going to be a problem. Diamond been showing off really how good for two he is almost every round, right? Like that first game, he was just putting on a showcase for the Breach players around the world tuning in today. So we are on LAN, ladies and gentlemen, and if you are just tuning in, Chirac GG lead the way with a 1-game victory in this best of 3 series. We're in the playoffs and almost connecting there through the wall as Cash sets up the turret. Mort goes for a peek, quick into A main, gets bopped and needs to back on out of there. Meters of aggression. And it looks like there's a lot of players of Native onto that A site. They might just get caught out on B, but as I say that, Whitmer, good for one, dashes on out of there and is safe as Houston finds another across the map. And Whitmer returns, echoing Houston's kill there, quickly dropping down Chirac to 2 members.
Yeah, honestly, we've seen Whitmer make unbelievable plays thus far in the tournament. Just kind of turning it this one up, but oh, look at that. Chloric able to pick up a nice little 2K. Might be able to get the spike down after all. It's going to be running towards the back. Does have the Sheriff in hand, but Houston is in this back line there. Goes out the knife now, just looking for that headshot.
3 gone.
No way.
Standing ahead.
1v2. Full health. Morg is pretty low. 1 shot will kill. Looking for the ace now, and he's got the drone in hand. This could be devastating for Cutler as he gets spotted out by Wood. 2 pings on that drone after that nerf, and now backing on up to the boathouse. Checking the left side staircase. He's got the crosshair placement ready. He's leaving the right side lane exposed, and that's exactly where Cutler is going. Cutler about to drop. Drops, make a noise. Crosses on over to the left side of the boathouse, but Chloric is good for the ace in the first round, turning it on its head.
Oh, that is a huge momentum booster for Chirac Gang. Chloric says, I'll do it myself. 5 kills, wins out the round. Makes that one nice. Such good patience coming in there. When the round was looking all but lost, able to just clutch that one up. Finds a quick little 2K. Gets the Sheriff in hand and looks crispy with it. There was a chance for Cutler to be able to get that one and shut it down. But yeah, excellent play coming out from Chloric. And I think that is not going to be good because it's going to set the pace for the rest of this match. You hate to see that if you are Native Black here. But now it's going to be aggression coming through. But Morgan gets stunned up, not able to secure any of the kills here. Michael Scarn comes up with 1.
Beautifully done. Waiting now. Oh, not gonna connect there. Diamond good. Finds it on Chirac. And like you mentioned, man, that momentum has just been flipped. It looked for a moment that Native Black were like back into this match, you know, finding 3 quick ones to start something going on their side. But Whitmer now just trying to claw back any shred of that momentum that they had just a moment ago. They want that feeling they're gonna be chasing that dragon for the rest of the match now.
Oh, good reference there. But yeah, it looks like Chirac are just going to have a nice and easy B site to just walk into. They don't know that nobody's there, but they're just going to wait for the rest of the team to group up here because if they've only got pistols, it's going to be nice and easy for them to move in. Very good play coming in here, not even giving up anything, just making sure that this is a very textbook engagement. And yeah, that's going to be the spike down. Native Black 2v5 onto this spike retake, but thus far it doesn't look pretty good.
Let's see. Got scouted out. Cutler just kind of waiting, man. Kind of a tough spot. If they can find 1 or 2, that'd be great. But at the end of the day, Chirac just looking so confident, grouped up as 5 and holding CT. If anybody peeks that, it's just going to be a bad day for them for sure. A headache, to say the least. Marshall on the back line. Whitmer All he wants is one. Oh, almost gets it. Misses the leg.
Last player.
You can't find it there either. Diamond and Chloric. You're good for 2, and it's another flawless round here.
God, that's so good for Chirac Gaming there, because once again, we also saw Chloric buying the Vandal up on that last round, just because, you know what? You're feeling it. You're feeling pretty good. You just got an ace. Life is going to be good. And as a result, not losing a single member, this bonus is just going to be a lot easier. Especially too with that frag potential coming in from Chloric. I think that this is going to be Chirac potentially taking this bonus round. They're looking incredibly clean with it, and you could just tell Native Black, they were feeling themselves as the first round started out, but the momentum easily shifted around. And this is something that doesn't get talked about a lot when it comes to Valorant, but having the confidence in yourself to be able to land shots, make these plays is really important. As soon as you start doubting yourself a little bit more, you look a little bit shakier. You're not sure whether or not you should do things. Meanwhile, the other team is just having a fun time fragging out. And I think that this might be the headspace where Native Black is getting into, because once again, they lost that last map. Things were looking good for them. And then Chloric goes, haha, JK, I'm going to pull the carpet out from under you guys. And suddenly it's not looking too good anymore, especially too after that second round where they just get a flawless victory. You know, Native Black got to come up with something a little bit different on this defense. Otherwise, it's just going to once again be the Chirac gang show. And they're just going to take the reins and run away with it and just speed run their way into the quarterfinals of this playoff bracket.
Scary, really, especially considering how good we know, factually, statistically, mathematically. We know these players are fantastic on Native Black.
Yeah.
Each and every one of them. Chirac, running so quick through. Michael Scar doesn't care, but Whitmer is good on the flick, good for 2, and that's exactly what you want to see as Morg into the smoke, aggressive. Gets taken out by Houston's nade.
Oh, that just gave Chirac Gaming a really good chance here. Never mind, Cutler shuts that one down. Now it's going to be 1v3, and Tonho did come up large last time, but I don't think this cross is going to work out too well for them. And yeah, okay, Native Black are just clapping back, and once again, that's that unmeasured aggression coming in from Whitmer. And I do like that Whitmer is taking a little bit more risks when it comes to that. Just get in there and frag out, but has to be a little bit more careful, and you need to pull it in just a little bit more, because you want to get the frags, but also get out properly. And you can tell just after getting a couple of kills, just sticks it. Has that left mouse button down, just waving the mouse around, trying to find something else. And at a certain point, you need to know when to call it quits, get out with your life, and that way you can support the rest of your team there. A little bit of a misplay for Morg, in my opinion, moving in there. Might have made it a little bit more winnable, but it works out in their favor. Native Black really just going right, they're just going for it right now. And I got to appreciate that, especially with Whitmer doing that.
Yeah, beautiful. And I was just about to say, too, Michael Scar, we were talking about him and his aggression all the time, this X Factor really just being a nuisance. What you need to do if you encounter one of these X Factor players on the other team, Cash, good for 1 on Cutler, to making it a 4v3 for Native Black. But if you encounter one of these X Factor players, you then have to create your own X Factor. And that's exactly what we saw from Whitmer with an updraft. Great headshot from Catwalk, and is out of there.
Let's see this. Oh, the blades. Nope, can't find anything. Michael Scarn with 1, but gets traded out. Now it's all up to Diamond, and Houston just goes for a cheeky little swing there. And hey, we got the cams back up. Let's go. Now we can see the wonderful people. Look at that. People are actually lining up to watch this match. I'm assuming that's the match that we're seeing in front of us. And for good reason there. You know, like you said, you have to match the aggression of Michael Scarn with aggression yourself. And it's honestly working out for them. I think Houston comboed with Whitmer have been really working out, using the utility to just really just get in there and secure things for them. So a great job switching things around, putting Chirac on the back line. And so far, this could come around either way. This is looking evened out.
2-2. Michael Scarn, dash in hand, rolling thunder out onto the B side, only connects down onto that one Soba, who's going to use his Hunter's Fury, finds 1 actually. Chloric, good for 1. Cash and Tone return for 2 more, and just like that, Chirac in a 4v2. Whitmer lost with that op now in their spawn. This is huge or crazy, and I can't really tell you just yet, as Morg is posted up in market. They're thinking about potentially playing this 2v4 retake, but just like that, Whitmer makes the call, and they are out of there. Gonna save that operator and that Phantom. That was quick, to say the least.
No, it feels like after that round, Chirac Gaming are actually a really big fan of F1 and got into their respective Ferraris and just decided to drive over the defense that was Native Black. They stormed their way onto the site, were able to secure all of the kills, every single one of their members, checking the corners, checking the angles, and able to just capitalize onto it. Michael Skarn on the entry, the rest of the people following up, and it was just such a clean execute that really Native Black had zero answer for, only losing a single member, and that honestly the Rolling Thunder got out there, so it was totally fine. A beautiful play coming in from Chirac Gaming, really solidifying their spot once again on top and taking this lead.
Yeah, that anticipation, whoever shot calling on their side once again realized, hey, they got the Rolling Thunder. Let's play the quick retake, right? Have someone on staircase, anchor it with your Hunter's Fury, because if they're going to try to funnel in quickly after that Rolling Thunder, you're going to get some damage in. And so that's exactly what Cloric did. Hunkered down, found that one frag, and then the rest of his team collapsed on the remaining members of Native Black. So greatly done. Chirac take the lead after that tie, 3-2. It's a close game. Chirac currently up in the series 1-0 overall as Whitmer gets hit with the paranoia and is forced off of the angle.
Michael Skarn doesn't care, but Whitmer is able to trade that one back. Let's see. Aggression meeting aggression. Whitmer coming out on top.
Great stuff from Whitmer. Hunkers down once more, plays some real defense, and gets the lineup headshot as Adrenaline is holding that entryway into CT, finding the headshot into Diamond, and Cloric whiffing there as Native tie things up 3-3.
Is it just me, or does it look like these teams are ready to just enter into a boxing ring and just slug it out against each other? They're going so aggressive and just kind of clashing midway, and it's really kind of a toss-up which team comes out on top. Once again, good stuff coming out from Native Black to kind of adapt to this, but you know, it's a little bit of a risky maneuver. Just taking a look at their defense right now, they want to just play that offensive defense, but they have to only do that on one of the sites. And as a result, right now, they're gambling on the wrong site by the looks of things, which might allow Chirac a very easy time entering into it. Chirac, great adaptation to use that utility to prevent Whitmer from getting as much value, but it's not going to stop him this time around. Morgan, a great spot, though.
Good for two, keeping the eye on market. Chirac pre-fires, not going to connect. They do have the B site, and they have their KJ with the lockdown set up in B main. It's going to be activated now. Buy themselves some time as the plant goes down. Drone as well activated, trying to find out some more information. Native down to 3 members though, lockdown in play, and the call is made for the save.
No way.
Yeah. It's a desperate situation, Marks. Here we are, tied up 3-3. Chirac about to take the lead once again, and Native, you know, I'm not sure if I agree with it either, but in a 3v5, opt for the save here. Maybe their econ really is in shambles, and so they could use the money at this point, but we'll have to see post this round.
Yeah, and once again, these rounds have been so explosive. It's a very blink and you'll miss it type of moment here. They need to, right now, we need to see Native Black using their utility to stall things out a little bit better. And that's pretty much why I prefer a Killjoy over a Chamber on this map, specifically because Killjoy utility is so good at just slowing these pushes down. You can isolate Michael Skarn dashing in, and as soon as Michael Skarn is isolated, the rest of the team will be able to won't be able to follow up. It's an easy pick off, make them doubt themselves. The push is completely grinded to a halt. But right now, this is just so quick for both of these teams, just kind of doing things. And it seems like it's that initial push in determining which team is going to be winning things out. So Chirac Gaming once again take the lead. They're setting up for this B side push, but Native Black are gambling once again on that A side. Let's see how this one works out.
Skarn, not as aggressive as I'd expect out of him. He hasn't activated his dash and isn't bunny hopping around the map just yet. Morg, sensing the presence mid, opts for the smoke, needs to back on up to CT, and now he's holding this cross into market. Basically, the reason you want to do that is you want to be holding as far back as possible and trying to take as few fights as possible, especially if you're on defense. That's pretty much the last line of defense in the middle. So great stuff from Morg to reposition there. Just kind of holding, tossing out the smoke to be main, slow it down, hopefully create some presence from the attacking team, which is exactly what they did. Native still waiting though. Spike in mid. Haven't pushed out just yet. Shock darts going out, clearing out Pizza. Morg with the jump peek does give himself away in the process. However, they're on defense, so ultimately not that big of a deal. TP's back on into market. and is chilling. Native still waiting. 40 seconds left on the clock. It looks like they're trying to get an explosive push onto B and maybe make Chirac second guess themselves.
All right, here we go.
30
Keish
seconds left.
going to be moving in first. See how this goes. The execute is going to be online.
Quick through, Morg, Market, Adrenaline, waiting, and Akboat gets clapped by Diamond as Skarn works his way up through mid, gets the flank, and Cash and Skarn are good for a couple more. Now in a 4v2, Chirac's executes are on point marks.
Absolutely. It looked like we went from watching a game of Overwatch all the way into Counter-Strike. With the way that this round went, this was a very just classic textbook push in onto that C site, setting up your flanks ahead of time and making it such a clean execute with utility in hand, not just kind of just flying in and trying to look for kills left and right. So things really worked out here. We're going to be seeing Native Black get a couple of exits on the way out, but I don't think that this is going to be possible for that spike to defuse. As soon as I say that though, Diamond last person alive, 1v2.
Yeah, no time on the clock, so needs to just get on out of there. Native finding a lot of frags, it'll be good, but ultimately doesn't mean too much as Chirac are chilling on money. They're pretty rich. They're laughing themselves back to the bank after that round, so they'll be hanging out. 5-3, Chirac still in the lead.
That works.
Now going into this next round, Native have quite a few ultimates that could be pretty impactful. Namely, we've talked about Cutler being extremely good with an operator. And so that 2 to force could make quite a big difference there. I really like the null command coming out to try and slow down the pace here, but yeah, unfortunately, they couldn't just make it onto it. And it really does seem like wherever Cutler and Whitmer are, that is where they're able to actually capitalize off of the kills. The Bladestorm is going to be active, same with the Rolling Thunder.
Wow, Rolling Thunder doesn't connect on a Whitmer who tries to go aggressive and gives Skarn a taste of his own medicine. But Adrenaline on the backup all the way from the A site connects on a 2. And Native are looking good on this defense as the plant goes down on the A site. There's 2 members of Chirac available on the site. And of course, the third is posted up in A main. In a 5v3 retake, though, Native should have this in the bag. Chloric, lots of util on his side, though.
Cutler does have that. The Swarm Grenade's doing an excellent job of just kind of stalling it out. Looks like the name of the game is going to be stall coming in here. Cash good for 1.
Good for a second. Tone finds one. Adrenaline now in a 3v2. Cash eyeing things up. 2v2 here. 1v1. Cutler low health here. And the shot guard's going to do it as he's not able to connect on the shot onto Sova. 23 HP. Chirac take the, double down on their lead at 6-3.
Oh my goodness me. Hey, that was a really interesting stall strat that we saw come out there. I really like Cash tossing up the swarm grenades there, just completely discombobulated the site retake coming in from Native Black there. You saw the people pushed in from tree expecting the heaven support to come at the exact same time, but because they were stalled out by that swarm grenade, they were just a little bit discombobulated, and as a result, it made the fights a lot cleaner for Chirac to just come out on top of. Of course, boiling it down to a 1v1 is a tough order, especially too when you've lost a couple members on the entry. So great job just kind of splitting up the team. And as a result, this is looking like an easy round for Chirac once again. A couple of Buckies and Sheriffs in hand. But I don't know how much Native Black can do.
Yeah. Oh, good couple of shots, not finding anything else. He needs to activate this dash and get on out of there. I swear to God, I think he forgot to activate the dash mode because he looked away, pressed E, but didn't realize he wasn't in the proper form to make that happen. So unlucky for Whitmer there, maybe giving us a glimpse as to what's happening on the inside of Native on their team there, because like you mentioned, that stall tactic from Chirac working out so well, and you could even see the conflict in the person who had the operator on Native side. Do I shoot the molly? Do I shoot the drone? Or do I just keep watching this double box? And so that conflict ultimately made them pay. Now Chirac grouped up his 5 outside. Hey, Adrenaline! The great equalizer with the Bucky. Good for 1 as Houston finds a second through the wall.
This is honestly not looking like a bad round for Native Black at all. Chirac are going to have to back off completely. They have rotated around, so there's not too much time on the clock to be able to get the spike down, but they should be able to do it. And I'm going to be looking at Cash using those swarm grenades, alarm bots. That's going to be what's really important here, especially too with Cutler coming in with a tour de force. That's extremely scary. We saw a couple of Marshall planks just come in, but there's just not enough time. So Orc is going to go for the plant and just hope that the back is clear. And of course it is. So it's going to be a 4v3 retake on what was a save round for Native Black.
Cutler trying to scope out that Sova on site. Not going to find anything. Chloric suppressed, flashed Diamond in a potentially great spot, gets sprayed through, but doesn't complete it, leaving Diamond at 6 HP, and he strikes back. Adrenaline going down from the back, and Cash finds another as Cutler returns in a 2v1. Spike, the defuse. Underway now. Diamond on the swing, not good enough as Houston bops him, and Native finally back at 4-6. There's a potential to tie things up here.
Yeah, there is a potential. There's 2 more rounds left in this half. Not as much of a steamroll as we saw in the last map. Shrek still looking pretty dominant, but this is Native Black. They're starting to find their footing a little bit more, and this is going to be a tough round for Shrek because they're not going to be able to buy up completely. But Michael Scarn does have the Blade Storm active. This has been a complete change of pace from what we started off this game as. Before, it was literally just kind of just throwing the spaghetti at the wall and seeing what was going to stick, but now it's so much more methodical, so much more thought out, playing around the utility and not just hoping for the best. And Adrenaline is already spraying things down as Whitmer takes a very forward position and gets rewarded with it.
Scarn on the offense, finds 2 quick ones with the headshots. Adrenaline connects through the cardboard walls once more, but he's not able to find anything. Scarn, close the distance. Right click, not gonna connect. Looking like me right now. That is unlucky as Adrenaline with a jumping right click. The classic, living up to its name. Ooh, shock dart with a lot of damage, dropping him down to 7 HP as Houston goes down to Chloric now in a 1v2. He was able to 1v5 before for Chirac. Can he take them to 7, or will Native find number 5 here? Coming around the left lane now. Adrenaline down to 1 HP. Chloric not spotted out on the site yet. Great stuff from him. Good movement. Reminding me of Lakia for just a moment there. Avoiding the recon. Morg wrapping around the right. Chloric, spike in hand. 35 seconds left to still play with. Taking his time. Taps the spike now. Blind comes out. He's just going to wait. TP from Morg. Does Morg spot out Chloric? Coming around the left side. Drone gonna go out. This could be huge for Morg. Great timing on it, and he pushes and finds the round. Native at 5-6.
Man, that's so smart. And this is why you love to see an Omen get brought in and kind of pop off like that. We saw Morg just toss out the paranoia, was able to catch it, and then as a result, that teleport went completely unchecked. And at that point, you know, you're sitting there, you're Chloric, you're listening for the drop. You don't hear anything. So you go for the owl drone, because if someone's up there, they're going to have to drop down, and you can cancel the owl drone and swing out and find that kill. But little did he know that Morg was already on the site thanks to that little shadow step, and the rest was history. A great play coming in from Morg in order to clutch out that round. A much needed one, as it's going to force Chloric onto a save, as it looks like Native Black might be able to tie this up in the half.
Cash opting for a mid lockdown, which is really interesting. Clears out this entire tree area. However, you can still get held from heaven. There's that window position, and of course, where Houston's hiding, right outside this switch.
Ooh.
Gets the pop flash, finds 1, could have found 3, but Scarn on the push. Wide swings Cutler, equalizes things 3-3, but Chirac is low on HP, making their way onto the A site. They've taken some damage. Morg could make something happen here, and he does with some help from his friends in a 3v2. Native. Spike's not planted just yet. Now double pushing through tree. Gets the blind right onto the spike plant, forcing both of Chirac's members down into hell as Adrenaline finds 1, Scarn finds the other. The smoke is out and his position concealed. Scarn good for 2. Now in a 1v1. Don't let this happen. Morg, beautifully done. Ties it up 6-6.
Oh man, my heart is racing, and this is just the first rounds of the day. Man, this is down to the wire. Honestly, excellent play from Native Black to be able to read things towards the end of that defense there. They were looking a little bit lost as that round at that half started, but they were able to find their footing and honestly able to shut down a lot of the plays that Chirac were trying to pull off. So great job coming in there. We're going to be throwing to a quick break before we go into our second half.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We've got Native Black and Chirac GG. We are tied up currently at halftime. In the series, however, Chirac is up 1-0 over Native. Marks is my co-caster for today, and we've had an awesome time so far. And we're kind of nervous heading into the second half.
Yeah, honestly, like Chirac really took momentum in the first quarter of this match. That last half, it was looking very dominant for Chirac, but as time went on, you know, Native Black found their footing and they looked pretty darn good on that defense. Like you said, we are 6-6 in this half. We're going to be swapping sides now, so Native Black are going to be taking the offense here. And Chirac, thus far, have a pretty standard setup on their defense. That Killjoy is going to make things a lot more difficult, but if caught in the suppression, it's going to be a lot easier on the sentry.
Let's see how Whitmer approaches this one, trying to get through, takes out Timmy, and the alarm bot will go down alongside as that suppress does connect down onto Cash, as Cash and Chloric now both hunker down. Back boathouse. Diamond on CT. Ooh. Finds Whitmer crouching, crab walking out into the open. And a 4-on-4 now. It looks like the site hit is coming out onto the A site, and the spike is getting planted as well.
Good timing there from Michael Scar, and it's going to be 4v3 on this retake, and honestly, the Omen's pretty dinged up, so could be a good shot. Let's see how this engagement goes.
Diamond from the top. Gonna destroy the suppress. Good stuff. Native in a 3v4 playing the post plant here. A couple of shots going out. Not going to connect onto Skarn as the distraction is good enough for Cash to find one. Cutler good for two. Mord returns for a third, and Cutler finds a third of his own for 5 on the round. Native takes 7.
Oh my goodness me, a great showcase from Native. And once again, this is why you have Cutler on that chamber. Getting so much value with that headhunter to just start things out here. Honestly, it was looking like Chirac should have won that. They had the numbers advantage. They were moving in, had the utility in hand, were ready to just cleanly retake that site, but just got completely shut down by Cutler hanging out in the back of that ace site. So a great job coming in from Native Black to win out that pistol round. They are going to somewhat be investing, but not fully. A little bit of an interesting look as Whitmer decides to only buy a ghost yet again. So let's see how this goes. It's going to be a little bit of a closer defense coming in this time, but it's going to get scouted out by that owl drone.
A couple of shots from Whitmer. Oh, but Cash better on the strafe. Cutler right for 3 from the top. You're going to have to clip that and replay that a couple times.
Cutler is so clean with it. He's like, oh, I'm playing aim labs right now. I'm just standing still, get that tour de force out, looking down the little sight lines, and beep, boop, bop. And just like that, I've won the entire thing. That was unbelievable. Of course, we did see a little bit of aggression happening onto that B site. And good thing that they did have the gun advantage, so they were able to run that one forwards. But yeah, Cutler was just so clean. Shut down anything that Chirac wanted to do on mid. So Native Black, they're on a little bit of a bonus round here. They did lose a couple of members, while Chirac do have all rifles still. This could be the turning point for this half.
Taking space up mid. Ian's Pizza ready. This is their slice of the action here. Skarn good on the staircase as Chloric lines up 2. Tone from CT finds one more, and now immediately, as quickly as they had won that last round, Native have the tides turned on their heads. Stuck now in a 1v3. He does have the tour de force, and Cutler found 3 quick ones in the span of about 3 seconds last time. So if there's anyone that can make something happen right now, it's this man with this gun.
Yeah, but I like the play that Chirac are doing. They're really respecting Cutler. And this is 100% off of the last round. Look at this. They're not even bothering to peek. They're just going to wait to hear the spike go down, and then they can try and play the retake afterwards. They still have that paranoia, have a couple of flashes online, so the site entry is going to be possible. And I love, wow, it's so disciplined from them.
Yeah, good stuff. Spike tap goes down. Immediately the smoke is out, and they're starting to push. Uses util. They're going to whiff on Cutler as he's able to TP out. Repositions. Ooh, uncharacteristically misses the second, but he's able to get it on the second attempt. And now with the Bulldog in hand, he's got the tour de force as well. Ready for the close range, ready for the long range, and a one-on-one. All he has to do is wait for the spike tap. Things are in his favor at this point.
Oh, this is it.
My ult's not ready.
Extremely low HP now.
Yeah, and this entire wall is cardboard, and the Classic is just better at that range. Finds the headshot when he needs it most. Diamond putting up 7 on the board for Chirac.
Oh man, and who else but Diamond? Diamond has been so good on some of these clutch positions. Obviously, we saw Chloric pop off specifically on this map, but Diamond. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, we're having a couple of technical issues, but we appreciate your patience. This game is still going on, and Native Black taking the lead. It's now 10-8, but a lot of ultimates online for Chirac Gaming here. A great last round coming out from Chirac, able to stabilize a little bit more, and now both these teams do have rifles. It's getting spicy.
Spicy indeed. Whitmer making his way up mid.
What was that
Taking a couple
accent?
pot shots. Almost gets wrecked by Pizza Man himself. Whitmer into the market. Good for 1. 5-4 here on the team side of things. Scar needs to get on out of there. Loses his sight momentarily, but regains it after eating a snack. Now into tree. Cash, a couple of shots through with the Phantom. Goes undetected. Frag grenade gonna be kicking him out of his home. Evicted out of that spot. 5-4 still. Native going for the plant finally onto the A side as the Hunter's Fury comes out to try and deny they will. Connecting for some more damage and finding a pick as well. Chloric good with that thing at such long range.
That's going to be extremely important here. Michael Scarden coming up on the flank as well. Might get the timing onto Houston. Able to win that one out. Now it's just 4v2. They do have to be careful of Cutler, though. Last time around, Cutler was the one who was able to clutch out the situation of 4v2 yet again. And this time, this guy has an operator as well.
Player standing.
Okay, down to a last player. Let's see how this one goes out, but they're not able to find it, as Chirac Gaming are going to win that one out, and now they're just 1 away from tying it up, only investing a couple of ultimates to make that one winnable.
Yeah, Native taking a bit of a lead there, and even though they were comfortable at 5vx, they had the numbers advantage. Chloric equalizes things from across the map, and a great push out from Heaven finds another pick, quickly turning things on their head, putting Chirac into a 1-round game. Of course, Chirac in this BO3 series are currently in the lead, so they are getting that much closer to just knocking Native Black out of this tournament entirely. It is a BO3 single elimination playoff series.
And let's see how this goes. It's going to be a little bit more of a broken bye coming in from Native Black, but once again, Whitmer has been the one who is going on that entry, able to pick up a couple of kills right off the bat and just make things work. Fault line coming out to try and stall things out, but it's going to be this mid presence that we've seen Native Black take time and time again, which is where they like to make their move.
Nowhere to run!
Diamond posted up in tree. Timing. God, that's so tough, man. Everyone's been in that spot where you have a great piece of util that you want to use, but the timing just does not work out in your favor. Ash gonna go down at top Heaven as Native in a 4v3 are looking pretty good and are looking for this spike plant. How does Chirac counter back though? They've got the Omen ulti and equalize things into a 3v3. They spot out one at main. The suppression's gonna hit and it's gonna connect. Where is the third member of Chirac coming from? And it looks like Michael Scarn himself posting up towards tree, being a nuisance, but still at full health and still with a dash in hand. Goes for the peek, whiffs onto Houston, and Houston comes out big.
Enemy remaining.
And now it's just down to Chloric. Can he do it? Finds one, looking for the other, but Cutler shuts that one down. A huge round for Native Black to continue their domination. It's now going to be 11-9. 2 more rounds. The Native Black force out that map number 3, but Chirac Gaming, they're holding on, but it's not looking as good for them. They're going to have a bit more of a scattered buy coming into this next round. They do have the knives online, so Michael Scarn will have the Bladestorm to work around, but still, it's not the best scenario for them. We're going to be seeing a half buy coming in here because they know if they lose this round, the next round is do or die. They cannot afford to make mistakes, and they need to make sure that they have everything available for them to shut down that 13th round. Now, let's see how it goes. Bladestorm already activated by Michael Scarn.
Tone finds one out in A main with the Spectre. That's huge on a round like this where Chirac is in a bit of a deficit. Whitmer, dash activated. Is he going to opt for an aggressive push here? He does not, as Tone, kind of expecting it, whips back around and doesn't see the jet. Scarn just kind of waiting at mid with those knives like you mentioned already. Got the help of his friend Cash here, and on the push, just misses out on scoping out the Sova in Link. Whitmer taking a couple steps. Presence has been noted. Scarn ready, finds one. Ready to peek again. Cash might just counter swing as the drone comes out, gets destroyed by himself, and Cash is not spotted out, but through the wall, actually, it will be good enough. As Adrenaline finds one, he gets stunned back, and Michael Scarn once more.
And there we go. It's going to be so clean. The spike is now down into mid. The information is good as well. More going to be going out on top, but might not be able to capitalize on this. Still, they got to deal with Cutler in the backline, and Cloric loses that duel.
30 seconds left.
Beautifully done. And now Tone all by his lonesome in a 1v2. Natives still have yet to plant. Chirac GG on the other side of the map right now. They gotta still close a lot of distance here. 15 seconds left on the clock, and Cutler, great push in the CT. Found one earlier and found a second just there.
Wow, and I actually really like the way that Chirac played that defense. They were playing a lot more closer angles, trying to force them into their positioning, and weren't overextending themselves at all. It just kind of came down to a little bit of gun difference towards the end there. And looking at like cheeky angles, a great flank coming in from Cutler. I think that was one of the main reasons why they were so successful, and we're going to be seeing that tour de force coming in for this round. This is do or die. Chirac cannot afford to make a mistake, because as soon as they do that, Native Black are going to be able to take this and force out that map number 3. Chirac want to take this to overtime, and right off the bat, Michael Scarn shuts down that knife, which is extremely important as Whitmer goes through it, trying to get that active, but is able to dash out successfully.
It's out of harm's way. You love to see it. Whitmer, hit by his own teammates, Rolling Thunder, and scoped out of the sky by Tone, who's keen enough to just peek at the right moment. Beautifully done there. And now slowing things down once again. Native on their back foot. They have lost one of their members. And Chirac on defense here. They just kind of gotta wait for Native to make a move. Drone comes out. Presence detected by Chirac. You saw the little ping on the map, meaning, hey, Sova's here. They're droning. But they don't know where the spike is just yet. So they're gonna stay hunkered down. Play off that KJ utility on the B site. And once again, Native working their way up mid, trying to cause some commotion, trying to destroy any KJ util that may be around here. And luckily that suppression finds no one.
Yeah, and this is huge. The KJ playing back of sight is so smart, specifically just because they're able to just get... Oh, hold on, Toho is down.
Yeah, Native with a great push there. Houston through tree. Scarn returns from Dice. Gloric gets one, and now in a 2v2. Gloric gonna go down, caught in the slow field. Cash in a great spot to make a play here. They have no idea where he is in a 1v1. Spike is down. 12 seconds left on the clock. Houston versus Cash. One-on-one. Spray comes through, stops the plant. 6 seconds left on the clock. You need 4 seconds total to plant, and the plant is not going to go through, but Cash doesn't know that, does he?
Spike planted.
It does, just in the nick of time. 0.01 seconds to their name. Cash, Houston. Houston down at 1 HP, and Cash is so good on the flank.
Yeah, oh my goodness me, that was honestly down to the wire. And see, this is the thing, when you talk about impact players on the side of Native Black, of course you do have Houston, of course you do have Cutler, but one person I want to really highlight is Whitmer. I think that Whitmer is doing such a good job at playing this entry, and the fact that they got shut down immediately made it that much easier for Chirac to claw their way back into this. And now we're going to be seeing Native Black take a little bit of a tactical timeout, because this is getting a lot closer than they probably were expecting. Good stuff coming out there, down to a 1v1. But I was gonna say, I love the fact that they were playing the Killjoy back there. They know that this null command is a threat, and especially too, if they catch that Killjoy off, then it's just gonna be so hard to try and defend that B site. Thankfully, they did decide, Native Black did go for that A site, which made it a lot easier for Chirac to try and retake it. Good angles being held, and honestly, it just kind of came down to a last minute play coming in from Cash in order to work that one out. Unfortunately, Houston was just looking the wrong way, and that works out perfectly for Chirac. So Chirac are still alive in it. It's 12-10. Chirac need 2 rounds to force this OT. This is their map pick, but right now Native Black are looking extremely good on it.
You'd love to see it too out of Native Black after taking that loss initially in the first map. Firing back. Still though, there is the possibility things go fundamentally awfully for them. Chirac have got a couple of weapons, not the best of buys. And what they do have going for them is that they're close to that KJ lockdown. They're close to that Hunter's Fury. Hopefully we see a more slower and constructed round out of Chirac, be it playing a retake or what have you, to get closer to those ultimate points. because otherwise their buys are not making it, not giving us an optimistic outlook, to say the least, on this round.
No, and they just dumped a lot of utility onto A to really sell that fake, but good resistance coming in from Chirac, just slowing things down. Not over-rotating just yet, and Cash is going to be the key member here to slow this push. The Execute is coming in, the Swarm Grenades are going to be activated, and now Whitmer is already on site. Adrenaline is flying Chloric.
You gotta think at some point, Chloric, that sitting in the middle of the smoke and spraying isn't gonna get you that far. Great shot from Cash to make things into the favor of Chirac as Cutler is stuck on site. Diamond's got them encapsulated in. Great couple of shots from Diamond. Chirac at a 3v1. Houston, do we have contact in a 1v3? Spike is dropped onto the lane. Things are a little out of reach for this man at the moment, or should I say for this robot, as 30 seconds are on the clock. Trying to jump peek, scope out anything. Swaps out the weapon instead of reloading. Why not? Get a little swag points too. Houston, ready for the peek, jumps up to the lane. Oh, spots one out. Has to drop back down. Is hit by the concuss. If there's a follow-up on that, he's surely dead, but time is ticking. Houston flash off that spike, and it is so tough. Diamond, once again, just in the right place at the right time. Chirac, in a 1-point game, they're about to take this to overtime.
Oh, potentially. It turns out Houston did not have contact. In fact, Houston, we have a problem. Not able to get that. The Spike was down in such a terrible position in order to get that. Still on that lane. No way that Houston was going to be able to recover that one. So, you know what? Let's see how this round plays out. This is going to be Native Black on a save. They are going to be forcing out the hero rifle for Cutler, which I think is the right call. But the rest of the team is going to just have to rely on these sheriffs. Adrenaline is going to be bringing in a Spectre to try and get something, but it's not going to be looking great. Whitmer, though, able to get the knives as the Hunter's Fury comes out early.
You know, I'm not a fan of this early Hunter's Fury here because, yeah, it's super perspective. You don't hit anything. And now Chirac are cognizant of that fact. They're 1 point away from having that lockdown. If they're able to set that up on the post plant, Chirac nearly have guaranteed themselves in overtime after Adrenaline uses that Hunter's Fury that early into the round. So we're going to have to see how this one plays out. I am worried, though, for Native's play after that move. 1 minute left on the clock, and it looks like Native are trying to regroup outside this A site and want to take the Fury to Chirac.
And Cutler coming up on the flank could find something here, but Michael Scarn doing a really good job of holding things close just around this Omen smoke. The knife is in hand, ready to go from Houston. But still, they're just biding their time before they execute.
Chirac waiting so patiently. You love to see it. Great couple of shots from Michael Scarn down in the hell. And now returned on to the scale of 2-2. Scarn good for 3. Gonna get taken out and his return on once again. But here we go in this situation exactly where you've got Adrenaline down at 30 HP. Here comes both the Sova and the KJ. So much util from Chirac as the lockdown makes its way on over to the tree side. The door is down. He's going to be safe to try and activate it here, but he doesn't have it just yet. Needs to play for one more point here as Chloric through the floor finds one, and the Hunter's Fury coming out from heaven doesn't connect, doesn't reveal anything either. And Cutler in a 1v2 to keep his team in this tournament. Can he do it? Cutler from heaven finds one in a 1v1 around Jenny. Ash taking so much space, comes around the right side of Jenny, baiting out Cutler, tapping out the spike, and Cash with the headshot. We're going to overtime, ladies.
Oh, and gentlemen, too. Oh my goodness me. Wow. Wow, Cash coming up huge once again. Cash is good with it when it comes to these 1v1 scenarios, down to the wire. Oh, let's see that on the replay. Michael Scarn from the back, just such a good cross here, but Culture and Adrenaline really made that one possible for the rest of the team. Cutler just doing such a good job, but unfortunately just falls a little bit short as Cash is able to win that one out. And now we are into overtime. So it's going to be the first team that can win 2 in a row. They're going to be swapping back and forth consistently, and this is going to start out with Chirac on the attack.
Yeah. This is scary, man. Oh, I really thought for Native, too. I'm not 100% not a fan of that Hunter's Fury to start things off. Like, I totally understand where they're coming from, but of course, that's in the past. Or 12-12, we're locked in. Chirac want to end this series. They are 2 rounds away from taking this victory over Native and sending them into the nether. Native, on their tournament life, they've got to win this overtime if they want to take it to map 3. So there's a lot riding on the line. And if there's anything we've heard about OT Warriors, about performing with a fire lit under your butt, this is the time to make something happen.
Absolutely, and I'm curious to see whether or not Chirac want to just take that aggressive offense that they've been doing in the start. They immediately put pressure on A and rotate out here, but Whitmer is on this side, and I think that's going to be the biggest problem if they do decide to engage onto this B site here, Jim.
Adrenaline still holding on to that Odin. You know, we do talk about the cardboard map. But after a while, I think, you know, the gimmicks can only take you so far. However, it is a monster to deal with, especially if you take that Odin over to the A side, right? Shooting it to hell, you can just clear so much of that space. Native slowing it down so much, though. Once again, 40 seconds left on the clock, kind of ensuring a B push here. And if Chirac have any info, they can kind of double down on this. There's really not that much time to make something happen. And now the push has begun, and so the rotates are coming out from Chirac, pushing through mid, trying to get aggressive, and instead opting to go through market as Tone opens things up into a 4v5. Cutler returns, and Adrenaline finds another. Chirac looking for a good entry here. Chlor get a great spot in wood. He's getting trampled all over. People pay for that sometimes, but here we go. Chirac now Diamond in a 1v2, stuck on site, going for the plant, but Morg is good, securing round number 13 for Native.
What a cluster of a round. All right, that's good. Native Black on match point once again. They're going to be on this attack, and they looked pretty darn good on it, too. So, let's see how Chirac want to respond to that. But, you know, you talked about Adrenaline with that Odin, and honestly, even though it didn't secure the kills, I think it did more than enough. It took them so low. Multiple members of their team got pinged up, and as a result, it was just an easy body shot coming out from a Vandal or a Phantom to seal the deal, secure the kill. So great stuff coming out from Native Black thus far. Let's see if they can continue this one forwards immediately, though. Chloric gets a couple of pings onto Whitmer.
Taking some space out mid. Nothing too crazy just yet. Native, I just like what they do initially to start these rounds off, right? And try to draw out some util, draw out some sort of information. Currently, they're working with Jack. They got nothing. Adrenaline, sending out the drone. Check your corners, check your corners, check your corners. Doesn't spot out Skarn in the corner just yet, but they are keen to the fact someone might be there, and a great kill and a dash into the wall. Skarn still manages to live as Native rotate on back towards the A site, directly into the setup of Cash.
Here we go. Tonho has that paranoia in hand, just playing off the turret, is able to find Morg first.
Returns Native onto the site. Cash backing on up. This spot has been so good for them, but you can't peek out that early. You're gonna get clapped, and that's exactly what happens. 3-3 Native. 13-12 on their tournament round right here. Can they make it happen? Will Chirac tie it back up and try to knock them out of this bracket? Skarn now through tree. Good for one. Great headshot. Cutler returns. 2-on-2. Chloric good from the top rope. 4-1. And there it is. We're tied all back up 13-13. We're going around 27 marks.
Ooh, who doesn't love a good old double overtime? Great stuff coming in from Chirac there. They played that pretty darn well on that retake. Like you said, unfortunately, Cash might have overextended just a little bit there. Peeked out at the wrong timing. Got caught by two of the members. And you know that Cutler is going to be good at that long-range duel. So, a great showcase there. But as soon as Cutler went down, you know that the post-plant was going to be a lot easier for Chirac to just dominate the rest of that defense. Now, here we go again. Back at it, Native Black on this defense, Chirac on the offense. I'm wondering at what point do these teams try to switch up their strategies, because I don't know, they're going blow for blow, so they have to try something new. But at the same time, you risk this new strategy not necessarily working out. And, you know, I don't know if that's a well-warranted risk. Immediately, Whitmer takes an aggressive angle, though, and gets pinged up as a result.
Ooh, almost gets wrecked on the way out. That dash was a little all over the place, but you got out. That's what's important. And so Houston now in a familiar spot. He's got this tree locked down. Skarn and co. Just dancing around these openings, trying to get any semblance of information. And of course, what they're doing here is jiggle peeking, trying to get some info. And of course, as soon as they get it, they're able to dash back into safety. with their little toes. And now Morg is spotted out by the drone, is able to take it out, doesn't get pinged by it, so that's not awful. We'll go back to generator, and it's a great spot to play if the push does come out to the A site, though. With 45 seconds left on the clock, it almost seems like Chirac are considering going somewhere else.
I'm not sure about this because it honestly just looks like Native Black are confused as to what could be happening here, and especially too with the Killjoy utility coming down, they're getting that information,
30 seconds
and you
left.
can tell that the Silva's running around because he's not too sure which side he should be going on, potentially just going to hold down mid, but this is a really good smoke coming in order to slow the momentum down. Houston is going to get smoked out themselves, but Morg gets flashed out, and this is going to be the entry.
Yeah, off that smoke, Morg, Houston, and Adrenaline get into positions. Tone finds one, looking for more in hell, but Morg is good for 2. And now in 1v4, Cash finds one, goes for the spike plant, but Whitmer is able to find his head off the side of Jenny. Native take the lead once again.
Here we go, 14 to 13. Native just have to secure this offense, and as soon as they can do this, then they force out that map number 3. Let's see how this works out. Thus far, they've been struggling a little bit to kind of get in on any of these sites, and honestly, the retakes from, sorry, not Chloric, but from Chirac have been pretty darn good. So let's see how this one goes. This time around, Chloric once again back with the Odin. This has been such a thorn in Native Black's side. Just being able to spray through not only just the walls, but also in from heaven. And the Killjoy has swapped around to the other side. So it's an early fault line with Michael Scarden getting aggressive.
Heading on back, activating the switch. You can always destroy it too, but I think they're wary of a potential mid pizza push. Whitmer trying to take some space here. Ooh, yeah, this is tough. They could be on both sides, and great move from Whitmer to just get on out of there because the variables were far up. Too many. There was too many variables overall. And they're managing to stay alive. Ultimately, great move. A minute left on the clock, and it's still 5-on-5.
Yeah, and I like that they're going for this A site. Cutler has been so good on this A site in playing these post-plant positions, but they're going to have to make sure that they're able to actually keep Cutler alive, and I think that's going to be the biggest issue here, because Tono is lurking in basement, in hell, sorry, and they're using the fragment to flush him out and are successful in doing so. This is a clean execute coming in from Native Black.
Yeah, really well done. Just great utility usage now in the 3v5. Things are tough for Chirac, and we may be going to a game 3. Native have all members of their team still alive, hanging out on this post-plant situation. Chloric spamming hell, not going to connect on anything. Recon needs to get shot because otherwise Chloric will die. Diamond pushing out heaven, trying to connect onto main. Gets a little distracted by his own teammate's drone as Cutler from Catwalk. The flank of the flank is always good, and Whitmer and co for a flawless round 15. Native Black take game 2.
Oh boy, here we go. So this is going to force out map number 3, which is going to be Breeze, but great stuff coming out of Native Black there. Despite the fact that it was going so back and forth. And once again, this is Chirac's map pick. So they beat each other on each other's map picks. What more can you ask for an exciting first match to start things off here? Both of these teams are going to be playing for survival, as we do get queued up for our next map, which is going to be Breeze. But Jim, you know, if you're playing a lot of games for a really long time, sometimes the chair that you're sitting in is pretty important, wouldn't you say?
I would say so. And wouldn't you know that, that experience alone can set apart your entire gaming illusion. So why don't you go ahead and experience a Mavix gaming chair, right? They're the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host. So all of the Mavix gaming chairs actually feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and make sure you use code NSG55 to save $55. Shop now at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. Yeah, go check it out. Lumbar support's important. Spine health is important. Sitting can be dangerous for long periods of time. So make sure you stand up, dance around a little bit, and take breaks in your gaming journey. But a lot of great stuff so far. We are through game 2. Marks stark difference between game 1. 13-5 in the first one, 15-13 for Native Black in the second.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely different, but let's see how all of this is going to be wrapping up. We've got map number 3 ready to go, but first, we're going to be throwing to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. As soon as we get back, that's going to be Breeze coming at you alive. Which one of these teams are going to be advancing? Well, you'll just have to find out. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Chicago Valorant LAN for Summer Champs. We've got a pretty exciting game on our hands right now. We've got two teams going up against each other in the round of 16. It's Native Black up against Chirac GG. We just came off of a heated second map, which was Chirac Gaming's choice, but unfortunately Native Black were able to win that one out, forcing out map number 3, which is going to be Breeze. But crazy stuff that we saw there, right, Jim?
Yeah, overall, there were so many moments where I thought it could have gone either way, and that was the beauty of that map. The first one, not so much. Chirac took it 13-5 in a dominant showing on Native's map pick. And then on Chirac's map pick, Native took it all the way to them, 15-13. So while it may have taken Native just a moment to get going, going is where they have gone. And Cutler, man, that 3K headshot with the headhunter from top mid was just beautiful.
And you can see this Cutler just so consistent with the tour de force, with an operator in hand or that headhunter. Great plays coming out from both of these teams. Both of the Jet players making absolutely good use of the abilities in order to just run it through and get these positionings. But Cash honestly clutched things up multiple times, but I'm nervous as we go into our next map, which is going to be Breeze, because each of these players, honestly, their aim is pretty darn good, especially on an open map like Breeze, you know, with a player like Cutler on the team. This is a map where Cutler could probably thrive.
I'd say the same, man. Breeze is a beautiful map, not only because it gives you a glimpse of what Valorant players need to do most, and that is touch grass, but it's beautiful, it's long open ranges, and that's why agents like Jet, like Chamber, like Viper thrive on these for sure, right? If you can create your own geometry with Viper and then set someone up with a proper op or a headhunter like Cutler, you're going to be in a good spot. But of course, both these teams have quite unique play styles in the sense that from Chirac, we're seeing a really scrappy squad come out. Michael Scarn leading the way and just absolutely setting a blistering pace on that Jet, which was then met halfway, if not all the way, by Whitmer. We saw him returning with a lot of great aggression as well and playing that X Factor role so well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. These Jets have been just kind of flying in, and especially too with an agent like Jet, you know, you want to have that clean entry, and you know that both Whitmer as well as Michael Scarn are doing a great job kind of paving the path for their team. But yeah, like you said, talking about Breeze, having control of the map is going to be extremely important, especially on these long open sight lines. That's why we do see agents like Viper, like Omen. You got to smoke things off appropriately in order to shut down some of these snipers' potentials. And once again, if you just had to ask me on a peer-to-peer who can aim better and click faster, I got to give the upper hand to Native Black. I really do think that Cutler is just absolutely stellar with it. But at the same time, Houston as well has proven to be a really good fragger as just in some of these longer range areas. Of course, when we talk about Whitmer, it's a lot more in your face action that we do see. We saw some beautiful knife plays coming out from this Jet as well, which could be potentially possible to see on Breeze. But generally speaking, Whitmer thrives when it's a lot more close quarters combat. Get up into your face, spray you down, or just kind of whip around, get you distracted, and then have the rest of the team follow in. So regardless, this is going to be a pretty darn spicy match in my opinion, because, you know, these teams are facing elimination. Whoever loses this map number 3 is going to be sent home, while the next one is going to be able to advance into the quarterfinals. So things are going to be pretty interesting here, but I'm excited to see which agents that these two teams decide to bring out.
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head. It's game time. 15-13, you know, we went into, I don't know how many overtimes that is, but like triple overtime on that last map. You said it though, anybody that loses here, you're out of the entire tournament. And so that's why you saw Native fighting back so damn hard against Chirac to stay in, win that second map rather, in one of the closest sets, the longest OTs we've had in this series so far. Now on to Breeze. Like you mentioned, it really just comes down to the composition. We might see the standard, which is, you know, generally like a Jet, Chamber, Viper, and then like a Sova and one other thing on top of that. But there are still opportunities and options for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, even though Fade is into the mix, I don't expect us to see a Fade necessarily. What I am curious to see is what type of initiators these teams are bringing in. Do you go for that KO? Do you try to get a little bit more information? Yeah, honestly, it's going to be up to the individual team compositions. But yeah, once again, we're getting a nice showcase of the lovely floor in Chicago. Fortunately, the two of us can't be there to hang out with all the people there, but yeah, just look at the number of people that are just kind of hanging around here. You know that even as we're just kind of getting started in the day, as these matches continue, it's going to get more and more heated. And once again, just being able to play beside your team members makes such a good difference for honestly your morale, you know?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Morale, mental fortitude, these are the largest components when it comes to gaming, especially in best of threes, right? Esports at the end of the day is an endurance sport, and if you can train that endurance, your brain, the muscle, the tissue matter to just be resilient, then you can come out on top. And resilience is what we saw out of that squad here. You know, Cutler and Co. That sounds like a cutlery company. Cutler and Co. just finding such huge moments in that 28 round slobber knocker. Now we're heading into map 3 onto Ascent. Onto Breeze rather. We've got the agent selections locking in. So let's see what's going on for both these teams. Looking pretty standard across the board. Nothing too out of the ordinary here.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if we just did get that mirror composition. Houston is going to be going for the Sky as opposed to the KO, which honestly, I kind of understand this because KO's utility, especially that 0-point knife, you can toss it in there and get a little bit of value, but the problem with Breeze is some of these sight lines are so long and the sights are honestly really big themselves that you don't get as much value as you can. You really hope that you can potentially catch out a Viper, and that's going to be a really good time, but beyond that, that 0-point doesn't have the most amount of value compared to a map like Ascent, where you know there's going to be a Killjoy, a Cypher, and people are going to be generally grouped up. So curious to see how this different works, but Sky really good at getting information for your team and really good at giving you a spot to potentially enter in on. And so I think that the Sky gives that utility.
Absolutely. And I think, like you said, like KO's util is good, but Breeze is a huge map and you can do a lot of sidestepping. Whereas on the side of Sky, if you're aiming that bird correctly, those lines of sight where you're going to be able to get detection on those hawks is large. And so information gathering, really the name of the game here. And so they're going to be running Sova plus that KO plus that Sky. So they're going to have tons of info for both sides of these teams. Let's see what Native Black opens up with Cash, Headhunter in hand, watching elbow. This is always a great spot just to catch any unmetered aggression from the defending team as Michael Scarn tries to open things up in the middle, and Cash is spotted out at the window.
Ooh, Cash trading a couple of bullets with Morg, but Morg is able to escape there. This defense was just so far forwards, and now the Viper's down. I think that's a really big misplay because that's just going to allow Chirac to just have an easy time to push onto whatever site they want. The Viper wall isn't even set up for the defenders, so regardless though, Cutler might be the one to be able to stop this push.
Exactly, like you mentioned, Native realize that they group up as 5 and they start putting the Viper wall down and using their utility to get on into the site. There is no enemy Viper wall, so they're just kind of hanging out. It really does come down to Cutler and his positioning, though. He is currently in water with the classic in hand. Adrenaline's able to find one, and Cutler's still hiding away as the plant does go down onto the site. In a 4v4, Cash has taken some space through hallway, and he's gonna open that door up. Cutler is still alive on the site and making his presence known, and he returns with a headshot with the Headhunter to the top of the staircase. Now in a 2v2, quickly made into a 2v0 as Whitmer and Adrenaline close in on the spike for 2 quick ones.
And I'm going to be honest with you, it seemed like there was a little bit of a miscommunication as to who wanted to get the spike down. Chirac really took their time getting the people in place, and honestly the spike was almost down and then it got canceled at the last second, not due to the shock dart or anything, but just because they really did want Tonho to be able to get that spike and get the ultimate orb, which, to be fair, I think that's a really important ultimate. The Viper's Pit is extremely good at shutting down a lot of these long sight lines, and based on how they're playing things right now, I think Native Black have the utility to potentially play around a Viper's Pit. Specifically, if Chirac do throw it down, they've got utility to scout it out and potentially isolate some kills for free, thanks to the Sova, in addition to the Sky. The Sky Trailblazer can get the idea on where some of those players are, and then you can shut it down. But Cutler in a great position, punishes Michael Scarn.
Good stuff. Obviously, Michael Scarn is naked, no armor, takes 101 damage and goes down. Cutler with the repeat here. Good for
you gotta be
2.
kidding me.
Great crossfire from Cutler and Whitmer, who is on the B site, anchoring with the Viper. Now Tone. Classic in hand. You know, we've seen some awful things happen to people with the Classic. I'm sure we've all been on the receiving end of awful things with the Classic, so I'm always scared of that gun. Gotta respect it a little bit. But this 3-man push, it's been detected. Now, they don't necessarily know that there's 3 people. They know that there's at least 1. Cutler from Nest might just be the info gatherer here. Finds 1, finds a second. 4 on the round. He's not expecting a 3rd, though. And with the no-scope, that's an ace for Cutler.
See, Cutler, we said this was going to be someone you want to be watching out for on Breeze, and once again, just validating us. Thank you, Cutler. We appreciate that, making what we talk about important. But once again, Cutler, just an absolute stud with long-ranged weaponry, specifically this Marshall, definitely able to pop off. But now imagine if this was, excuse me, an operator. Of course, it does take a little bit of longer time to reload there, but yeah, that Marshall is so deadly. Just peeking around those corners, doing it at such a good pace. Now this is going to be Chirac being able to buy up weapons this time, but Native Black looking pretty comfortable thus far.
Putting the wall down. Spike has been, the ultimate orb has been gathered. Diamond sending the drone out backside. Doesn't spot out anything. Good flash through, and he's not going to find anything in bricks. Connects with a couple of headshots, but it's not enough. Houston had a problem. Want to buy around, though. Cash, good with the flank here.
I was just about to say, you're able to take out Whitmer on the back. That could have been deadly here, but still going at it. Flash grenade out.
Clean.
Great shot there. 2v4. Chloric holding on, and they're not giving Native much to work with. And of course, as I say that, Cutler opens it up. From the top of the staircase, Adrenaline around the corner. He used to clear bricks, and it's just such a tight angle that on the swing, Tone's able to peek out of cave, find 1, and now Cutler, close range. Not going to work out. Chloric putting a round on the board for Chirac.
And this is the very typical execute that we see on Breeze time and time again. Toss up the Viper's wall, just kind of run it in, get the information, clear out the back, and life is going to be pretty darn good. A very clean execute coming in from Chirac. And yeah, the post-plant positioning, it was looking a little shaky for a second. Native Black were able to find a little bit of footing, but once again, that was just their bonus round. So they're not too sad about that one. As a matter of fact, Cutler now has an operator in his hands. This is going to be a round to watch out for because, you know, finds a couple of picks here and there, could be absolutely massive, but Cash is in the back, could potentially catch Cutler off guard if they're just looking the wrong way at the wrong time.
Cash. This is his de facto spot, so he needs to be he needs to be anxious about peeking window because you can bet some money that Morg has some sort of read on this, and so Cash playing it extra cautiously here. That's the way to do it. Not making a single noise. Now Michael Scarn on the push here. This is great. Cash is like, hey, bet money. Morg is probably somewhere close. You guys walk on over this way. We can try and catch something out. If they can clear their angles and Cash is able to communicate this properly that, hey, you need to check your angles coming out of this corner, then things might be good. But Morg's able to find one and Cash returns quick. Ultimately, not that bad. 4-on-4, and the push comes out onto the B side as Cutler opens it up once again with a great op shot from half wall.
That's going to be important. That's the Viper down, which is going to make this a lot easier for the defense to navigate around. Adrenaline coming up with 2, and suddenly it's a 1v3 situation for Diamond.
30 seconds left.
Double shocks in hands. He's got the spike as well, but no recon. Util finds one headshot, wants the second, and he sees the vision. There's a world where that lines up for Diamond, but it's not this one, as Native Black pick up a 3rd round.
But here we go. They're starting to get their steamroll going. This is going to be Chirac on a little bit of a save this time. Cutler's still able to get that operator thanks to a couple of his team members being able to pick it up. And honestly, once again, such a huge pick on that entry. Cutler got traded out, but was able to take Tone Ho down. And as a result, it just makes the spike plant so much more painful. You don't have the Viper's utility to hide behind anymore. You just kind of have to go in and hope for the best. This time they're going to be changing it up, going for an A-site execute. But they're going to be met with Whitmer and Cutler. This could be tough.
Waiting for the shot push. He's got a great angle, but of course he needs to be the person to also watch that deep mid doors. It's a weird cluster of angles. Oh man, and things are getting spicy here. Finds one and is able to get out just in the nick of time. Whitmer, great push they never expected as Cash returns, but now Native on defense. Got the numbers and they're just big chilling.
And Clark does have this spike here. Only has a Marshall in hand. Toneho is getting a lot of space as well, but only has a Spectre. Houston covering the angle. This is going to be tough. The guiding light is going to give away info.
Houston knows there's a couple mids, so he needs to keep his head on a swivel. Recon spots out 2 in cave. That's going to actually give Adrenaline the confidence to push up onto the staircase. Morg also watching with Cutler, finding 2 quick ones in the cave, and Cutler now realizes he's being pinned down by that chamber operator. Might take the high ground here, and a wide swing from Cutler. Beautifully done. Changes the elevation, changes the game, and comes out on top.
Hey, let's take a look at this scoreboard real fast to see how many kills Cutler has thus far. We've completed 5 rounds, but like, look at this operator play. Not afraid to just get up and use this operator, consistently just re-peeking angles and always being the first one to click. Yeah, Cutler has 11 kills. The next highest in the lobby is 5. Both Adrenaline and Cash have that, but Cutler has just been thriving thus far on this map, and I think the scoreline definitely supports that as well. It's 4-1 currently, and Chirac have a hard time pushing in if Cutler is on the site, and thankfully they also have this Viper utility to stall things down. It's an early Hunter's Fury to get some information from Adrenaline.
Yeah, connects as Adrenaline finds some damage down, but ultimately not a kill. This is good, though, because you're playing a 5v5 retake. Chloric, though, with a pop flash through the Viper wall, able to find one and dips right behind it again. Adrenaline taking a page out of Food's book, but Diamond eventually connects onto Cutler in a 3v5. Native in a tough spot on this retake, especially with this Viper wall down on the field here.
Oh, but Whitmer comes up big, but gets traded.
Diamond at the half wall. And Cash at tunnel. Cash has got a huge flank here on the half wall player who has no idea what's going to happen. Adrenaline going down. And that is a second round for Chirac.
Yeah, that's crazy that the Hunter's Fury is actually able to catch Cutler there. Because I think that without that long-range sniper support, you could just tell that Native Black were just a little bit more cautious about moving in. Now, Chirac do have the Viper's Pit online. They might be just going for a very fast execute here. Try to get it to happen. And Diamond, not going to have a... Okay, there we go. Has a rifle in hand now. This could be pretty dangerous. Meanwhile, Whitmer does have the Bladestorm, going to be using it. But if this Viper's Pit comes out, the Bladestorm immediately loses a lot of value. Unfortunately, the Blades not very good inside the big green goo. So let's see how this interaction plays itself off. Immediately, Cash is taking a bit of a forward hold. Might get caught out by Whitmer or Cutler.
Put me in the goo. Houston using the dog. Spots out a ton of them on the entry. Whitmer not good. Mid-air whiffs all of those. Unlucky. Connects with maybe 1 or 2. But Cash opens things up as Michael Scarn finds another on a great angle outside of that poison wall. Returned on by Adrenaline quickly. And now Native have to try and retake through the Viper's Pit as Diamond, watching the corner, finds one. Beautifully done. Tone finds the second. Great stuff. And now in a 3v1 in the Viper's Pit, Adrenaline has his work cut out for him. He does have a drone in hand, but the shot won't connect as Diamond comes out on top. Chirac closing it to a 1-round game.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the Viper's Pit. As soon as it went up, it was looking pretty darn good for them. Native Black is now going to be taking a timeout. Maybe reset their thinking a bit, slow the pace of the game down, figure out, you know, what can we do here? How do we change this up? Because it definitely seems like Chirac are starting to gain their momentum. Originally, Cutler was the one who was going to be carrying this forwards, but lo and behold, not going to be the case anymore. Cutler has been being shut down round and round again. And as soon as that happens, you can just tell the confidence coming out from Chirac. They're not afraid to move in there and get it going. I love the Viper's utility coming out here. Obviously, Viper is such a staple on Breeze as well, but the players, you can just tell from Chirac, are very comfortable playing around that utility. If that Viper gets taken out on the offense, they have a hard time engaging onto one of these sites and getting that spike down. So keeping the Viper alive is definitely going to be a win condition for Chirac, and they have to make sure that they're playing around it to support it.
Yeah, really just working together as a team and finding these rounds scrappy, but great plans overall. You know, Chirac got the Viper's Pit down. They had Skarn play a little aggressive, find the pick that he wanted, get a little bit more information so that the rest of the team could play comfortably in that Viper's Pit, and that's exactly what they did. Found that third round for themselves, and as we head into round 8, Chirac are looking to tie things up. They're coming into this with a really healthy economy, great buys across the board, and Native kind of broke boys, you know, at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Now Morgan, a great position. Does have this judge. Could come up massive, but the Null Command is going to spot that. Oh boy, it's a massacre at the front.
Yeah, that wall really is an indicator that, hey, Viper's probably playing pretty close, and so the drone on top of it gives them the secure location, and the judge finds absolutely nothing as Native are starting to get pushed back on this site, but Chirac instead are opting to take it slow. They have snuck Michael Skarn, however, into bricks.
I'm not sure that's necessarily good, because now they are more or less sold on trying to engage here. Native Whitmer already just moving out onto the flank. Tonho could have the timing here. He's gonna have to whip around quick. Oh, goes in there, and Whitmer actually wins that one out. So now they're a little bit more wary of the flank, but still they haven't engaged onto the site. Chirac really taking their time.
It's really awkward there because Chirac got Skarn into a good spot, and almost if they rotate off and draw out the push from a main from Native, they can have Skarn potentially pick up one, but instead they lose one on the flank in a 4v4. In moments of hesitation, they are on the site. They have the spike plant down, and now the full retake. Diamond in a great spot, finds one. Shock dart going out top bridge, not going to connect. Spots out one more, still hiding around orange. Houston going to go down as Cloric is there for Diamond when he needs it most, and now Adrenaline top staircase. Marshall in hand, dodges the flash, spins around just to watch his teammate get his head blown off, and Diamond puts his friend next to his friend on the board and ties up 4-4, man. This is great.
Yeah, we're going blow for blow here. Seems like Chirac were able to stabilize that 3 rounds in a row. Absolutely massive from them, and now Native, they're feeling a little bit more scared. They haven't quite figured out how they want to play this defense, and even though Chirac were in a really awkward position that last round, they were able to pull it out regardless. Just had to wait on a couple of cooldowns to refresh and have the utility to be able to confidently make their way onto site, and it all worked out perfectly. Now, here we go. Morg immediately pop in the Viper's Pit, but this is Native Black going onto this B site, completely uncontested. Cutler on the top ground has to rendezvous out to escape the 0 point.
Quickly onto the B site. Houston, great from the back, stays alive, but Tone, Diamond, and Cash find 3 across the board. Tone, good for a second onto the back of site, and Morgan now stuck in a 1v4 as Chirac really turned it up this round, and I don't think Native were ready for that kind of play.
No, they definitely weren't, and we talk about these Hunter's Fury coming out a little bit earlier, but that's the reason why they come out pretty early. You want to hope that they're able to find something, find some information, or potentially a pick, and that'll just open up the site, because then suddenly Chirac have to Native Black have to dance around it and try and find an opening, but it's just not going to happen, and as a result, it's just a very clean play coming in from Chirac. They take a lot of damage, but keep their people alive, and obviously that's a little bit more important. So Chirac now solidify their 4th round in a row as Native Black are forced onto a save. They don't have that tour de force online at all. They don't have the Blade Storm. They don't have any ultimates. Things are going to be kind of tough this round for Native Black.
They're going to have to take a moment and reconsider what's going on, because of course they are on an eco now, and Chirac are they're hedge fund children at this point. They have so much money just lying around. Chirac, they can almost, if they wanted to, they could slow it down entirely and play the long game, but that's not what they're going to do, and that's not what they're comfortable with, as Michael Skarn is already on the site and looking for some heads to pop.
Yeah, and Cutler's just going to have to back out of there. There's really no option in order to make this one work. Yeah, 5v5 on this retake. Very fast execute coming in. Houston on the flank might be able to catch somebody off guard, especially with Adrenaline for the alley-oop. Let's see if Cloric is able to spot this one out, though. Tonho also watching window as well. Finds first point contact, but gets taken down.
Oh, great couple of shots from Cloric. Tries to reposition and reset that spray onto Adrenaline, but it's not going to work out. Now in a 2v3, Native spread across half wall and A main. They've gotten a great couple of picks on this eco, so if they can find one more, that'd be awesome. But Adrenaline, happy with his couple of kills. Chirac pick up 6, and Native finally will be able to purchase as we head on into round number 11.
All right, here we go. 2 more rounds in this half. Chirac looking pretty dominant there. Obviously, that was a little bit of an eco round, but you know, this is a really hard time for Native Black to be able to stop the push. They don't really have the utility to really do that. They have to rely on Morg, but the couple of times that Morg has gone onto one site, it seems like Chirac just want to go onto the others, and I don't think that is necessarily on purpose. It just happens to work out that way, but it works out perfectly. We can see it happening again. They're going to have free entry, just have to get through Cutler, but Cutler does have an operator. That could be the difference maker here, Jim.
Close range with the operator too, catches him on the dash, and the headshot is good down on the Michael Scarn. That's exactly what you want to see, and there's no way in hell that Michael Scarn was expecting that close range op. Hubby is always a great spot that you want to check, but of course it's dangerous when you've got a one-shot weapon like the operator hanging about. Now Diamond taking a great choice here to rotate through spawn instead, because otherwise things would have gotten deadly, and now doubles back through, and Houston with the read is through it as well. As Native on top in this round, looking for some more, as Morg on the flank is good too.
Warwick, excellent angle to behold. Pop flashes out, looking for Morg. Oh, not able to find it.
Woo! Cash, good at the back, finds 2 in a row, in a 1v2, in a
No
1v1. Cash, and of course Morg here is really low on HP. Cash needs to peek it in the smoke. Morg is just going for the stick. Cash is good on the spray though, and is able to find 4 on the round to put Chirac at 7-4 and around. That Native really should have won.
Yeah, 100% they should have won that, but this is an excellent opportunity coming in from Chirac. Now they've got the lead. They're looking to solidify it just a little bit more. We're going to get a quick little replay there. Look at that. Cutler not afraid to just take those angles, but Morg really made a difference. Chloric, though, once again coming up absolutely massive. We've seen Chloric clutch out rounds before and was able to just get a little bit of a spray, slow down the momentum, enabling Cash to just frag out in the back. And honestly, just isolate those 1v1s and you're going to have a decent time, especially too if you're on the back foot. So it's going to be 4v7, but Houston has already found Michael Scarn.
Not even sure how that one happened. It looked like a quick flash out mid doors, upping the ante once again and taking the pace to them. Chloric, though, better at the shot and better on the first one for Cutler. In an uncharacteristic miss for Cutler himself, Whitmer equalizes things. Bladestorm active and ready. Tries to hit it on the dash. Great couple of shots down on to Tonho. Morg finds one more as well, and now in a 1v2, he's in the poison, and the walls are closing in from all sides as Native pick up round number 5, and we are headed to a halftime. With that, Marks, what do you got to say before we head to a quick break here?
Excellent stuff coming out from Native Black. Good adaptation there. Didn't even need to use the Viper's Pit at the end, but still good stuff coming in. Isolate those kills and win them. But yeah, like you said, now going to a quick break before we return for the second half of this map.
Welcome back, all. We've got the Nerd Street Valorant Monthly Chicago LAN. We are on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are in the halftime, entering the second half here of Game 3 between Chirac GG, who's currently in the lead at 7-5 over Native Black. In the first game, we saw Chirac 13-5 Native Black, and in the second, Native won 15-13 in triple overtime. And here we are onto Game 3 now, 7-5, Chirac in the lead, and Chirac currently on the defense as Native open things up, but Chirac claps back with 2 back-to-back.
And this is looking pretty good, but at the same time, Chirac are so low. 2 of their players barely staying alive. Couldn't be good. Houston in a great position. Oh, all right, able to shut one down, and Cash falls next.
Greatly done for Native. They haven't even planted the spike yet. They're just kind of holding on. Tone gets completely blinded by that Hawk, and all the members of Native are really low. Tone got some health to work with here, but Coulter taking off his head, and a great body shot onto Chloric to bring them to 6-7 in a one-round game.
Yeah, I was about to say, Cutler really took over the first half of the first quarter, and it just kind of fell a little bit more silent towards the later half. But this time around, you know, it's these early pistol rounds where things are a little bit easier. You're just kind of relying on utility a little bit more, and Breeze is a map where those long range plays become even more important. So a good pistol round coming out of this team, and just like that, it's looking like Native Black might have a good chance here. Of course, Chirac were the ones who were able to win out the pistol round the first time around. Or sorry, no, I believe it was Native Black. So, see, history repeats itself, or are they going to fall a little bit further behind? Does Chirac want to continue their lead?
Chirac. Cash, good for 1, good for 2. Ooh,
Oh boy.
Whitmer uncrouching at the most unopportune moment and right into Cash's headshot there. Man, Adrenaline now pushing through doors. Chirac posted up. They just have to wait for the push here, so they're doing a good job of staying unreachable as Chloric with a great no-scope at close range comes out on top in that fight in a 4v2 now. Chirac, big chilling. Adrenaline trying to get onto the site, finds the headshot onto Michael Scarn. And Morg equalizing things up just like that, 2v2.
Oh man, this has honestly been such a good round for Chirac. Despite the fact that they were on a save, it made such a difference. They were looking like they were able to sweep up the rounds, but thankfully because of these longer range sight lines, then yeah, you know who's gonna win out those fights. But still, 2 members left. Don't know, making first contact against Adrenaline.
Scary. Adrenaline and Tone. Or Adrenaline and Co, rather, going around the left side, trying to get the double peek down on Cash,
no
but Cash
way.
and Tone, good for 2 more. Picks up the deagle, finds a headshot with that, and puts Chirac at 8 rounds. That was a big one for Chirac to win.
Oh, absolutely. And on top of that, too, they're able to pick up a Bulldog as well as a Vandal. They got a Vandal from that, despite the fact that they were on a hard save. Not looking too good for them thus far, but you know what? Native Black, they're not out of this just quite yet. We're going to be seeing the full buy up coming in from Chirac. Meanwhile, Native Black going to be sticking to the Marshals, hopefully trying to find something. Whitmer is going to be buying up a hero rifle, but this is going to be a key round. If they lose this, it's not going to be very good for their economy going into this next round unless they get that Blade Storm or that Tour de Force online. But that's going to be extremely hard. None of those 2 players are close to their ultimates.
Lots of good stuff for Chirac. 8-6, leading by 2. On the side of Native, we're seeing a lot of Marshals. This map is exceptionally good for Marshals, though, because if you and your friend are able to spot out one person and hit a shot each, that is an easy kill. And those things have a pretty quick rate of fire, honestly, for the amount of damage that they do. Chloric, though, takes a bit of damage himself, but not before getting the kill down onto that Sky. Cash waiting, Diamond in a great spot to catch that aggression, and Michael Scarn returns as well. Adrenaline spotting out the head, but no connection as Morg finds one down onto the B site, trying to make his way up to Nest. Diamond, oh my god, losing his head too.
Morg might have just won this Oh, never mind. Okay. It's just up to Adrenaline in the back line there. I thought if Morg could pick up at least one more kill, then that would have allowed for a safe entry onto that B site and get the plant down. But yeah, I spoke a little bit too soon there, but still not terrible for Native Black. They made those marshals really work for them and capitalize on a couple of kills. They should be able to buy up their rifles, but it's going to be a little bit painful. They're really going to stretch it. They're going to have to force it to make it work. And we do see this being reflected. Cutler is coming in with an operator. Whitmer, though, only on a Guardian. Half shields for almost everybody. It's not an ideal scenario. That also probably means that they're not going to have all of their utility online, but they could just force Morg in onto site and set up that Viper's Pit. Or they could be saving that just in case they are forced onto a save round. They could opt to just play Spectres and Shotguns in there because that always works out really well in a Viper's Pit.
Timing on that KO nade was perfect. Of course, the timing that you want is, oh my gosh, Cloric with a collat there. Beautifully done. Finds the headshot through Houston's body, and it's just being a menace on this site. If you're playing the initiator, this is who you want to be. Pop flash in hand, ready to rock, but he's not expecting the left side Cutler. As Cutler tries to swing back out, Michael Scarn returns, and now stuck in a 1v5 pretty much. Morg just wants to secure this one kill at least. Here comes the res. Morg with a push. Finds
no
one,
way.
but cash returns.
Yeah, that's okay. Cloric falls down too, but still, this is fine for Chirac. They've got enough money, and they kept that operator alive, and that's what's more important. Native Black are struggling to even enter in onto the site, and I really want to give the credit to Cloric for these past couple of rounds. You know, obviously fragging out heavy, but also too using the utility from this KO to stall things out. The fragment is so well placed in the front, it just completely denies entry, and then uses the 0 point to deny any rendezvous, deny any exits, and it's just a massacre for Native Black. They can't get out in time, they can't use their utility to do so, and now they've only got Sheriffs going into this next round. Chirac are feeling pretty confident about themselves.
You want to play? Let's play.
Viper's Pit going down onto the A site. Morg making his way on. However, the spike is still towards B, and Cutler's kind of aware of it. He hasn't moved from his spot just yet. And of course, with this three-man push from Chirac going down mid, Cutler good for one on the back. Cash finds another, returns, and the chamber's really just echoing thunder strikes across the map. Spike's still not planted, and 55 seconds left on the clock. It's ticking away.
Yeah, but look at this. They're rotating over to this A site. They've got the Viper's Pit to play around. And so I think they just wanted to enable their options, eventually get that onto B. And honestly, it made Chirac really question themselves, be like, where the heck are they going? So I think that all things kind of worked out. And as a result, the spike is going to go down. Plenty of time to get this down still. So this is looking like a pretty good round from Native Black right now.
Diamond with this quiet push into the smoke. He's not
No
spotted
way.
out by the recon, and he gets the shot through the smoke for the headshot. He's gonna give away his location, though. They know he's close range. Can Morg get the push out of the smoke, or is he just for the shot there? That's exactly what you wanted. Gets rid of the Viper's Pit entirely. Cutler good for 2, good for 4 on the round, and Chirac go for the plant as he's stuck on the defense now in a 1v2 tone. No util in hand, up against a Tour de Force and a Sova at 1 HP.
And should be able to find the pick onto Adrenaline pretty easily. Oh, never mind. He's able to sidestep it, but now has to worry about the fact that it could get swung just like that. Who else? Cutler gets the ace, seals the nail in the coffin. You know, we talk about that Viper Pit being extremely good to help get that plant down and play close quarters, but the thing is as soon as the pit goes down, Cutler has the entire site in his line of sight. And as a result, that A site just gets completely cracked open, and Cutler can just sit there with the sniper rifle and make it work. It almost worked to their detriment to take that Viper's Pit down. Of course, Diamond was just kind of, Cloric was just kind of spraying through to see what they could get with it. But unfortunately, it just allowed Cutler to just get activated, and it's another round for Native Black.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because, like you said, it almost worked against Chirac here, but Ultimately, Diamond connects with nothing. The Seekers are out, revealing positions in mid and by half wall. And so to capitalize on that, Michael Scarn tries to push up into elbow. Doesn't find anything, though, and it's a 5-man push from Native Black out onto the B site as Chirac hunker down towards the back site. Got Tone, and you got Knives from Michael Scarn. As you got Houston here, no flashes in hand, trying to wrap around the backside, and he's able to find one. Both Scarn and Tone have been eliminated. Now in a 4v3, Chirac needs to play a retake as the spike is about to go down in just a moment here.
Good 0 point coming out, being able to shut down utility for a second, but Whitmer is going to be able to get that down, and who else but Cutler finds a long-range frags, looking for another, but Cash is just a little bit quicker. Can't blame Ping Diff on a LAN this time around, so Diamond is going to be still on the back of site, but now the re-entry is going to happen 2v3.
Ooh, Diamond, good shot in the back, 2-on-2, equalized, and Cash taking the lead for the team, spotted out by the recon backside. Adrenaline has a good idea and a good shot. Crosshair placement is money. No tap on the spike yet. There it is. He's gonna hit him with the jump peek. Ooh, and he realizes he's off the spike once again. Cash now at half on the spike, gets off of it. Adrenaline waiting for the tap, and there it is. The timing is so good from this guy. Nid, 8 to 10.
Dang, honestly, I think if we just saw Cash stick the spike, he probably could have gotten away with the defuse.
Yes.
That was really just burning down the clock, and I'm going to be honest, it didn't even look like anybody could see what was happening there, but such a scrappy round between these two teams. Adrenaline doing a really good job of just playing back and playing so patiently. They had the numbers advantage and unfortunately lost that one out, so both these teams able to buy up. Who else but the Chambers got their operators in hands, but Chloric is going to just be on a Spectre. Here we go. It's 10 to 8 right now for Chloric Gaming, but Native Black are still definitely in this. And already they're tossing out utility to try and slow things down, but that isn't deterring Native Black at all.
Spotted out and gets out. Diamond realizes there's some aggression in the hallway, tries to shoot through the door because it is
not it.
penetrable, but doesn't connect for the kill. Lots of damage though, for sure. So that's gonna be a little bit of a problem for Whitmer. He does get healed up, no armor. Smoke out. No dash to follow up on it. They're waiting for any sort of util, any sort of giveaway so that they can get some info and try to entry. But they're not giving anything to Native to work with. Chirac doing a great job of being patient now.
That's a lot of information just given away. The KO knife was able to detect 4 of the members. Michael Scarn already getting an advancement onto mid as well. Adrenaline faking the noise. You know, they're getting ready to get set up again, but I think Chirac know this. They've still got their eyes trained on it. Cash with the operator, and Houston ready with the fragment. The fragment going out to deny space. It's too late. They've already made it in.
Chloric is seeing God and not the game. That's unfortunate as Cash, though, from the back of Orange equalizes. Diamond once again, 3-on-3. Houston, back Orange, finds another one. And now Morg stuck in a 1v3, or rather Tone stuck in a 1v3. Coming out through doors, finds one, but Cutler is good with the headshot. That is a nice 255 points of damage. 9 to 10. Native Black making this a 1-round game. We're in game 3, and things are getting spicy.
Wow, yeah, this is going so back and forth. It was looking like Native Black were going to be taking the commanding lead before Chirac just kind of rolled right over them. And now they're coming back into it. Native Black are going to have a bye, but Chirac are back onto a save. Toneho going for the judge. This indicates to me that they will be popping the Viper's Pit onto that B site, but it's going to be up to Chloric to try and stall out A for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Native Black, they're interested on this mid aggression. This is a new look from them. We haven't seen them push down mid proper. See if they can catch someone out, but Adrenaline finds Scarn right off the bat.
On Morg, a quick one as well. Native, this is exactly the opening they need to try and tie this up. Whitmer already taking so much space, and this quick aggression is going to pay off dividends because he's going to get info and still be able to get a kill. I don't think Diamond is ready for this push right here. Whitmer just waiting at the bottom of the staircase, playing this so well, not making a single noise as Houston loses his head. Chirac in a 2v4, finding a lot of great value on this eco. If they can find some more, it'll be even better.
Yeah, this is going to be the round that ties it up here. Toneho falling down. Yeah, it's too easy. Honestly, their post plant was good. Watching mid, taking that control, realizing that Chirac was going to be coming in from there. So it's all tied up now. This is going to be, this is the, as they say in Canada, the TSN turning point. Because the thing is no matter which team wins here, If Native Black are able to take this round, Chirac are going to be in a terrible position. Look at their economy right now. They are close to some of their ultimates, but it's still not going to be enough. The steamroll is it's just going to pick up more momentum. Meanwhile, if Chirac stabilize, Native Black are still going to be pretty comfortable. They have a lot of ultimates to work with, and so they're going to be good. This could be Native Black sealing the nail in the coffin, and it all starts off with this round.
Trying to hit the double updraft with spotting out Nest. Realizes that the Sova is playing up there, but doesn't actually see him at the end of the day. Whitmer taking his talents back over towards mid. That mid area of this map is so important to control too. Of course, tunnels and doors. Those are two callouts you're going to hear tons of if you've played any of this map.
Take flight.
Native Black, though, regrouping outside of A. Diamond, sending his drone in, spots one out. No rotates coming out from Chirac off the back of that info, though, as Whitmer pushes into the hallway. Diamond kind of ready for this, but is divided on attention between the bridge and the back as Whitmer drops down, finds a great drop shot onto Michael Scarn. Diamond caught with his pants down. Morg in a great spot, and Cash just can't get it on the cross.
And this is looking pretty good. It's going to be 2v5 on this retake. Whitmer coming up absolutely massive with the knives. And it does look like that this is going to be a save coming in for Chirac. They don't want to take this. They know that they're going to be at an economic disadvantage, which is going to be around 11. So they're going to just save their rifles. Cash looking to potentially pick up another kill here. Able to get the back of Morg. Only one away from getting that tour de force as well. If they die, it could be bad, but Tonho actually. The back here. Oh, spots out two, but Whitmer goes around. Tonho picks up two. Oh man, if they were closer to the spike, I'd say that this is a winnable scenario, but it's too late now.
Good stuff overall. That's about as good of an outcome as you could have expected for it to be. Native Black, though, taking the lead for the first time in quite some time. After winning a couple of rounds in a row here. 5 on the dot. Just looking for 2 more to close out this game and send Chirac back to the battlegrounds.
Yeah. And you know what? Their economy is looking a little bit thin. Cash still able to get that operator thanks to being able to save it over from the last round. They're able to buy those Vandals, but I don't imagine that they're going to have full utility in their pockets. They're going to be really looking at Cash to frag out in order to secure this round victory. And this could put Native Black on match point. You see that early recon dart coming out here, and Whitmer's already gotten so much damage onto Diamond. But this time, Michael Scarn will be holding an incredibly close angle and finds Morg right off the bat. Trying to find more, is able to pick up 2 here, make it a third. Michael Scarn might have actually just won this for the team, as Cutler does find Cash in the back.
It's a momentum flip if I've ever seen one. Cutler, though, doesn't want to let go of this game, doesn't want to let go of their tournament life, because that's what they're fighting for here. We're in the round 3. We're in game 3 of this best of 3 series. We're only a couple of rounds from everything collapsing as Cutler is just fighting for their chance in this tournament, and he's not going to let it go, man. 2v3. He's equalized 2 of the kills already.
Revealing area.
Spots 1. Cutler again at the door. He's good for a third, and he TPs behind Diamond. This could be catastrophic. Adrenaline if he gets a call out here onto the guy in shop. Cutler go massive. Whiffs that one. Diamond finds one. He's unaware though. Cutler's right behind him. And now in 1v1. Chloric versus Cutler. It's at the top, and he's gonna be able to get the defuse, I think. No. No, there's
no time.
Oh
boy.
Oh my gosh, Cutler. 4 on the round, can't find the 5th, but does enough for his team alone in that situation. Cutler, 27 and 15. The next person on his team is 16 and 14. He is fighting, but of course, Michael Scarn making a case for himself in a great set there, finding 3 back to back to back. Beautifully done, but Cutler and co making it happen once again. 12 to 10 for a round for Native that I don't think once again should have been possible.
No, I definitely don't think so. And look at this. They're going to be trying to force it up as much as they can. They do have the tour de force, do have the Blade Storm. Still, this is do or die. It's extremely scary. A counter tour de force is coming out from Native Black as well. And this is just a full-on rush onto site. Whitmer leading the charge alongside Morg. The null command coming in. It's already scrappy.
Oh, Cash with a miss. Cutler connects. It's a 2. Oh, it's Chirac down to one member. Diamond. What? Shots in a one-on-one now. And he could get the res. 11 HP to his name. Cutler, full health. One headshot from the Vandal is all it takes. Trying to bait out the kill on the res. Houston gonna take him out as he drops from his ultimate ability. Cutler going around the right side. He is Diamond aware. Oh, he whiffs on that operator shot. The total force will connect though. Eventually, and Native Black. Good for 13. Good in the third game, and they're sending Chirac home as Native Black proceed in the bracket.
Yeah, look at that. We're getting the live camera feed. There's so many people watching that game, and for good reason. Down to the wire. And yet Native Black are able to win that one out. Who else but Cutler to really just clutch it up for the team. Coming out swinging with the operator plays. Unbelievable stuff coming in. We saw an ace happen on this round. You're seeing the replay right now. Cutler just so good with sniper rifles in his hand. Wow, what an exciting match there, Jim.
What an exciting match. And Cutler, you could sense the desperation out of this guy. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean it in a way that he's got something to prove here, right? Of course, we saw Cutler with a lot of tier 1 experience previously. It's been a minute since he's been on the scene in a big way. Signs a Native Black now in this roster. They're here to fight. After losing in that first game, 13-5, they put up a show in the second game, taking it 15-13, and they fought all the way back, winning I don't even know how many rounds straight by the end of this game, but taking it over Chirac when it matters most. Cutler in that final round, finding 4 in a row to take it for the team.
Absolutely. So big congratulations to Native Black. They're going to be advancing in the bracket, and I do believe that this means that they're next up going to be facing E-Girl Fan Club in the quarterfinals, a team that we got to watch yesterday as well. Good to see that they're continuing their reign of dominance. The E-Girl Fan Club cannot be stopped. But, of course, we're going to have to see how that match comes up here. But this is going to conclude the Chirac versus Native Black. Congratulations to Native Black for being able to advance in the tournament, winning it 2-1 over Chirac gang. Oh, man, Jim, what an excellent showcase we saw from both of these teams. Big congratulations, honestly, to Chirac. They really gave Native Black a run for their money, but unfortunately, they will be sent home. So, don't go anywhere.
Man.
We got more Valorant coming up for you. But before we do that, we got the bracket on screen for you. Perfect. Now you can see exactly what is happening here. We've got the quarterfinals all set up. The winner of, you can see all of these great teams moving forwards here. We still have quite a few pretty good ones, including Oxygen Academy, Zero Marksman Black, and of course Wet Rats, who defeated a pug team of pro Valorant players. So this bracket is still very spicy, and it's only going to get more spicy from here. But of course, if you want to get better at your game, and boy do I have a suggestion for you, gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. You're going to get trained by the best pro players in the world, and you're going to want to go and book a live session right now. Make sure to use promo code SCRIMS25 for 25% off. So if you want to get better, of course, you want a discount, because who doesn't love a good discount? Then make sure to use SCRIMS25 on Metafy. And just like that, that is going to wrap up this match. But don't go anywhere. We got more Valorant coming up for you as we advance our way now into the quarterfinals. Things are only going to get more intense from here, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you just after this break.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Akuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Valorant Chicago LAN for Summer Champs. It's getting spicy. We're advancing through the bracket. We are now into the quarterfinals. I almost said semifinals, but we would have missed an entire stage here. And a lot of the teams have been honestly just going hard. We've got the bracket in front of you right now. We just watched Native Black qualify and make their way up into the quarterfinals. They will be facing against E-Girl Fan Club. But before we move over there, we're going to be heading down to the bracket. We're actually going to be covering the Wet Rats versus the 4 Funners. And Jim, the Wet Rats, they've been pretty darn good. They were able to eliminate Jet Diff, which had a lot of pretty notable players on their team. But now we got the map picks and bans coming in. I love the logo of the Wet Rats, by the way. It's literally just a rat that is very clearly wet.
I'm always a fan of it. You know, it's just fun. I love that. And of course, the other team, the 4 Funners, that's also fun, but they didn't choose a logo, which is not fun. Next time, choose a logo, guys. But Ascent and Haven, great maps. A little switch up for the decider on Split. And when we're looking at both of these teams, there are some familiar names that we're seeing on both sides here.
Yeah, take a look at the Wet Rats. Retro, Okeanos, Gucci, Critical, as well as ZK. Really big names coming into here, and now we understand why they were able to beat out Jet Diff. The 4 Funners, though, this is going to be a good spot to kind of showcase what you can kind of do. You're coming up against this team that is really well rehearsed and honestly pretty well known. So I'm excited that we're going to be able to cover this game in the quarterfinals. It's going to be Ascent starting us out, map number 1. We've seen Ascent multiple times and times again, and we know why. It's such a classic Valorant map, so many angles, so well understood by both of these teams, and they've already locked in their agents.
You love to see it. It almost looks like a mirror. The Breach and the Sage gonna be the stickler here. Interesting. You know, the Sage, and it's funny that they're on A crew as well. You know, the Pittsburgh Knights, we saw them pull out the Sage on Ascent for one of the, if not the longest win streak in competitive Valorant history on this map. And so what they would do in their strategy is just completely on, you know, defense. They would wall off Catwalk entirely so that the only way to get onto A is through that initial choke. It was great at zoning people out, and they would stack on the B side and have someone mid as well. And just like that, they were able to just shut down so many great attacks. So I'm really excited to see the Sage here, see if they play that strategy, try something different, because, you know, there's lots of great wall positions on this map as well. The verticality on this is way different than what a lot of other maps have to offer. So I'm excited for it. And apart from that, if they beat Jet Diff, you know these guys are cracked. And of course, just individually, you know, all of them are cracked. Let's see how well they work together as a team.
Absolutely, and actually I've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of these players in real life on Wet Rats, because a lot of them came to the Toronto Valorant, and I was there in person kind of helping out with the production. And so these guys know how to play together already. They're friends in person, which means that, you know, the synergy is just going to be there. So they've put together this Puggy style team similar to Jet Diff, but they beat Jet Diff out. So I'm super excited to see these Wet Rats play. You know, obviously you got to highlight Okeanos, a little bit of a younger player, newer onto the scene, but has been absolutely just fragging out, making a name for himself, and is, you know what, if he takes this LAN, I think that's going to be a pretty good step in the right direction. So we're just going to be loading in here. One interesting pick that I am noticing is actually we're going to be seeing a Breach coming in from the 4 Funners. I don't know if I really agree with bringing a Breach onto this map. The Aftershock is pretty good at destroying a lot of utility for a KJ, but right now it doesn't look like the Wet Rats even want to bring that KJ out at all.
Yeah, it's an interesting prospect. One thing about Ascent, though, is that there are a lot of straight lines, right? And so every entryway is pretty much a dead-on perfect area for Breach to use his stun. So I can see the potential. However, as we've been seeing throughout the day today and yesterday, a lot of people just play really quick and really spread out across the map. So you might not even have the opportunity. You might not even get the chance to try and use that thing. So we're going to have to see. Of course, for all of you in the Twitch chat, we appreciate you tuning in to view your favorite teams. Let us know who you got winning this next match. Is it going to be the 4 Funners, or will it be the Wet Rats as we head into our second, or rather our first quarterfinals match of the day?
Oh, and so aggressive right off the bat, but Okeanos wins it out against Stunna. All the utility beams coming through, but the Wet Rats just just hold down mid. Now it's going to be the aggression coming through. This is this is ridiculous. What am I watching here, Jim?
That's correct. What am I watching here? It was just a clown fiesta in mid, and then Okinos. How do you pronounce this correctly? I'm sorry.
Okinos.
Okinos. There we go. Okinos. Finds 3 with that classic. Down to 26 HP. He does have the heals from his teammates, so Gucci helping him out, finding a headshot of his own. That's a quick first round for the Wet Rats, but if that's going to be the pace of this game for the rest of the series, I am ready.
Oh, yeah. This is... Wow. Strategy? Who needs that? Let's just run it down on a bit. It seemed like there was a little bit of a clash going in there. 4 Funners just decided to take the aggression and move things forwards. They even advanced out of that B side to add in additional pressure there. But yeah, once again, just being able to find those classic kills, it's huge, especially in the early parts of that round. And as a result, Wet Rats were just able to look pretty darn dominant. Now we're going to be moving into this next round. They're going to have the gun advantage. Critical immediately getting stunned out by the fault line, but no big deal. Nobody followed up on that fault line, so it was more or less just a cosmetic one.
Love cosmetics.
They're good.
Retro. Oh, Coach Joe gonna go down. Gucci, great spot there. Expecting someone in the smoke. Shiro waiting with the sheriff in market. And the tree push. It's a split onto A through tree and through main. Gucci. Oh, goes down to Stunna. Retro gets the trade and gets one more for his worries. 12 HP to his name. Wet Rats in a 4v1. Looking pretty good against 4 Funners who are on their eco. Of course, if you can get one or two more, that's great. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is like the Wet Rats are just kind of taking their time. You know, they're playing this a little bit more methodically, whereas the 4 Funners are just trying to throw their bodies in. Shiro, that was an unbelievable headshot, but you know what? Doesn't matter. Okeanos is going to clean that one up. And just like that, Wet Rats take 2 rounds in a row. They lost a couple of their members as a result, but probably not that bad. The 4 Funners have been really just pushing the issue, pushing into the Wet Rats, and you know what? It hasn't been working. Wet Rats have been doing a really good job of just kind of hanging back, taking their time, and as a result are able to capitalize and punish the aggression that the 4 Funners have been tossing onto them. So let's see how this one goes. It's already off to a pretty darn good start, but the Bladestorm going to be active for the Wet Rats. I imagine that it's going to get quite a bit of value, but otherwise only does have a shorty. Okeanos gets pinged up on it. Not going to matter too much, but is going to get gunned out of the air by Spoof.
That's unlucky. Dashes into the wall and doesn't work out for him there. Shiro got the angle. Is he expecting another one on top of that wall? 2, yes, with the pre-fire. It lets him know that I am aware, buddy. And 4 Funners with a strong opening to this round, putting up 3 quick ones as finally Retro returns with 1. And Spike is making its way towards A main. Stunna waiting for the jump up onto the double boxes here.
Yeah, I think Retro knows this as well. Not going to opt to do that, but finally the Spike is going to make its way up. The combo does go good, but Retro hops up and Stun immediately ready for the punish. Whereas they were able to get the Spike down. Now it's just up to critical 1v4 scenario. They're all just hopping down here, looking for at least 1 kill. Gets a couple of sprays out, is able to capitalize on one of them. Looking for Stunna next, gets a couple of bullets, pulls out the Sheriff, but Stunna shuts that one down. Just like that, 4 Funners able to get their first round on the board.
There was a world, too, where that was happening. Started it with a headshot, found 1 kill throughout the fray, but finally the 4 Funners put a round on the board, like you said, 1-2. And coming into this next one strong, this is going to be a buy round here for the Wet Rats 4 Funners. Kind of on a weird buy here. Their eco is not in the best spot, even though they did win that round that was on the bonus of the Wet Rats. So kind of to be expected here. As we head into the next one, though, Critical's got his Hunter's Fury ready to rock, and Shiro is just a point away from it. So there's a possibility for things to explode a little out of control here.
Yeah, Explode is a good way to tune that. Immediately, Paranoia is going to be traded back and forth. The Recon Bolt does go out here, but a Hunter's Fury pretty early on as Spoof finds the opening pick. Does get traded out, though. Oh, no. All right, this is already spicy, and the round's just kicked off.
3-on-3 here. Joe up on Catwalk. It's a great spot to be in. He's going to get the flank, the advantage here onto 1, but ZK is there to trade it back. And now in a 1v2, Retro's got the spike. with him pushing through tree. They're going to be able to plant 4 funners. What do they do here in a 1v2? I'm not sure what their weapon situation is. Going for a pretty bold peek out on Heaven. I don't think they expect him to be this far out, and he finds one, but he doesn't have the info on ZK, who's in hell. Fakes the drop, gets the shot as well to cover the sound, but it's all a big ploy at the end of the day. ZK, however, cognizant of the fact that it's a fake, watching the bottom. This is tense. And the drop comes out. Not spotted ZK just yet. Taps the spike. Is going to go for half and is watching A main. Has no idea ZK is right behind him. So well played. Just quieter than the darkness itself. And 3-1 for the Wet Rats there.
Huge patience coming out from ZK at the end of the round there. And you know what? That round was a really interesting one to just kind of see happen because, you know, there was a lot of chaos that popped off at the start in that B site. Trades going back and forth. But it wasn't until the Wet Rats had a little bit more mid control that they were able to secure their way onto that A site and then play that post-plant positioning. I do love the idea of just slowing things down, taking it round by round, see what you can get that information, and then push in onto the site. It was such a good read onto the defense of where the 4 funners were. So this time, though, Wet Rats are taking things a little bit slower. 4 funners have quite a bit of guns, but Okeanos wins the first trade.
Oh, the PM too. Okay. Interesting. Feeling themselves a little bit, the Wet Rats, 3-1, currently in a 2-round lead. He's going to pick up the Vandal and get the shuttle that gun out of there and off the map. He is really just not letting them have a good time. Shiro, too, he's like, where's the weapon? He's like, where is it? Oh, God, his pants down, though.
Oh, man, maybe feeling yourself just a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Retro ready to just shut that down just in case they tried to grab the gun, but now a Recon Bolt is going to give quite a bit of information. The Shock Dart actually comes in first.
Low main. I just realized his name was Low main too. It's a great name. Waiting with the fault line. Not gonna activate it just yet. Shiro got some util as well. Fault line activated. Strikes 1. The slow orbs are out. The smokes are out. Wet Rats on the attack. They are out onto the site. Shiro by himself with the frenzy finds one. And the flank though, can he stay alive? Low main pushes CT, finds another one, and it's trades back and forth. It's a 2v2. Stunna can't pick up the gun in time, and he does with 20 HP, but he doesn't know there's someone right next to him. And now in a 1v1, weapons galore. Spike gets planted. We got a Phantom. We got a real fight on our hands here. Both people at full HP. Both have weapons. The Wet Rats, oh, with a better peek there. Critical comes out on top and 4 rounds on the board.
Jim, my job here is supposed to tell you what exactly happened that round, but I don't even know what happened that round. It seemed like it was just absolute mass chaos. So many smokes getting tossed onto that B site, and the players just going back and forth. I was going to critique the player coach Joe bringing a Bucky into the fray, but when you're playing in that level of close quarters combat, that is totally fine because you're going to just bump into someone and be like, oh, hey, you could have told me there was a Viper Spit set up on the point, and I would have believed you. As a matter of fact, I would actually argue you probably would have gotten more information if there was a Viper Spit, because there were stuns, there were flashes, there was smokes. It was an absolute slugfest happening on that B site, boiling it down just to a 1v1 with a couple of lucky timings just on the outside of some of those smokes. And as a result, the Wet Rats are able to take a 4-1 lead. But I'm going to be honest with you, Jim, it could have gone either way. As soon as those smokes went up, I was like, oh boy, here we go, strap in.
That's the reality of it, man. I really don't even know how it got so close. The 4 funners did put up a pretty good fight with that eco, you know, just pistols and stuff. And so you saw Shiro hop into the fray with the frenzy, got in his face. He has no fear, which I appreciate him for. Good stuff. But coming into this next one, you know, 4 funners will have some weapons. Wet Rats will also have weapons, having won the previous round. It'll be a good round, to say the least. And of course, 4 funners, lots of ultimates, almost 5 across the board.
Tour de Force early, trying to get a little bit of information, potentially a pick, but isn't going to come up big. They just smoke it out instead. But this is the Wet Rats very favoring this A side hit. Stunna in the back line.
Waiting at dice. He doesn't even spot. He does spot out Okeanos. Okeanos. I am going to mess that up for the rest of my life. Stunna finds 2. in the back of hell. Gucci, though, good for 2 as well. It's a 3-on-3. It's equalized just as quickly as it really started here.
These rounds are just so explosive and fast. Looking for trade. Spoof comes up with one.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. There's a second, and onto Garage. He's good for the third. Beautifully done for 4 funners.
Wow, this is these are lightning fast engagements. These teams aren't letting up for a second. They've got their foot on the gas pedal and they're trying to catch up to Vin Diesel at this rate, because the fact of the matter is that these rounds are just flying by. They're so aggressive moving forwards there, and I love the confidence the Wet Rats are playing with. But the 4 funners, you know, Spoof with that tour de force really just made that one work out in their favor. Look at this. You know, Gucci came up big with being able to pick up a couple, but Spoof is so good, just holding it down, able to just find those picks so early on. And we're into this next round, and Retro immediately gets stunned up by the fault line.
Spoof. Oh, wow. Retro goes for the wider peak, gets the better of Spoof and Low Main, and is about to pick up a third, and I eat my words as Shiro takes not a point of damage and gets the return, and things are equalized once again. Shiro, Gucci, check your corners, brother. What was that? Critical now in dire straits with the Marshall in hands, and his teammate nowhere to be found. Making his way back from top mid, Critical aiming high and low, getting trolled so hard by this run. Shock Dart coming in, ticks him up for some damage here. It's still a 3-on-2, but the Wet Rats are working with significantly less than what the 4 founders are working with.
You know what? The fact of the matter is this is a LAN, and I'm glad that they're having fun with this too, because I imagine both of these teams, this is, you know, as much as we do like this being as competitive as it is, at the end of the day, we want to make sure these players are having fun. And I'm sure like little moments like that, you know, you got to be shaking your head a little bit, just being like, oh, come on now. But it's all in good fun. And now the Wet Rat's not in a good position, but they might be able to get the spike down.
Yeah, Stunna in a great spot, though. He's in hell, and he's gone undetected so far. He finds one, knows the plant is going down by Jenny. Goes wide instead onto Critical, and Critical with a great shot. Hits the body, finds the kill, picks up the Vandal, but unfortunately loses his head in the process. That's going to be number 3 for 4 funners.
And they're slowly flying their way back up. Honestly, you could say gun diff there, but I think that they were doing a really good job of just catching the Wet Rats off guard. And that makes me wonder whether or not this is just kind of Wet Rats feeling a little bit too confident in themselves right now. They just need to cool off their heads and play things around. Retro did such an amazing job at the end of this round. Oh, great. We got the replay going here. You'll love to see it. Just put one bullet in there, try and shoot it. You're not going to get any prizes today. 3rd time's a charm. Makes it happen. You'll love to see it.
It's like a man from the 1700s loading his gun for
Yes.
each bullet,
Ooh,
trying to
my
shoot this damn
musket.
drone. Yeah, literally. What is this thing? It's beautifully done, of course. Money on the side of 4 funners is a little more strong than with the Ret Wats. Wow, the Wet Rats. 3-4. It's a tight game, and of course, this is only the first game in a best of 3 series here. So watching top mid now, Spoof up in hand. Okanos getting both. The timing there not working out, and Okanos and the chamber both miss.
Nice shot from Joe, though. Able to shut that down. Get that mid control back under the defending team. Right now, Wet Rats are having a really tough time trying to make their way on either of these sites. They've given up that mid control. Now they don't really know where to go. No matter what side they go on, I think they're going to have a pretty tough time. Smoke is going to be flying in here. Shiro didn't get any information, but Shiro's been doing a really good job holding down that B long. See how this one plays out as Wet Rats get ready to engage.
Clearing out util close. Shiro, good recon. This is going to catch them on the way out. Only sees one through the window. Gucci with the wall.
What?
Oh, ooh, advanced wall. I like that. That's the right way to do it. The Rolling Thunder comes out. They're not able to capitalize on it immediately because obviously that wall is right there, and ZK is watching it with the help of Gucci, who's picked up 3 on the round, and now Shiro back Boathouse goes down as well. And that's round number 5 for the Wet Rats.
Yeah, and once again, really want to capitalize on that wall right there. You could tell that this was the 4 funners ready to just take that site by storm. They were like, we got the thunder in our hands, time to make that shit clap. And unfortunately, a wall comes up. And suddenly they have to shoot the wall down before they can actually move in onto the site. And Gucci going up onto the wall was able to secure a couple of kills, make them doubt themselves for a second, and then that ultimate more or less just get put into the bucket. It gets completely wasted. and they're not able to do anything with it. So the Forefunners now onto a save round. As the Wet Rats, they're looking to secure their dominance. Stunna popping the knives, going out early here, but doesn't see Critical right on the side.
I was about to say, what did I just watch there? I was pretty confused for a moment as ZK picks up a second in mid, and the Wet Rats have already, in the first 20 seconds of this round, made it a 5v2. Yeah, correct. I'm sorry, have ended the round as quickly as it started. That was a hodgepodge of attempts from Forefunners on that eco to make something happen. Unfortunately, they didn't make anything happen. Whatever, sometimes you just got to give it a shot, right?
Absolutely, and you could just tell the Wet Rats were like, okay, they're going to be on an eco. So far, the Forefunners, when they're on that eco, they like to push out a bit more. They like to be a little bit more aggressive. They like to come up and say hi. And so as a result, you saw the Wet Rats playing a little bit slower, honestly. They had the spike all the way in their spawn just in case something went wrong. Or, you know what, honestly, they were just expecting to win the duels. And at the end of the day, they were able to win out those duels nice and fine, just holding the angles there. Big shout out to ZK for really just coming alive and being able to find people. But now Spoof has this operator and is watching down B long. Could be deadly, and it is for Okeanos.
Rez coming out. Well done on that. But what's the value we're bringing? You know, when you want to use that res generally, you pick up some information, you pick up some space, something of the sorts. Unfortunately, we didn't get either of those things in Okeanos, dropping a little bit of HP here. It's been slowed down a lot by the Wet Rats. The spike itself is lurking around in mid. Could be a split onto B, or they could opt to go A, but Forefunners are getting kind of antsy. You can see the Jet and the Omen trying to make their way through. Omen just sends his paranoia into tree, clears those angles. Spoof is good for one in mid. That's beautiful. And the push comes out from the Wet Rats onto the B site and starts off quick for the Forerunners, and they're looking good so far with 5 kills on the round. Make that a 6th in total. An ace +1.
Well, actually not technically +1. And oh, look at that. We got the live floor there. What an absolute showcase of the operator abilities coming out from that chamber. That was unbelievably good. Just really clutching things up. And honestly, that's a player that you want to be watching out for on the Forefunners. Spoof is dirty with it. Yeah, we're getting the replay there. Completely just shuts things down. Just going ham with the operator. Low main does pick up 1, which is why that wasn't necessarily an ace. Even though those 5 kills, there was a res that happened last round. Now, these teams still going fine. It's 6-4 for the Wet Rats. 2 more rounds in this half. And ZK goes for the fake TP.
Missed that shot. I love the noise the Forsaken operator makes, though. It's so clean. And Okeanos opens it up with a great pick on the Stunna. A 4-man, or rather, a 4-man group up outside of A main. They don't decide to push off of it and instead opt for the wall, looking over the smoke. Low main not expecting it at all. Great headshot from Okeanos, and once again, a third onto Garage. He's feeling himself, but just like that, he's going to whip all of his knives, which is a little unlucky. You know, this is the yin and yang of life.
Yeah, but honestly, that was just for style points. Now it's all up to Shiro. We've seen Shiro do pretty amazing things thus far, but I think that this might be a little bit of a too high mountain to climb. Okeanos sees the barrel, misses a shot, so Shiro gets 1. Shiro gets 2. I might have spoken too soon, looking for the other one. ZK poking and prodding, but it's going to be Gucci from the back with the knife in hand, gets the kill there, and Shiro goes down. It's now 7-4.
You love to see it. A good knife on LAN, yo, that's always fun, you know?
They're having fun. That was to make up for
definitely.
the fact that Critical missed all those shots onto the drone earlier, you know?
Yeah, they both have a moment now. They can take those to their graves, you know, clip them and ship them.
Now, there's going to be the tour de force coming in for both of these teams. Padding out the gun difference. Honestly, not even padding out the gun differences. They just want to frag out. Honestly, good for them. This is going to be a very exciting matchup, very clearly. The dual snipers from both these teams coming in. It's going to be both Jets and both Chambers having that operator in hand, but no way. Joe finds Retro through the smoke.
Through the fire and flames. Wet Rats going for a boost here. Spotted out the gun. Lomain can't do anything about it though. He's like pinging them. He's like, they're here, and they're coming onto the site quickly, going into the boat to get the switch. Shiro connects on one with the Hunter's Fury. ZK returns on a Lomain, and ZK at 6 HP. This could go either way. 4 funners on the retake, and a 3-on-3, and a 3-on-2 now. Stunna finds a quick one. This is crazy. This is a little crazy. Where is he going? He's going all the way into their spawn? That is a deep TP. Perhaps expecting him to be B main. They're going to use some of their util for 4 funners, but they don't expect him to be in spawn. He lets the op cross over. He gets smoked out. He might be able to get the step out here and find both of them. Oh no, Coach Joe is too aware, and Stunner returns as well for 5-7 on the half.
Oh man, that was honestly really close. There was an opportunity there. There was a universe, if you will, where they were able to just capitalize the kills and potentially shut it down, but the patience didn't work out that time. So like you said, Jim, 7-5 in the half. We're going to be throwing to a quick break before we get back with the second half of this map.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We've got the second half of the first match of our quarterfinals between 4funners and the Wet Rats. Currently, the Wet Rats are leading 7-5, and they just flipped, so they'll be on the defense this time around, and the 4funners will be on the attack. We have been seeing some... It's been a roller coaster. Let's just leave it at that. It really has been a roller coaster. Been some great moments, been some hilarious moments, but all in all, it's been a great match so far. And like I said, it's the first match of this best of 3.
Yeah, no, this has been an exciting round so far for sure. You know, both these teams thriving off the LAN environment a little bit, kind of just having fun with things. And honestly, yeah, we love seeing really rehearsed Valorant, but you could just tell that both these teams excuse me, are just having a really good time. Whoa, I got so choked up over how much fun I've been having watching this map thus far. But yeah, excellent plays coming out from Shiro early on with that frenzy, but you could just tell the level of aggression and confidence that the Wet Rats are bringing in here. They're just kind of fragging out, just going in for it, holding things down, and just kind of having fun. But we have a quick little tech pause before these teams switch sides. But so far, the Wet Rats are leading 7-5.
Yeah, I love it. It was making you really emotional. I could tell, you know, really striking you deeply in the core.
Just choking me up, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, I'm glad. You know, so far this tournament series, the entire thing have been close games, close sets all the way through. Really, the only match that we saw was kind of a stomp was that native game where they lost 13-5, but then they came back and won the entire series. So like at the end of the day, did it really matter? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
they did such a good job, but honestly, it's been such a great competition. And of course, we always talk about just how awesome it is to be on LAN. The fact that we're on LAN in person after all this time, you know, is definitely an experience I've missed a lot. And so if you haven't experienced it yet, like my boy Marks, we got to get you out to one, man. We got to set something up. Marks, where are you located? In Toronto, right?
Yeah. I'm up in the Great White North, otherwise known as Toronto. It's not that far north, actually.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
But
Where-
yeah, you know, would love to see a LAN in person, but unfortunately, I might not be able to do so. But still, there's a bunch of Nerd Street ones that are going to be happening throughout the rest of the summer series. And now we're going to be back into things. Players are ready to go. It's 7-5, just like you said. The Forefunners are now going to be taking the attack, and they're going to be looking to push in onto this B site. The Wet Rats, noticeably, don't have a Killjoy. They've only got a Chamber. So let's see how they want to be doing it. But, oh, I might have spoken a little bit too soon, Jim. I've done what the kids call a caster curse.
Yeah, you got your ankles broken by production rule.
Oh, no.
Got crossed.
Not the knees.
My ankles. No, yeah, it's been great so far. 5-7. There's really no storyline between the two, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I wasn't sure if he was talking to us. We were just talking to production real quick, trying to figure out what was going on the tech side of things. So of course, you know, they're working at the actual LAN to make sure everything is a-okay for all of the players. And it looks like things are good. We are heading into the second half on the pistol round here, and it looks like a quick push from the Forefunners out onto the B site at the switch. Switch has been activated and two people spotted out back. Oh, Okeanos not going to connect with any of those shots. Shiro and Spoof good for 2.
yeah, that was actually very good. They got a lot of information, but Okeanos just not able to hold it down. There were so many people just coming through, and especially on a pistol round, that's when things are going to be going in your favor. Still, though, 2v4 on this retake. Spoof looking for it. This is the first shot.
Missed the first shot. ZK good for 1. And a 2v3. Ooh, nice headshot there. Not going to be enough to kill. And then through the floor finds another headshot. Retro and Coach Joe. Joe's down to 1 HP. Ooh, if he knew that, maybe he would build out a classic Retro. Both one shot, but beautifully done. Finds 3 on the round, and that's the 8th for the Wet Rats. Well done.
Yeah, great round for them. It was, oh man, I mean, it looked like Forefunners had that down pat. They were so confident in their march onto the site and just kind of got themselves set up, and it was looking pretty darn good. But the Wet Rats, you know, it seemed like they were ready for all of these typical positions that you would play that post plant. And as a result, they were just able to swing around and capitalize on it. ZK really just turned it up that round in order to deny that flank, which would have been absolutely massive if the Forefunners got that one through. So now the Wet Rats, they win their second pistol round in this map. They got both pistols, and they're going to be buying up a little bit. But look at this. Forefunner is going to match them. Spectres in hand might catch the Wet Rats off guard.
Shock Dart connects on a 2. Retro smoked out. Stunna out onto the site. Great stuff. Creates a lot of space. Clears it out. Spoof gonna go find one as well. Stunna onto the site on the other side. Pincher maneuver is successful. Now in a 5v3 for Funners. All they got to do is hold on this time around. We were in a similar situation before, but can they repeat? Spoof finds one. Retro returns in a 4v2. ZK trying to get some shots through those paper walls. And Coach Joe's in a great spot. You always love the verticality of Omen, and he's using it well. Let's see if it pays off for him. Ooh, and ZK and Retro are both trained on it.
No way, the Wet Rats get this again. Low main, last person left standing, does have the Spectre though.
One enemy remaining.
Connects from afar and finds 2 back-to-back. Beautifully done for Low Main. That was an important round they had forced on that one. So the Forefunners bring it to 6-8, keeping it a 2-round game.
Yeah, and you say that they forced here. Very important round for them to do, but more or less, we're just going to be, you know, on the same buys between these two teams now. Each of them able to win one round. The aggression coming in from Forefunners, they're just running it through. They took a page out of Sonic the Hedgehog's book, and we're just like, hey, let's just make our way as quickly as possible onto site. And it really worked out for them, especially with those stingers, able to take them by surprise. Just takes over the site. Now they're going to be moving in here. ZK does have a judge, and that could be very punishing, especially with this fast aggression coming through. ZK looking for it, immediately gets Stunna, and the wall is going to be coming up.
Beautifully done by Gucci. Great timing on that. And now ZK is able to reposition. He was in the smoke. Rather, he was nearsighted, and that wall gave him a lot of time to live. Gucci going to be taking that tag and taking a lot of the attention. Hopefully, ZK goes unnoticed here. At least that's what he's hoping. Retro watching the wall as well. There is 4 members or 4 funners in wine currently. So this is an exquisite play. It looks like they may try to destroy the wall and are taking their time and staying wary of the flank.
Yeah, and the thing is what do you call it? The Wet Rats haven't really started this flank. And so if they wanted to, the 4 funners would have a pretty good time just getting out onto the point. They're still anchoring that jet as well as the Sova onto that B site. But doesn't matter. 4 funners more interested in A. ZK might come up huge with this judge.
Shiro waiting on the dart. Retro's in a great spot here in garage. Low main. Dart going down. Shot out. Next on a Shiro, and he's out of there. Beautifully done. ZK is still tucked in. Gucci, great peek. He's going to draw all the attention, and Joe is still waiting for ZK to peek. He's got an inkling of an idea that someone might be there. Spots him out. And he's gone.
Thank goodness for those TPs, but Spoof coming in from behind. Misses a shot into Gucci.
That's tough. You really got to hit those a lot quicker than that. And now Spoof left by his lonesome down to 30 HP. Got the TP set up, and he is out of there, baby.
Yeah, so able to stay alive, but still not a very good round for the 4 funners. Really got stalled out there, and that's why you want to bring a Sage to a map like this. If you know that they're coming, to set up the wall, and ZK really just held that down with the judge. And listen, it's as confident as you want to be just moving in onto a site. It's always hard when you're walking into a judge, because even though it's a close range weapon, can get a lot of damage into you long range as well. So let's see how things go. This is 4 funners back onto a save. They got some sheriffs here. Spoof is the only one carrying over the rifle from the last round. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be another A site execute, but I imagine 4 funners will take their time a bit more here.
See how it plays out for real as ZK closes the gap, was about to step out of the fault line rather, and ended up getting stunned for his efforts, so that's unlucky. 3 rounds separate the 2 teams though in the first game of this best of 3 series. Stunna now trying to create value out of really nothing here. He's got the Marshall in hand, and this is the wall we were talking about, but the updraft over is good and forced to push off of it. So that entire catwalk area has now been denied.
Oh, well. Coming in on the flank. Oh, there we go. Oh, dear God. Thank you, Spoof. Thank you. That one was for us. We appreciate that.
The comedic timing was actually great. Just like the little moment of pause, and he steps in.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
We cursed it.
We really did. That's our bad. We apologize for that one in advance to all the viewers at home. But low main, able to take one. Just through the smoke, Pianos was able to find a couple there. Made it huge, and then Gucci just picked up the judge, fired through it. Made that one come alive, but lo and behold, Wet Rats are able to take yet another round. They're looking pretty commanding thus far in this half. It's going to be 2 rounds in a row, but of course they did win the first pistol round. And yeah, right now 4 funners, they got to start getting their momentum back into their sails. Unfortunately, if they don't start to figure it out, it's not going to be too good. We have another tech pause coming in here, but I wanted to just say, I think the Wet Rats are doing a really good job at stopping the 4 funners just come into any of the sites. We saw the explosive potential that they could bring to the table, especially on those first couple of rounds. But fact of the matter is they're trying to play around this Sage wall that is constantly coming up on that A site, and it's just making it so much more painful for them to push in onto it. Needless to say, ZK with the judge around the corner isn't really helping either, but you can just tell that the Wet Rats are playing together, and as a result, they're just having a much easier time to get those trades, or not even trade, just find kills and win the duels. And so things are looking pretty darn good for the Wet Rats right now on this defense.
I'm excited for them. They seem to be confident in their play, but 6 to 10, 4 rounds. We've seen some nuttier things happen recently too. So can't count them out just yet. And it is a best of 3 as well. So they do have opportunity to run it back should they let go of the pace of this game specifically. But Wet Rats looking really comfortable overall. I did like what we were seeing initially from the Wet Rats in that they are trying to experiment with getting aggressive across the map, but four funners are kind of keen to it, right? They were waiting with 3 men inside of that smoke, which was kind of hilarious. And they're ready to fight back, but that round really just did not go their way whatsoever.
No, absolutely not. But regardless, we're going to be back into things yet again. Spoof going to have that tour de force online, pad out, make sure that they've all got rifles, are ready to just push things in and potentially win things out. Still though, Gucci right now is the top fragger. Gonna get a battle sage? Let's go. You'll love to see that happen. Those walls are really creative on the attack, and they're carrying it forwards to get a lot of value here on their defense. So let's see the engagement here. But Four Funners also do have this Rolling Thunder online as well.
Spread nicely across the map. The Wet Rats are going to use this Sage Wall, just completely block off Catwalk. It has been destroyed immediately, and Spoof finds one and Stunna finds another. They were kind of expecting that. I love that play.
Yeah, you do the Sage Wall that many times, and you just know where to look after that. But it's going to be easy for the Four Funners to just make their way onto this A site. Never mind, Critical there, able to take the spike down. Gonna slow them down for just a second.
Aggression down mid paying off so they can get the deeper angle on Catwalk. Really well done. And now in a 3v3, we've got 3 ultimates on the side of Four Funners who are playing this post plant. And of course, you've got the Chamber ready to flank the flank, really. Coming into tree now. Here's one on that Sova. Concussed will go down. Okeanos comes off the angle just in time for Spoof to get through. Finds the frag onto Heaven. And now Retro in a 1v3 finds one. Has to train his eyes onto Garage as Spoof is holding an off angle close, and he's good on the shot through the wall. Four Funners close it to 3 rounds, separating the 2 teams.
Dude, Four Funners are looking really darn good because of Spoof. I'm going to be honest with you. Spoof has been absolutely popping off. Look at that, 21 kills, 21 and 11 right now. Absolutely dominating the kills in this entire match. Next highest person has 17, and that's Retro on Wet Rats, but Spoof has just been absolutely popping off. And with that operator play, makes total sense to me. Consistently finding frags, making it look easy, and always winning it out, taking out some of the members of the Wet Rats. It's going to be an early fault line here, but Okeanos gets aggressive, able to find one, but not the other.
Really confident from Okeanos to hear the Omen TP and still go for the shot. I don't think they were expecting it, because naturally you'd freak out and run away. So Okeanos showing some great determination there on a 4-on-4 now. Four Funners, they've got weapons and they've got the jet knives, the Blade Storm active and ready to rock down mid. Keeping an eye on this market area is going to be important. Of course, they do hear the Chamber trademark. Making noise in pizza, they scouted out wood. Hear the Chamber TP down a back boat and decide with those many clues that it's probably a better idea to take some more time here, draw out some more util, maybe let Jet progress through middle. They haven't spotted out the Omen though, so that's a variable they're going to have to account for.
Go fault line coming in. Does get critical, but the paranoia is pretty good for it. Gonna have an aftershock coming in, but there's gonna be a wall coming up. Stunna can't find the knives, has to back off.
30 seconds left.
Great wall there, denies Stunna on that mid push. They were cognizant of it. They knew they didn't have control there, and they knew that someone could be there. And now a 4-man rotate. Quick from the Four Funners. Down onto the A site. The plant is going on to Jenny, and Gucci with the Spectre in hand is gonna get clapped mid-air. Stunna, great shot.
Absolutely massive one. Shiro picks up critical as well. Retro, though, is able to find low main. 2v3 on the site retake. Stunna still has 5 knives.
Shiro tucked into this doorway. Retro waiting for someone to peek him on Jenny. Ooh, ZK. Great with the shorty at close range. And a 1v2 now. Spectre taking one out. And he's got full HP. It's possible. And it happens. 11 rounds on the board for the Wet Rats.
Wow, that was down to the wire. And honestly, good job for the Wet Rats, not even having full rifles, but making that one work out. Going to be able to walk away with a Vandal for their troubles as well. ZK really came in clutch for the team there, but really good plays coming in, honestly. It seemed like they wanted that B side. Four Funners were really committing to it, but then they knew when to just back off, and as a result, they were able to get that spike down. Still not the worst position because they do get the money from the plant, but still not the best because they did lose that round. Now, Wet Runners have 4 rounds ahead of the Four Funners. If the Four Funners lose this one, it's going to be a tough recovery because that's going to put Wet Rats at map point. But Four Funners are going to be forced onto a save. This one's coming down to the wire.
Taking their time, playing a great default across the map. They're doubling up on mid from the Four Funners. And you can see the Wet Rats have 3 people. One on Wood, one on Market, and now that Jet rotating back over towards A as the Hunter's Fury across the map connects for the Four Funners. Gucci, res in hand though, as Critical trades it back. Stunna. Audio cues given. Gucci looking for the peek around the corner. Gonna get tagged up as Retro finds one all the way over onto A main. Or rather B main. Yeah, there we go.
Swoop in, but down. And Okeanos, who else?
Oh.
Did he just 180 that?
Yeah, he 180'd it, and he was really low, so he just needed to hit at the body shot, you know. It would have been cooler if it was a headshot for sure, but it was still, that was a 360. It's a 360 scoping, you know, doodad.
No scope required, honestly. That was... Jim, I am shocked that happened. We're going to get the replay on it, so let's see. Okeanos just pops out one, gets one headshot, looking for the next one, goes in here, spins around, and finds it onto Stunna. You hate to see that if you are Four Funners, but you know Wet Rats are going to be feeling nice and confident coming in to this map point. It's a save coming in from the Four Funners. The Wet Rats going to be potentially trying to win this one out. Good recon bolt, though, gets a lot of info.
Okeanos has a Blade Storm ready to rock. Could flex. Just 2 flex in a 12-7 game. Stunna, smoke down. Dash not active just yet. Gucci goes down in a weird fight there. Joe comes out on top and gets quickly traded out by Critical. Hunter's Fury down. Spike Carrier has been killed on a main as ZK and Okeanos open up for 3 in a row.
How do they get the flank? What? No, that's the way that the attackers are supposed to come. Why did the defenders come from that side? That's ridiculous. I think the fact that they pushed out so far, they're able to just wrap all the way around and just collapse onto the A site because the members of Four Funners just decided to come in through main, which just allowed them to not check a main. Or sorry, they came in through mid. And so A main was completely unchecked, just allowing the 2 to walk in there. And this is not looking good. Spoof has to clutch this one up. Spoof, out of all the people, could do it, but you can't hit him through a wall when Critical has that Odin. Congratulations to the Wet Rats. They win out map number 1.
Beautifully done, and what a way to end that game. The Wet Rats looking really confident and definitely picking up steam as the game progressed. It was tighter at the beginning phases of it, but definitely as the game went on and on, the Wet Rats adding more and more style, more and more confidence to every single one of those shots. And if they can replicate that performance in game 2, it's going to be a quick one, man.
Oh, absolutely. You know that they were definitely feeling themselves towards the end of that round. But Jim, you know, they've really leveled up their game. That's for sure.
Yeah, they have leveled up their game. And if you are curious about leveling up your game, you should hop on a Medify because gamers around the world are becoming faster, better, and stronger after just a couple of sessions on Medify. Get trained by the best pro players in the world. You can book a live session right now. And get this, if you use promo code SCRIMS25, you'll get 25% off. That's our secret. Okay, don't tell anybody else. But Marks, it's been great.
You say on a live broadcast? Sorry.
It's okay. Me and the couple 100 people watching this is our secret.
Gotcha. I'm glad that I could be in on this too.
Yeah, Marks, you're one of the cool ones.
Thanks.
You're good. Yeah.
Appreciate that. But it is going to be the Wet Rats winning out map number 1 against Four Funners. And so don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back with map number 2. Have a little quick commercial break, but let's see if the Wet Rats can continue their level of domination moving forwards. We'll catch you just after this.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Chicago Valorant LAN for Summer Champs. It's myself, Mark Scassing, alongside Jim Basco, and we've got a pretty fun game on our hand here. Specifically, Wet Rats coming up against 4Funners, and this was a wild match here, Jim.
Wild is the correct word for it. It was all over the place. Stunna had some great moments, of course, in that same fight. We saw Gucci pick up 2 back-to-back, and then Spoof goes hard for 3. And there's been so many ups and downs, but honestly, it's been so much fun. Spoof, like he mentioned, ended the game with over 20 kills, picking up 3K after 3K, occasionally a 4K, and just these these moments, you know, classic LAN moments that will definitely get clipped. And of course, the Okeanos 360 body shot over towards the A side. Definitely gonna have to make this highlight reel, but it's been a fantastic time so far. Currently, the Wet Rats are in the lead. It was a pretty good showing from them. I think they ended that game 13-7, something of the sorts. And here we go. Ooh, 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 ah. So good.
I love those sound effects that you made. You should work as a Foley artist as well. Just hoo hoo ha. But great stuff coming out from the Wet Rats. Looking just so clean with it. And now we're going to be going to their map pick. Where else? Haven. Seems like we're always getting the same maps over and over and over again, but there's a reason for that. A lot of teams are very comfortable with that one. And if we are going to be seeing that map number 3, then we will be going over to Bind, which is honestly kind of an unpopular pick amongst most teams.
Yeah, we really haven't seen all that much of it. Generally, it's been Icebox, it's been Split, but if teams go to Bind, there's a good chance they have some sort of strategy, right? I feel like Bind is one of the better maps to go to if you've got set executes.
Yes, 100%. Bind, known for its teleporters, but before we get ahead of ourselves, first we are going to be going back to Haven. So Haven, the wonderful, the classic, there are 3 bomb sites, many options for people to go into things, and one of the agents that we've been seeing brought into the mix consistently nowadays is Fade. And I'm hoping we get to see some pretty cool Fade plays coming in here, because you know that one of these teams, I would argue both of these teams are oozing with confidence coming into this match. This is definitely more of a let's have fun and just see who can win this one. And it's honestly just such a good time.
I'm excited to see what comes out here. Yeah, Bind, lots of opportunities. We may, maybe we might get Yoru, like this is a map where we know Yoru can be absolutely maniacal. So, perhaps.
I mean,
but,
someone has to be absolutely maniacal to pick Yoru, though.
I mean, yeah, if there's anybody, it's going to be either the Wet Rats or the Forefunners, like, look at those names, bro.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
No, honestly, all fun and games aside, I don't know why I said that. This is all fun and games anyways, but the Yoru pick would be fun, but of course, yeah, there's a lot of strategy. Sometimes people pull out Vipers. We've seen Nats popularize that double smoke composition on this map, and so while that's still popular, the double controller, double duelist is great on this map too, as well as double initiators. So really, the world is your oyster, and I'm excited to see what comps actually come out today.
Yeah, 100%. Once again, being on Haven, we see pretty standard things come out here. We're gonna expect a Jet, probably a Chamber as well, and then either an Omen or some sort of smoking agent, and then usually Sova. But once again, Fade kind of getting rotated in as well. But Haven's one of those fun maps that you just can kind of go in and have fun. And this is honestly the map that you see the most amount of site retakes, just because there are those 3 sites. Usually the defenders are willing to give one up and then just play site retake, and thus it's almost action all the time, because you see these teams consistently trying to just run in, get what they want, and then get out really quickly.
Yeah. I really like it though. At the end of the day, I remember Bind initially was retconned as the Dust 2 of Valorant, but I gotta say, I think it's just because it looks like the desert. They really don't have much other similarities. Yeah, Ascent, I feel like, if anything, has become the Dust 2, where it's the de facto map for competitive Valorant. Like you said, Ascent and Haven are the 2 maps that we've been seeing time and time again. I hate myself for that. I'm sorry.
This time you did it. Honestly, to be fair, I feel like you do it more often than I do. So you know what? I'll take that dub. I need the dub.
You can take it, man. I'm just crying at the club right now, to be honest.
That is all good. But yeah, once again, this is happening in Chicago, and it is live. And Nerd Street, for the Summer Champs, have a lot of online qualifiers that are going to be happening every single week. But of course, they are hosting these LAN events all throughout the summertime. And I think there are 3 left that are going to be popping up all around the United States. So good opportunities to, in addition to just playing in person, in my opinion, I think it'd be really cool to meet a lot of these players that you've been seeing their names. You've been seeing them just kind of, you're aware of them in the general community of Valorant. And then this is just LANs are a great place for everyone to just kind of come together, have fun, and get to hang out with each other, right? Obviously, there is the tournament going on where you got to pay attention and actually play the game. But also, too, if you get eliminated early, it's not the worst thing in the world where you just go, oh, okay. But also, too, now I will just want to go cheer on this other team because, I know those guys and it's pretty cool. So LAN
the
environments
energy
are fantastic.
is really tangible, and that's always the best thing. So as we head on into Haven now, it's really just echoing the same sentiment, right? On Ascent, we saw a pretty dominant showing from the Wet Rats. 13-7, I want to say, was the final score. Heading into Haven, we're going to expect, honestly, I'm expecting Okeanos to pull off some more swag, because as a Jet player, with your blades and your updraft on this map, there are so many cool spots, and I think they're going to be going for some clips for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I just want to see one of these players just swag on another player here, because there were a couple of moments of that. Once again, you bring to light the whole 360 shot. You know, if players are going for that on the server, you know that this is just going to be a fun match to watch happen. And as a reminder, this is actually going to be the Wet Rats pick. So if the Wet Rats win this one, then they will be advancing to the semifinals. Whereas if they don't, then it's going to force out that map number 3, which is Bind. So we're going to have to see the 4 Funners bust something out here if they want to spin this one back around into their favor.
Yeah, going on to Haven, lots of options. Again, we talked about Fade, we talked about Chamber, potentially a Yoru. Lots of weird spots on this map. And the way we've been seeing it played recently is if it's not a fast push to A, it's a, slow CA with a person playing on the rotate in the middle of the map. So either way, at the end of the day, I hope everyone involved is having a great time. Going into the second map, you could tell that both of the teams were having fun in that first one. So hopefully the vibe continues and the energy is tangible on location. And if you're around in Chicago and if you wanted to join one of these events, this is probably one of the better ones to head to. If not, you can go check out the website for all the other stops along the way for the Summer Champs qualifiers. So lots of action coming to you all summer long. But with that, we're heading into the Champ Select, or rather the Agent Select, for the second map here. Get my games crossed up. Yeah.
All right, let's see what these teams will want to be bringing to the table. Which heroes they're going to be bringing out. Sorry, I'll stop. I don't mean to make fun of you more, Jim, but here we go. So it does look like Spoof is going to be potentially hovering over that Killjoy, which I'm going to be honest with you, I think the Chamber pick might be a little bit more impactful here. We saw how good Spoof was with that Operator in hand, honestly, even with the Headhunter. And just to go on to a Killjoy, generally speaking for Killjoys, you just kind of hang back, let your utility do the talking, and then you swoop in for the kills. Versus a Chamber where your utility is based around you being able to just control spaces and take these long sight lines. So I don't know how I feel about that, but otherwise, the rest of the team is going for a pretty standard spread, especially on the Wet Rats side.
Yeah. Nothing too crazy just yet, but I'm a fan of it. Crazy is not always good. Sometimes. But Joe locking in the Omen. Ooh, okay. All right.
I'm glad we were on the same page for that, Jim.
Yeah, good. Here we go. I'm glad. This is going to be fun.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a spicy match indeed. Interesting composition coming in actually for Funners playing on that defense. They are going to be bringing in the Breach, which I do think is pretty viable on this map, but I don't know that they're going to get as much value because Breach really just good at making sure that Killjoy's utility gets shut down, but the Wet Rats aren't going to be bringing that at all. They're honestly just kind of playing the frag potential style. They do have their smokes, they do have a little bit of flashes thanks to Gucci, but in general, their kits are just built to just go in and get those kills.
Yeah, I almost would have loved the Breach in addition to that Neon instead of the Sova, but I'm not the one making the compositions. I am very curious, though, as to what they have up their sleeve. Running a double duelist. We already know Okeanos likes playing fast. Gucci, like you mentioned earlier, was on that Sage, and he was fragging out. So on a Neon, this is exciting. I've been playing a lot of Neon recently, just in my personal life, just because there must be something wrong with me. I'm not sure, but it's been fun. And maybe. And occasionally I'll hear like Lentitayo in my head, like while I'm trying to go to sleep. It's awful.
That's concerning.
Yeah, I'm picking up bits of Tagalog, so that's always good. Expanding my horizons is Gucci. Oh my god. Their classics just function differently. Great burst fire as Retro on the flank finds one to return. And now in a 2v4, things are dicey to say the least.
Oh, what? The chicken got a kill. Spoof's turret actually got the rest there. It was such an aggressive push from the Wet Rats, just so confident in themselves. Like we said earlier, you know, they're having fun right now, and they wanted to just run in there and just completely just destroy the Four Funners. But Spoof, you know, I kind of critiqued that Killjoy pick, but really worked out because Wet Rats played right into it. Especially on a pistol round, the turret is going to get a lot of good damage in on the team, especially as Spoof was able to stay alive and use the classic to capitalize on a couple of kills. Just like that, Spoof has a nice little 3K. They're gonna have rifles here, and Gucci gonna be buying a shorty, running in on B.
That's the way to do it, baby. Take the action to him. Gucci clearing out the space on B. And he's running through window, man. This guy doesn't care. He doesn't care. He stunned himself. He doesn't care about anything. What an awkward round. But the Four Funners are having a great time as Okeanos pulls up through window, whiffs 2 shots, and Joe shuts it down for a quick, flawless second round.
All right, Wet Rats, you gotta reel it back in just a little bit. This is, to be fair, that was just a pistol round. They were saving there, but they couldn't even find a single pick there. And like you said, Gucci just kind of just sliding in. Unfortunately, slides right into somebody's crosshairs, and the rest was more or less history. Got stunned up as well. You can't fire the shorty as quickly as a result of that one. Still, this is gonna be the round that could make it. They're able to buy up rifles this time. And let's see where they want to be putting pressure. That's twice now they've tried to just push it onto B. Not super successful. Sorry, the first round they did go on to C. But it looks like this time they're going to be going on that A site. They got to work on their team coordination just a little bit better as Stunna got really aggressive but couldn't find ZK. And it's a huge paranoia coming out.
Yeah, well, from ZK, the presence of mind to just TP away immediately. Like, what a move there. And now coming through, Okeanos gets concussed. Retro! Oh, thought he killed him and so looked away, but then had to snap back. That's a good one way on the CT. However, nobody is there. Critical is good to plant.
I see. It's very fast executes coming in. Just trading things out. Just like that, Four Funners are on the back heel. They don't have their full weapons here. Joe only with a ghost, and they're coming in from all different angles. This is looking pretty good for the Wet Rat.
Wait, the ratty play from low main. But ZK's got the read. Posted up on the flank. No big deal. Stunna at range with the Spectre. Yeah, there's just like no point in even shooting at that range with the Spectre, man. Oh, never mind. I was clearly wrong. Finds one, Retro trades him out, and that's good for the Wet Rats. 2-2.
Yeah, you don't expect to see the chamber being the one to enter in onto the site, but that one worked out, and Retro almost missed it. Almost missed it. And I think if Retro wasn't able to actually find that kill onto Shiro on the site, it could have been a completely different story. But the Wet Rats are able to stabilize themselves. They continue to have rifles in their hand, barely lost any of their members. And the Four Funners, this is going to be their opportunity to kind of come back into this. Spoof already has the lockdown online. That 3 rounds and the lockdown is already ready. One of the longest ultimates to charge as well. So this is actual insanity. But it's that fast gameplay already coming in here.
Gucci with the charge through into short is just running it down with Okeanos, running as a 2-man squadron here. The concuss is good, but he concusses himself once again and is not good on the slide. Stunna, however, good for 2 on the defense. Beautifully done, shutting down those 2 duelists like it was nothing, and good for a 3rd on the slide out. Beautifully done. Wants to peek for more. He's feeling it. However, ZK quick to shut him down, and now in a 3-on-2. Shiro in a great spot here at short, down to 11 HP. He hasn't been cleared out. Critical though, aware on the peak, and they planted it in hell, so they're safe from short. Really well done. Now in a 2v2. Of course, the Four Funners do have the lockdown. They could use it here, but Spoof opting to hold on to it so far. Throwing a molly. Timmy has yet to be deployed. The lockdown is deployed now with 12 seconds on the clock for it to activate. How do they play this one out? Shock dart sent. One connects, and the second is good. It gets destroyed, and they are big chillin' here. Spoof out of CT. Gonna get shut down by Critical and ZK in the smoke. Just waiting for Joe to exit, and his journey is short-lived as Critical shuts it down once again. And now the score is 2-2. Correction on that from earlier.
Oh my goodness. Those shock darts were absolutely key. It was looking like they had Wet Rats stuck. That's why you learn your lineups if you're a Sova player. Those 2 shock darts really just won them the round, if I'm being completely honest with you, because I don't think that they would have been able to escape the lockdown in time. especially too as they were just hoping on it. It could have just taken a pixel of a difference and it could have gone bad, but you know what? Critical, he gets those. And so Wet Rats are able to secure another round. This time they're looking at that C, but Spoof does have a Sheriff. Going to be walking up. Unconventional for a Killjoy to do this, but already Coach Joe is down. Spoof trades one out.
Not bad from the Rats. I mean, from the Four Funners, finds one on their eco. Rats trying to push up C long. Really afraid of low main. He's just got a deagle in his hand. You guys have a lot of util. Respectful. I like the respect, but I don't like how long it's taking them to try and push on. Now putting up the wall, charging in, past the concuss. Shiro outside the garage, completely blinded. Critical trades out in a 3v2 now. Wet Rats on the back. Now Stunna in a 1v2 down at half HP on wood. Just before he gets to Retro, cuts him off. Great shot there. Wet Rats take the lead.
Absolutely, and just like that, they're also able to get the spike down, solidifying their economy even more so. Honestly, really good fast lane that was used from Gucci. Really just cut that site in half, and on top of that too, denied any value from that guiding light. If Shiro got a couple of blinds out, I think it could have been a different story, especially with how Stunna has been playing lately. If they were blind for a little bit longer, Stunna could have walked in, easy 3k, shut down the round, and then Shiro would have been able to move in nice and easy. But because that fast lane was set up, Gucci more or less completely destroyed it. And off of that paranoia, they were able to capitalize on the kills. So great stuff coming in from the Wet Rats once again. And yeah, Gucci just moving things forward, already using the concusses, catches Spoof off guard, but goes right back into the Swarm Grenade as the Rolling Thunder comes through.
Rolling Thunder connects on a lot of them, but as soon as they get that kill, they are equally as fast on the escape. Wet Rats making their way up onto the side. Oh, what an awkward fight. Joe comes out on top though, and then opts for the what? He goes into the fast lane, gets one, and then gets knocked out, but he ties things up here. 3-3 for the Wet Rats and Four Funners now. Getting encapsulated from the backside. You can see the Jet just gets taken out by Retro, and now Retro in a great spot to potentially capitalize on some garage presence. Low main spotted. Oh, goes down to Okeanos. Nicely done. And now Shiro in a 1v3. Finds one. He's got some flashes. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, man. I like the idea there. I think the timing was just a little bit too not in their favor, but Retro just really making that operator count. So many good shots. Just really just fragging out. And once again, top of the leaderboard right now with 6 kills for the Wet Rats. Meanwhile, Four Funners, you know, they're going to have to start to stabilize a little bit. It's this very fast pace the Wet Rats are bringing, and they're just not expecting it at all. And on top of that too, the Wet Rats are doing a really good job of checking their flanks, being able to shut down any potential pushes coming from behind. And so the Four Funners are having a really tough time stabilizing themselves. And as a result, they're back onto a save round yet again as Retro takes Spoof out.
Great crosshair placement, was just really immaculate. There's no way anyone peeking that would have survived. Retro, fantastic job. 4-2 for the Wet Rats on rounds. And they're going for a quick B plant and taking high ground control here.
Here we go, Critical just hanging out with that Odin. There's a flank coming in, but Shiro uses the Trailblazer, gets paranoid though, so not able to get any information whatsoever. Did spot the head of the Jet though.
Yeah, spots at the brain. Critical is good for one, trying to laser him through the wall and just laying down the pressure. Well done from Critical. Wet Rats in a 5-in-1 position. Joe, Sheriff in hand, TP's out. Oh, wow, actually stays alive for long enough to complete the TP, but not before Retro scopes out his head and eliminates it. 5-2 for the Wet Rats. They are looking good once again.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this might just be the Four Funners getting caught up in the Wet Rats' level of aggression, because the Wet Rats are kind of just running in there, fragging out and having fun. And so the Four Funners, naturally, if your enemy's doing that, you're like, all right, we gotta match their energy. We gotta go in and outwin them in their own game. But I think that's actually working to their detriment right now. They're letting themselves get run over and trying to take these duels, but are just losing them out because the Wet Rats are doing a much better job at taking them. And as a result, you know, they're getting caught off time and time again, simply just like that as Okeanos gets the first kill.
Oh, great updraft. Oh, gets fully blinded. Shiro with a better flash. And a 4-on-4 now. Lots of ultimates on the side of the Wet Rats. Gucci is just a little bit of a crazy guy, you know. I just gotta put that out there. Like, have seen a lot of Neon play, but not exactly like his as Spoof. Great lurk here. Catches the rotate, finds 2, and absolutely decimates it. Gucci now down to 14 HP. Joe in a great vantage spot. Up on the high ground, finds 1. And with the last person down to 14 HP, the Wet Rats are looking to concede this round for Forerunners third.
Gucci walked out there, went, whoa, got a shot off and immediately tried to back off, but unfortunately ran a little bit too far. And so just like that, 4Funners are going to able to capitalize on their round, and that was really good. Spoof in a perfect position had moved up so far onto that B site and just saw them run by, just sprays it down and able to capitalize there. Joe as well, playing that high ground. Such good stuff coming out of the defensive positioning for 4Funners. Spoof, once again, the top of the team. Spoof has been doing so much work for the 4Funners. And Wet Rats, they lost a round, but they're not out of it yet. Their economy's still looking nice and healthy.
Droning out. Not spotting anything. Good stun. Fast lane activated. Dash coming out. Slide through, and he stuns himself.
Happens so time and time again. Doesn't matter. Okeanos, though, able to get 2 with the knives. A lot of ultimates coming out here, and now it's just going to be the Wet Rats just dominating, stomping their way onto the site. Low main, good for 1, gets shut down, and just like that, the spike will go down and stun it in a 1v3 scenario.
Spike planted.
I like Stunna's movement a lot. You can almost tell he's playing with some confidence. That shot felt like it was going to hit, but he goes down. The Wet Rats pick up number 6 here. Could still go to a 6-6 half. Could see a 9-3. Could go either way. The 4Funners are just having a lot of moments of greatness, and I just want to see them double down on it.
Absolutely. We saw the aggressive play. Unfortunately, Gucci, you keep on pointing it out, Jim, but Gucci keeps on stunning himself. And unfortunately, not able to get anything done with the overdrive as well. Just getting completely shut down, but if anything, serving as a distraction to allow the rest of the team to move in there. And Okeanos was able to capitalize off it. Did have that Blade Storm and really put the blades to work. Already, Storm Grenade popped.
Wow.
Spoof finds the head of Okeanos to start us off.
Yeah, fantastic fault line there, and Spoof catches another one just on the outside edge of that fast lane. Beautifully done, dropping down to 8 HP, but will still remain alive and does still have that lockdown in hand. That being noted, 4Funners are sending their jet back on over to A because we've got numbers. We just need to hold the sites, and we've got the round at this point.
They just got to be careful about this KJ utility here. Oh, yep, there we go. And it's going to be the Swarm Grenade going off too, but Critical doesn't care. Critical goes around. Little do they know the site is completely open. Low main. Spots one out. Can't find the kill.
Spoof with the third there. Still down at 14 HP. Hasn't even been healed by their Sky. And about to get caught out by ZK. Great shot. 2v3. Doable. Critical. Wow. Recovers and finds a headshot. Now in a 2-on-2.
30 seconds left.
Seekers are going to be active here. They're both coming in on the flank, possibly going through garage. See how this goes. The Trailblazer might come out first from Shiro.
Dogging out, concuss onto the site is good. Shock Dart connects for some damage. Stunna, though, great dash out. Takes a lot of space. ZK in CT. How does he peek these? He gets blinded, and Stunna with the peek is going to be the 4th round for 4Funners.
Man, that was really good execute coming in from 4Funners. You know, unfortunately, they lost Spoof trying to go on that super long flank that we've seen time and time again. But just textbook play coming in from Shiro and Stunna there. You know, use the Trailblazer, get the information, get the stun out, and then use that jet, dash in, get control of the site, and the rest was history there. You could tell the Wet Rats just didn't even see that one coming. And so here we go. 4-6, like you said, 2 more rounds in this half. It is totally possible for 4Funners to force out that half 6-6. Let's see how this all goes. There's going to be rifles coming in from both these teams yet again, but 4Funners are down a little bit. They do have the lockdown available.
Spotted one out back plat. The fast lane is going to be good this time around. Connects for the stun. He was paranoid, so he opts not to go directly to him. But wow, positioning themselves even better this time. Instead of going directly through the fast lane, they go halfway through it and then break out to the sides and get the frags that they need. Low main returns from CT. Beautifully done. And now in a 3-on-4 retake. How do 4Funners play this?
Looks like they're going to be trying to set up a flank as well. Get their jet coming in on the back. Lo Mein finds Gucci through the wall. You can see that one happen. The Rolling Thunder does come in, but not before Critical finds one. Jiro is now on the site 2v2.
A Rolling Thunder doesn't connect on the Retro or ZK, who are both posted up in this cubby. And the stick could come out at this point. Gets back on the spike for the tap. Trying to bait out some presence. They're not buying it, though. They hear the footsteps, and they know. ZK with a great peak. 7 rounds on the board. 4 Funders down at 4.
Last round in the they just get it before it goes off. Honestly, their economy is probably going to be stable enough, but they want to make sure that they can bring out those operators or Retro. Maybe give one to Okeanos as well. Probably not. Okeanos more than happy to play with that Phantom. But the 4 Funders are not looking good economically. They were really banking on winning that round, but as a result, they're going to be hurting coming into this next one. See, the way that Wet Rats have been able to win this is just completely overwhelm one of the sites. Catch Spoof off guard. If you let Spoof set up properly, he's going to punish the rest of the team. Fortunately, Wet Rats, they just swarm around, find such good positioning, and you can't look in every direction all at once, and it's going to be an easy pickup onto Spoof. Bladestorm now activated for 4 Funners. This is where all the ultimates could come live.
Stunna pushed up. Oh, spots the head. But you need to be really accurate on the click timing for those knives. And in some situations, honestly, the Vandal is just better. Spraying out multiple bullets. Connects on the shot. Retro. What? The tree saved his life. Joe lived for a moment longer than he should have, but does ultimately go down.
Yeah. This is why we protect Mother Nature. Protects you from operator shots, but it doesn't matter because it looks like this round is all but over. Lo Mein dancing around. They know where he is, but Okeanos falls down as well. 12 HP left. The spike is still not down. Instead, they're opting to potentially get these frags. Critical goes out for it, but Critical is able to get it. And just like that, it's going to be 8-4 in the half gym.
Crazy. Well done from both teams. And on that, we're going to take a quick break for the half and be right back to get you the latest action when we return. What is poppin', ladies and gentlemen? We are back with the second half of this match between the 4 Funners and the Wet Rats, who are currently up 1 game in this best-of-3 series and are up 8-4 in this game specifically. We're in map number 2. We are on Haven, the good old trifecta of lanes. I'm your caster, Jim Basco, and of course, I'm joined by Marks today. How you doing, baby?
I'm doing great. This has been a very exciting match to cast, honestly. You know, the Wet Rats are just so confident in their plays, and the 4 Funners have been having a little bit of issues trying to adapt here. Retro immediately finding a headshot onto Stunna to start us off is not how the 4 Funners wanted to play this half.
Not at all. Gucci. Realizing everything may not be Gucci as he's getting flamed on the default site. ZK, though, it's all been a bait for him on top plat as Spoof returns with the best classic in the game. However, it's not enough as the Wet Rats are too good on the site.
Yeah, and that's going to be yet another pistol round. Right now, the Wet Rats have been kind of dominating these pistol rounds, and I think it kind of comes down to the level of aggression that they've been playing with. Obviously, on those pistol rounds, utility becomes a little bit more important, just because you could really just stall things out and catch people off guard, but still, a great showcase from the Wet Rats. Last time, they won the pistol round in the half. The Four Funners decided to match them. They bought up Spectres as well, trying to outclass them. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case this time. They're opting to just keep their classics in hand, get that utility online, but they've left the spike below, just looking for frags on this round potentially.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say that. Wow, what did I just watch? I was like, Shiro's coming out of... What?
That's just, you know, winning your duels. And Stun is able to get one here, but Critical goes for the swing. Just like that. It's just up to Joe. Retro looking for it, waiting for a second. Oh, no. Okay, just finish that one up. Make him wait out. That's, if anyone's wondering, this is how the match has been going thus far. I honestly just having fun with it. And you'll love to see that type of thing happen. Just, you know, just have fun. And that's the name of the game, especially too when you're talking about a video game. But still, great stuff coming out from the Wet Rats. They did lose a couple there that they probably could have saved, but it's all good. They're going to be more than happy with where they're at right now. So the Four Funners, this is going to be their opportunity. They're going to be able to buy up here, but the Wet Rats have already hit double digits.
The rounds that Four Funners have won too, there's like no rhyme or reason as to why they won those. I'm trying to look at the scoreboard and like put together some storyline here, but the Four Funners find one to open things up in round number 15. And maybe it's the opening that they need as Joe finds another one across the map. Stunna, stunned in mid. Retro, waiting in the smoke. Wants to dance with Timmy, but not really all that much. Gucci gonna be backing off on B.
Oh,
Great
Retro
shots
finds
from
one.
Retro.
Okay,
He decides to spare. Whoa, Retro out of garage, good for one, and Okeanos on the flank from window, good for another. Just flipping it on its head once again. They were on their eco round.
Yeah, this is huge for Wet Rats. No matter how the outcome of this round goes, they've already achieved their mission. Gonna use the Swarm Grenade, cut Retro and Okeanos off as Joe comes from behind. Not expecting it at all, and that's just gonna be an easy cleanup. The Four Funners get that round in their favor, but once again, the Wet Rats have done more than enough damage onto the economy of the Four Funners. They lost 3 of their members just on that eco. As a result, the buys are going to be a little bit strange for Four Funners, while the Wet Rats, they're going to be more than comfortable to get those rifles in hand.
Good stuff all around. Good round from Four Funners. Great returns from Wet Rat. But, yeah. Gonna be full buys on this round. It is the round after the bonus, so... Here we go. 10-5, Wet Rats chilling right now. They need 3 more rounds to secure this victory. Okeanos getting flashed out, but not enough to get forced off the angle. Forces the peak, gets one on a spoof, flashes through, and Joe on the peak is good for 1. It's a 4-on-4. The A take is coming out as Critical drops down to 9 HP. What a flick on a stunner. You gotta give it to him. That was beautiful. 3-on-3 now. Retro on a site as Shiro finds another.
And now it's just 2v3 here. Excellent entry for Four Funners, despite their gun disadvantage there. A little bit of heroics, but Gucci coming in on the flank could be huge, but low main is expecting the swing. 1v3 now. ZK alone.
ZK spotted out. You want to be 3, that is tough. What? Finds 2 on a spray control. That shouldn't have been possible with a smoke in hand, and he's got the TP. It's not going to be enough as player coach Joe comes out on top, but what a flick that was from ZK. Holy.
Jim, my heart is about to leave my body. I don't know how to explain that. Unbelievable things coming in here. A great opening pick onto that, and then Critical just with the flick. Honestly, I would have continued to spray into the smoke because I don't think it would have registered in my brain what just happened, but then ZK comes up huge with 2, almost tying it up, but this is going to be Wet Rats forced back onto a save. I think they're okay with that, though. Okeanos will have the Blade Storm activated, Retro with the Tour de Force. I imagine we're going to be seeing both of those ultimates active, and that's exactly the case.
Can't believe it still, man. What a beautiful shot from both Critical and from ZK. Jump spotting, realizes there's some action there. Seekers are coming out. The Seekers are going to eat both the shock darts, which kind of sucks. The stuns forcing Stunna to fall back. And Gucci, I think he stunned himself there too. That was a little awkward. Stunna comes out on top, finds two. ZK taking the heaven spot here as Okeanos tries to come through that smoke, and Stunna just bops him and says, "Not today."
ZK up in heaven does have a sheriff though. Might find a couple of heads. Sees Joe's head. Unable to click it just quite yet.
Last player standing.
Oh, Joe, good for one more on the ZK. Repositions, well done. Retro forced out of CT with that tour de force. Shoots between them, gets the reposition, gets the shot, and Spoof returns for a 7 for 4 funners.
Here we go, 4 funners, 3 rounds away from potentially tying it up against the Wet Rats. Wet Rats only need 3 more, and they will be advancing to the semifinals. They did win map number 1. But yeah, now the Wet Rats are going to be heavily investing into this. They're going to force this one up. Retro, once again, going to have that operator in hand. Okeanos just with the Vandal. But 4 funners, they're sitting nice and pretty. They've got all of their Vandals in hands, and on top of that too, quite a few ultimates. Unfortunately, last round was a pretty expensive one for the Wet Rats. They used both the Blade Storm and the Tour de Force to pad out the gun difference. But this time around, that lockdown could be pretty good for 4 funners.
Quick now up B, this fault line is going to put a damper on things, but the dash, even while concussed, you got to love the confidence from Stunna there as the aftershock connects on absolutely nothing. Critical tries to spam through, just puts up a little sad face for not connecting on anything there either. As the spike gets planted, it's a 5-on-5 as the clock ticks down. Killjoy's lockdown has been deployed. All right, welcome back everybody. We have the potential final round of Wet Rats versus 4 funners. In the time that did pass, we saw Wet Rats pick up 2 quick ones as Okeanos goes for a peek in a garage, dashes out of that situation, and gets punished for re-peeking there. Getting greedy, 4 funners are answering back pretty aggressively.
Yeah, they definitely are. Retro, not in a great position here. Can't win that one out. And it's looking like 4 funners are just going to run this one over. I was just about to say, Gucci came up absolutely massive with things lately. But yeah, they completely shut that one down. The 4 funners are not out of this one just quite yet. It's now 9-12, but yeah. During those rounds, what we actually saw happen was Gucci just popped off. Had that overdrive in hand, secured himself at 3 or 4K, and then as a result was just able to run things down. Gucci starting to get the hang of Neon's abilities and at a very crucial period in time. So we are going to be seeing, this is going to be a round where still we're going to be having buys coming in for both of these teams, but the Wet Rats, they just need 1 more. And as soon as they get that one, they will secure their spot into the semifinals. 4 funners don't want to give that one up just quite yet. Got to play with a little bit more tempered aggression in order to make sure that they get something, but ZK is big with a pick onto Joe.
Blinding.
Lined out, ZK, great shots.
You're kidding.
Beautifully done. Gets blinded himself, is still tucked into the cubby though, and is ready to push out, but Shiro ready to clap back. Beautifully done. 3v4, critical, holding down long range with Gucci helping him out. Spoof though, just that much better at that range. Comes out on top, but not without missing a couple limbs.
He only has 18 HP left. Meanwhile, the Wet Rats, they've still got 3 of their members alive. That's the problem with Haven, though. There's 3 palm sites. The 4 funners, no matter which site they take, they're going to have a numbers advantage, assuming they push in together. It looks like they will be favoring that A site, and they're going to be walking into Okeanos. It's going to be a tough one, though. Okeanos hanging out in heaven.
Checking his corners, doing it due diligence. It's just what you have to do at the end of the day. Wet Rats have spread themselves thin across the map, but do have the chamber kind of just hanging out towards that A site. They do realize the aftershock has come out. The fault line going to connect onto Okeanos up in heaven. Plant going down. Good on the peak. No dash there. Drops onto the site. Behind him. Spoof. Gets his ankles broken there as Wet Rats take it 2-0 in this best of 3 and will be moving forward. Really well done.
Oh, absolutely. What a series coming in from the Wet Rats. Once again, playing with such confidence, such swagger, if you will. Oh man, that made me sound old saying it out loud. But still, they were looking so clean on things. Not afraid to just kind of get in there and have fun and just frag out. And you could tell the Forefunners were just not ready for that. The Forefunners were able to match their tempo for a little bit and play a little bit more aggressively into kind of slowing down their pushes, but overall the Wet Rats were just dominating the tempo of that entire game, and as a result they're going to be winning and advancing to our semifinals.
Beautifully done, like you mentioned, just taking control of the game, and that's with Gucci on a pick that he was clearly not comfortable on. Trying not to make fun of him here, but obviously he was very cognizant of that, and the Wet Rats were having a lot of fun with that pick as well, running it down and finding value eventually, right? Like you said, with that Neon ulti, eventually getting 3 or 4 for their troubles. But overall, the Wet Rats just played it so well and had so many great moments, but you gotta shout out Spoof from the Forefunners, right? Just so consistently good.
Yeah, Spoof was consistently finding frags. I questioned the Killjoy pick because Spoof looked really good with the chamber, but was really making this Killjoy work. Oh no, it's okay, Retro picks up the kill there. Spoof, once again, fragging out for the Forefunners, despite the fact that they were just on Killjoy. Not afraid to take duels, not afraid to just try and make that one work, and it was looking close for a little bit, but unfortunately for Forefunners, they're going to be eliminated for the tournament as the Wet Rats continue to advance forwards. Oh boy. This is getting spicy, and we are going to be now moving into the semifinals matches. But before we do that, I just want to remind everybody to take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original, or the Mike and Ike Megabix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. You know, you can get some popcorn too. Maybe have a couple of controllers there. But more importantly, just have those Mike and Ikes ready for you just to snack on in between the matches here. So we're going to be getting the bracket up. And just like that, Zero Marksman Black are going to be facing Wet Rats next. Of course, we've got Oxygen Academy in the top. Oxygen Academy, a very good practice team. Won some of these online qualifiers as well. And they're going to be facing the winner of the, Native Black or the E-Girl Fan Club matchup. So we're getting closer and closer towards our finals. We're going to be throwing to a quick break, but when we return, we're going to have one of the semifinals matches ready to go. We'll see you guys just on the other side.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Ukuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Species shift.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Chicago Valorant LAN for Summer Champs. It's myself, Mark, casting alongside Jim Basco. And Jim, we're starting to move our way closer and closer to the finals. We are now going to be in the semifinals, and the match that we have ahead of us is going to be a little bit of a banger. It's Oxygen Academy going up against Native Black. We saw Native Black earlier, but uh-oh, Jim, this is Oxygen Academy. Oxygen Academy look really darn good.
Scary to say the least. Native Black looked fantastic earlier, and of course they have fought their way tooth and nail to the semifinals where we have found ourselves now. But OXG Academy coming to this one with a bit of prestige, with a bit of reputation behind them. So definitely something to be afraid of, but also a welcome challenge at the same time. I think this Native Gaming roster have a lot to prove, and they definitely are here to show that, hey, they're here to play, right? Going down 13-5 earlier, coming back 15-13, and then winning that series. They've got the endurance that it takes, and it looks like we're going to be going to some of our favorite maps to start things off.
Oh man, it's like George Lucas said, it's poetry at this point, because we're going to be headed back to Ascent, Oxygen Esports' first map pick, and then we're going to be going to Native's pick of Haven. The two maps that have more or less just kind of been the entirety of this Chicagoland, if I'm being completely honest with you, at least from the broadcast side of things. So we're going to be starting out on Ascent, and we've talked a lot about on Ascent, but I'm going to be honest, I really like this Oxygen Academy squad coming into Ascent. I think that they are incredibly well practiced on it, and on top of that too, aren't afraid to try new things out, especially too with Fade bringing into the mix. I have seen Oxygen Academy run Fade before, so hopefully cool things will happen here. And once again, they're all thriving off of the LAN energy. Oxygen Academy have previously participated in some of the open qualifiers online and have looked honestly pretty amazing. So now that they're in LAN, they're hanging out with each other, just fragging out on the same server. I imagine that that energy is going to be an even bigger motivational boost for them to continue to move things into potentially the finals of the Chicago LAN.
I'm just excited, man. This is gonna be a tense match, and honestly, probably one of the most anticipated ones of all day. Other than Zero Marksman Black, I think these are some of the top 3 squads that we have in contention for today. We kind of expected Jet Diff to make it much further than they did, but of course they got clapped by a team that was a force to be reckoned with themselves, right?
Wet Rats, yeah, they were honestly looking. The Wet Rats, a team of a bunch of players who know each other and honestly do pretty well, I know that they're like looking for teams to sign them. So you know that they're bringing in the talent, they want to showcase something, and that's why they're able to eliminate teams like Jet Diff. Just, you know, they've got something to prove.
They definitely do, and I'm hopeful for these guys. I have this weird sort of anxiety about this match too, because even though I'm not playing in it, we know OXG Academy are leading the way, leading the leaderboard across all NSG events and just performing consistently, right? This is no joke. OXG Academy always shows up when they need to. Native Gaming Black are a newer roster, and there's a lot of credible names on that team. They've made their statements throughout the day so far, but this will be like the David and Goliath match that they really need to take their game to the next level.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, because Oxygen Academy, they've been making the circuit beyond NSG. They've been participating in as many tournaments as they possibly can to try and make sure that they've got their strategies down. Got the stats up open here, and specifically on Ascent, they have a 74% win rate. They've played this map over 100 times. They are very well practiced, and that's the reason why they're going to be taking us to it first. Very different lineups coming out from both of these squads. Jim, what do you think?
Not too bad. Honestly, it's going to be the KJ and the chamber being the difference here. Cutler, though, we've seen him wreck some face on that chamber, so
Absolutely.
I'm not mad at him for that. And of course, we know KJ's setups on Ascent are elite, right? We know she can lock down sites entirely by herself, so interesting swaps for both of them. I like Cutler's pick and I like Rustin's pick, so overall, it's a mirror on every other front, so it's really going to come down to a game of wits, strats, and skill, and honestly, who can aim better as Oxygen Academy on the attack. Start things off with a fierce force over towards A, but Whitmer and Cutler have something else to say for them.
Yeah, of course, it would be Whitmer and Cutler. These two, when playing together, are able to just secure all the kills without even losing one of them before they take 3 down. A great start for them. Morgan, a great position here, but Rustin has found the headshot. Opening this one up, it's still 2v3. They have taken that spike more to mid, though.
Last player standing.
Great shot by Cutler, already bringing so much value with that headhunter into this round. And nerfed. Now in a weird spot in a 1v3. He does have the spike still, so you love to see it. Only has a classic, not even a ghost to his name. A little awkward of a position to be in, but if he picks up one, that'd be nice. Houston on the flank, nerfed, has made it onto the site.
Yeah, Houston went completely undetected. So this is going to be the spike down unless Houston pops out. Oh, okay, never mind. Spike not down. A great first round from Native Black, and that is the Whitmer-Cutler difference that you're seeing right there. The two players are just so... They just play off each other incredibly well, holding such good angles, and it's that Jet Chamber synergy that has really helped Native Black secure their spot here in the semifinals. We just got it showcased, and now they're going to be just buying up. Of course, Whitmer just sticking with the Ghost, but the rest of the team, Houston going for a Bulldog, same with Morg. Adrenaline going to be bringing in a Spectre, and I imagine Cutler probably just going to stick with the Headhunter. Just Cutler gets those shots, you know?
I'm a little scared, man. I'm a little scared. Native Black, they do have the lead right now, and of course on the defense. First round is pretty important. They are on a eco on the side of OXG, and they're able to find one as Morg returns for 2, evening things up 3-on-3. Great picks from Oxygen Academy, though. Honestly, not sure how they even found so much value there, but Nerfed has made it so deep into enemy territories that this could just throw Native Black for a curveball.
Oh, Cutler, though, secures the spike. That's absolutely massive, because now they have to go back and potentially deal with that. Redux good for 1. Duel against Cutler. Wait for a little bit of support. Gets taken out. Now, this is just up to 1, but still, a pretty darn good round for Oxygen Academy thus far. We get quite a few picks here, but wow, look at that flick. That was unbelievable. Cutler setting off that round number 2. Still, though, 3 of their members went down, which means that they're going to have to rebuy into this round. And Jim, I think Oxygen Academy are going to have more than enough to be able to buy up.
Oh, they're going to be big chillin'. They've got a lot of money. Of course, Native are on the bonus round now, so classic. If you're not familiar with what a bonus round is, after your 2 buy rounds, you do have a lot of money, and you know that the enemy's going to be purchasing full guns. So you kind of just make sure that you can buy for the next round, do a little bit of economic damage by eliminating some of the enemies, and then purchase on the 4th round instead. So Native chilling, setting up 3 in mid, getting pretty aggressive through mid. Whitmer already all the way up, is about to head into Link. Little does he know, Rustin's not in the smoke, so they're gonna be ships passing the night. Rustin holding the smoke. Oh no, oh man, oh my god, Whitmer and Rustin, and they just spot each other, and Whitmer comes out on top, doesn't even take a shot of damage, picks up the Elder Flame Vandal, and is out of it, baby.
Not a good start for Oxygen Academy. They are starting to stabilize themselves, though. Looking for it. Spotted out Houston. Houston in the back only does have a sheriff, but the reinforcements are here. Paranoia goes in, and the engagement is online.
Engagement online. Whitmer gonna go down. Cutler good for 2. Great headshots back to back off the top rope, and Adrenaline. Great sheriff shots once again. This is their bonus round. Native should have lost this one. Oxygen Academy knocked down to about 20 HP. Gonna rotate through market. Gets slowed for the cause. And Nerfed position revealed. Has to put down a smoke and try to get a spike plant for some moolah and potentially one more.
Yeah, what a devastating round for Oxygen Academy. You know, we were hyping these guys up, but thus far, Native Black, you know, they're catching them off guard, and it's because of Whitmer being so aggressive. And of course, who else but Cutler finding their shots, finding those frags just makes it so much more difficult. And yeah, who else but Cutler to seal the deal on that round? Get a nice little 3K for their troubles. And that's going to be Native Black winning the bonus.
Beautifully done, and a massive round to actually take. Native Black, Cutler too, just opening things up with huge headshots back to back, finds one through another off the top rope, off of Heaven on A. So you love to see it from Cutler, and this guy's been feeling these headhunter shots all day long. So there's nothing better than a good headshot on land, and Cutler currently is sitting at 8-0.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Adrenaline also hasn't died this game. Meanwhile, all of the members of Oxygen Academy have been killed 3 times thus far. They're going to be forced back onto a save. A lot of sheriffs in hand. Redux going for the Marshal. Redux, honestly, really good with the aim as well. Going to be looking for potential headshots as they do set up onto that A site. Or sorry, they're going to be setting up for a mid push. It's actually the Jet and the Chamber hanging out on this A site, which is going to make it almost impossible for Oxygen Academy to make their way in.
Holding Cat now. Great spot. Gets into the corner. Will get spotted out momentarily. Gets out of there. Cutler after finding one. Redux takes a bit of damage. Oh, Cutler returns for a second. Beautifully done. And this double peek. Wow. Rustin definitely not expecting that there. Beautifully done once again by Morghaus, and I'm going to stop saying that.
Yeah, that was honestly just really good positioning coming in from Native Black. They look a lot more rehearsed than they did this morning. I wonder if they've been able to shake off the rust a little bit. Nerf trying to get it, but Morg able to secure the kill. It's going to be 4 rounds in a row for Native Black, feeling so comfortable on this defense thus far. And honestly, when you look at the setups that they've been playing, it kind of makes sense because we know that Whitmer likes to play really aggressive, and they've been comboing Whitmer alongside Cutler. And the fact of the matter is Whitmer can get aggressive, but has enough room to back off, allowing for Cutler to pick up a couple of shots when they're chasing after that Jet. Thus far, that combination has been working great. Of course, as soon as I say that, they're going to be splitting up onto different sides this time around. But Sova doing Adrenaline, been able to slow them down from that B side as well. And of course, you want to keep Houston here with this KO because that fragment can just deny entry on that A site completely. So it's really forcing Oxygen Academy to rethink how they want to push into here because they're having a hard time getting in on this site. Although this time around, they're able to get quite a bit of mid presence.
Verno leading the way. Houston knows there's a presence. Pop flashes, doesn't see anything and continues to hold this location. Not a bad idea overall. Receives a pop flash, finds one, almost lines up for the second, but Verdi returns. 4-on-4 still. Oxygen Academy have the KO ultimate, have the Omen ultimate. Verdi finds him on the high ground. Blind coming out from Morghaus. He can't escape and now stuck at Dice. How does he play this, Morg? Wrapping around the boxes. Oh, tries to connect, but Verdi is good for 3, down at 6 HP. He's kind of hoping he dies so he can get rezzed, but only one member of Native Black remaining, and that's going to be Adrenaline with the Odin into Nerf's brain. Huh?
Okay, see, I was about to say it would have been possible. There was a world where Adrenaline was able to win that just because the members of Oxygen Academy were so low. It would have just taken one stray bullet and it would have been over. But unfortunately, just looked the wrong way, able to capitalize on there. And that's going to be the first round that Oxygen Academy are going to be getting on the board. A very important one for them to start to feel like they're a part of this match because I'm going to be honest with you, Native Black have been looking phenomenal. Maybe the confidence was getting a little bit too big there, but Oxygen Academy finally clapped back. Doesn't matter though. Native Black more than happy to rebuy all of their weapons. They're feeling nice and pretty. Whitmer gonna be, oh, never mind. Redux is gonna be the one. Wow. But look at that, Rustin coming out on top from Adrenaline. Turns out this Odin is gonna be working better on the offense than the defense.
Yeah, loves to see that. It's rare, but it works out. Morg in the corner, full flash, and a great follow-up by Redux. Timings were just on point from OXG Academy. And when you talk about a roster that's been together for a while and know how to operate, you think of OXG, but Houston pushing into Wine finds the second onto Generator, and Verdi claps back. Oxygen Academy currently with a 3-2 lead, make it a 3-1 as Verdi finds the third mid-air on a Whitmer. Beautiful shots.
Absolutely, that was just clean. No, but once again, see, we talk about Oxygen Academy. You said it best. This team has played together. And I don't think that there was a clearer instance of that than what we just saw on this round. Look at the combination of just utility that they used. Houston really came out on top because they weren't expecting him to be in wine. But yeah, it was just so clean as soon as they found their momentum. And it was just so easy for Oxygen Academy to walk that one in and get that spike down. Well, actually, no, they didn't get the spike down. They just fragged out and won the round that way. So a very important momentum shift for them. And already the 0 point going to be tossed out. The fragment though misses, or no, it clears out the corner there. That was intentional, and Redux is already on site.
Org on site. Verno pushed out lane, finds one in the CT. That's huge 4-on-4 here. Redux, oh,
What?
messy, but comes out on top. Whitmer can't capitalize on that at the close range. Houston, good with the frag for one onto Redux, and that KJ is very low, but she has her lockdown.
Yeah, still there. Oh, Nerfed in a great position, getting one, but Adrenaline trades it back. 1v2.
Spotted out by the alarm bot, will be vulnerable. Verno back sight, and of course the KJ close on the left here. Gonna split Adrenaline's attention as soon as he tries anything and gets clapped. Rustin, great headshot there in Oxygen Academy. A third, making a 1-round game.
Yeah, they're starting to feel themselves. Oxygen Academy are right back into this one. I love that post-plant positioning. You know, you always keep one back on B, just a little bit further back, so that when the team moves in there, then you're going to be good. That member was Verno, I do believe. And the thing was like, Verno thought about it, could have peaked a little bit earlier, but you want to maximize as much time to really make the defenders think that, oh, it's clear for me to just walk in onto site, and then you can whip out around the corner and be like, surprise, as you spray them down. So excellent patience there, and just gets rewarded with a couple of picks, making it a lot more possible. Oh no, Adrenaline gets the headshot wallbang onto Rustin to start this round out. You hate to see it, but it's been a tale of 2 wallbangs coming in on that B side.
Moving now onto the A site, taking the spike to Jenny for the plant. Redux holding the drop, dodging the flash. Great jump up, beautifully done.
Such good comboing of utility, once again coming out from Oxygen.
Yeah, 4-on-4 now. Verdi waiting for the site presence. Holding the door. Morgs got the omen. Just gets denied on that blind by the suppress. Nerfed trying to connect, and he does successfully through a wall. Verdi watching and waiting for the door push. Uses the suppression. Connects on nobody. Gets no info.
One enemy remaining.
Nerfed good for 2 there. Verdi finds one. Color 6th shot as Nerfed finds a 3rd and ties things up.
Oh man, all right. Oxygen Academy, they're in their momentum. And I love to see that, honestly. Okay, yeah, we're getting a little bit of a defensive timeout coming in from Native Black, but I just want to really say that was such a smart null command coming out there. Usually you see the null command come in on the, what do you call it? You see it come in, oh, we're going to engage onto site. Let's pop that null command. That way they can't use any abilities to slow us down. But the fact of the matter is they had easy entry onto that A site and were able to get themselves set up nice and easy. And then, okay, the players are coming back. 4 of them are ready to push in here. We can break their economy if we win this round. Oh, pop the null command. Suddenly everything just gets shut down. And you saw how scary it was to push around that one-way smoke without anything to teleport in, flash out. You can't do anything. And so that null command really just forced the defender's hands to have to funnel their way into heaven. And as a result, it was just an easy match after that one. If they tried to peek through that door, it wasn't going to be happening. So I love that idea coming out from Verdi. And that null command really just sealed the nail on the coffin for the round. And Oxygen Academy, they're back into their flow. They're looking pretty darn good. And now they've just taken a lot of hits at the economy of the other team. So Oxygen Academy looking pretty good.
Looking pretty good. 4-4. It's a tied up game. And like you said, momentum on the side of OXG Academy. Taking 4 in a row after Native Black took 4 in a row earlier in the game. Good defensive timeout. It's a great time to do it just because, hey, let's stop the momentum for a second. Let's think about what we're going to do moving forward. We're putting Cutler on that operator, and we've got the Morg ults. That's that Omen stuff, and detected here. This is great. They know that there's a presence. Morg is also spotted out. Returning util, always a fan of that. The presence, however, from Native Black looks like they're trying to take some pressure mid.
They're going to be getting the space as well. Rustin already so far in. Paranoia does come out here, and they're trying to contest this. Houston got a couple of bolts into Redux.
Redux around the corner. Great shots onto Houston. Morg puts the smoke down and decides to double down in tree in a close spot, really close spot. Breaks the drone, tries to get the crouch peek on a Redux, but Redux is expecting it and ready as the lockdown goes down. It's there in pizza to try and clear out some area here.
Oh, but Cutler doesn't miss those. Able to catch Rustin. That's going to be a huge pick. You could just tell Oxygen Academy are a little bit scared to push it onto any of these sites. I don't know what they're thinking, but they've got a lot of space on A if they want to make use of it. Looks like it's going to be B and Adrenaline finds Verdi.
Beautifully done. Adrenaline now back boathouse. And 1v2 on the site. Finds one. Finds a second. Beautiful headshots back to back. Nerfed in a 1v2. Coming from CT. The drone is out. He's going to have to deal with it. And he spots the spike. He also spots Whitmer, who, with a better sidestep there, gets the best of Nerfed and puts Native Black back in the lead.
Yeah, wow, that's good. And of course, who else but Whitmer? Whitmer really fast with it. Able to, has been getting shut down as of lately, but we've seen Whitmer just go really aggressive and be able to find picks. Whitmer is the type of jet player that doesn't just kind of hang out in the back and expect these long range duels. Whitmer's the type of jet player who wants to get into the action and just frag out, just swing that mouse around, find as much value as you possibly can. And that finally got highlighted a little bit more on that last round. Not afraid to take some of those duels. Meanwhile, Cutler, of course, the one who's playing a little bit further back, has just been absolutely turning it up with the operator and now has a tour de force in hand.
A little scary. Adrenaline still holding backside. Beautifully done. Gets Redux. Is just being a menace back in the boathouse. Finds two. Back to back. Uses the drone. Sees the third. Doesn't tag him properly. Recon for the scan. Not going to find him either. Shock darts onto backside. Forces him into an awful spot. Rusted. Wrecked. And Houston finds the last one. Native Black. Adrenaline really just putting on a clinic in backboat.
Yeah, and this is the thing, because we've been seeing round and round again, Rustin versus Adrenaline going through that cardboard wall, who can shoot who first. This time around, Adrenaline, completely different look, just hanging out on the back of the site, just like you said, and it's just so smart with the utility, using the recon bolt almost as a distraction in order to swing out, and just anchoring down that site. The fact that Oxygen Academy haven't been pushing him together is the reason why Adrenaline is able to get away with literal murder. And so they need to be so careful if they want to push onto that B site, because they're going to be expecting that. But as soon as I say that, they've actually rotated it, and Adrenaline is going to be hanging out on A. Not expecting this. Whitmer already so far forwards though.
Oh, Whitmer taking so much space, smokes off top mid and tries to reposition his aim towards Link, but gets punished for it as Verno, they clear out the smoke that's in front of them. Try to push. Is that Verdi with an operator at close range, or is that the Vandal? I can't tell in the third person perspective. I'm a little concerned about that. Morg, with paranoia in hand, sends it out and goes back as Adrenaline opens things up with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, and Adrenaline able to find Redux is actually huge. Verdi, though, walking forwards here, gets two, looking for that third onto Adrenaline, sprays through, but Adrenaline wins that one out. Now, Spike is going to be down 2v3 on the retake.
Pop smoke. I mean, pop smoke, pop flashes.
What that guy?
Ready to rock.
Ready to rock.
Adrenaline around the right. Verno returning with the recon, connects, and Rustin good for two from the back. Oxygen Academy at 5-6, keeping it a one-round game.
Last round before the switch.
All right, last round before the half. Native Black currently in the lead 6-5, but Oxygen Academy really have an opportunity to potentially tie up this series before the half here. We're gonna get a nice replay. Verdi just in the right place at the right time. The Hunter's Fury kept their attention, and then of course Rustin comes up from behind. It seems like that little spot right there is genuinely the Achilles heel of Native Black. You know that of Native Black. And so you know that they're going to be looking a little bit more carefully at that specific angle for this A-side push. But Oxygen Academy want to keep this momentum going forwards. The 0 point goes in, but is going to be traded for yet another 0 point. Just grab that ultimate orb to allow that null command to come online. And now they're going to be backing up to get the spike before they potentially hit that B side, which could be good off of the null command.
Taking their time, OXG Academy looking for the full rotate over to the B side. However, they don't really have too much info on the actual site itself. Cutler, operator, posted in main. Goes for the wide swing. The swing is right past Cutler, and they're safe. The lockdown not going to go down. It's actually the null command, as you had mentioned earlier. Rustin finds one on the way out. Cutler reposition, finds another. He can't get out, though, and he misses the flick. Nerfed finds the headshot. The connection is there, and OXG go for the plant.
Whitmer has an operator as well, but the spike is now going to be down. Nerfed in the ratty position. See if he can get something.
Wood pays off. Nerf finds one. Houston returns. Native Black looking for a 2v3 retake and a 2v2 now. Houston's popping off, and he util for the man himself. Whitmer with the turnaround finds the shot, and now Verno and a one-on-one as Whitmer is trying to stick the defuse. Spike is getting tapped, and the shots through the wall are good.
All right, well, that's a great round coming out from Oxygen Academy. They're able to tie things up 6-6 in this first half. We're going to be throwing to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to have the second part of this map just after.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got the second half of the Native Black versus Oxygen Academy semifinals matchup for you, straight from the Chicago LAN. This is the Nerd Street Gamers Summer Champs qualifiers. I'm Jambasco, joined by Marks.
Well.
And we are all tied up 6-6 as he goes in backwards, expecting the flash, but Redux instead meets an untimely death.
And that's classic Whitmer play right there. We saw this aggression earlier from Native Black, and honestly, it was just Whitmer going in. Not a care in the world. Unfortunately, does get punished by Nerf. And that was a common theme that we've seen on the last couple of rounds. But look at this. Native Black, they're on the site already. The swarm grenades are going to activate, but they should be able to get the spike down.
Should be able to get the spike down. Rustin up in heaven with the classic.
One enemy remaining.
Not been planted just yet, but Cutler's fine. He doesn't care. He's hitting the shots. And the spike finally going planted at Jenny. As Verno takes a bit of damage, gets suppressed as well. And is just hoping for one kill here.
I don't know that that's going to be possible. Just steps out of the way of the shock dart there. But in a 1v4 scenario, you've already lost quite a bit of HP. Unless you're just going to be clicking heads, I don't think it's going to work out pretty well. But this has been an excellent round coming out from Native Black. You know, we talked about Whitmer playing that aggression, and Oxygen Academy completely took the bait. They all rotated over, which allowed for this 4-man firing squad to get themselves set up. It's looking like the beginning of Lion King with all those meerkats just kind of hopping out of the ground. Because, yeah, all of Native Black were watching that just for that 1 second where they were able to get the frag. And a great pistol round once again coming out from Native Black here. Excellent stuff. Look, it's Whitmer. Who else but Whitmer?
Yeah, a little awkward on the entrance. Native Black taking the pistol round again, echoing the first half. Kind of weird. You can look at the scoreline. Native took 4 in a row. Oxygen took 4 in a row. Native take 2 in a row. Oxygen take 2 in a row. Odd. Interesting. And I wonder if that'll repeat itself as Native look like they're setting up a B push and instead are ready for this mid aggression.
Look at that. Whitmer already goes up there, but now stuck in the fragment, has to push out, immediately gets punished for it. It's a good way to start up the round if you're Native Black here. Now just looking for more picks, able to find one onto Rustin.
One enemy remaining.
Good shots, Houston. Good for 3 and now nerfed. Top mid, good for 1. Can line up the shot. Can he find another? Cutler just holding on in link. Goes for the wide swing. Gets him with the crouch. Hits the uncrouch. Finds the headshot. Beautifully done. And they don't get the plant money on top of it. All good. It was an eco round for Oxygen Academy. This is going to be their first buy round. Native Black on a bonus here. Opportunities are plentiful. On the first half, we saw Native Black kind of win this bonus too. And the one after. So... yeah. Even though it should be a confident victory in this round for Oxygen Academy, anything is possible.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see that they're not even able to buy up full shields here. Oxygen Academy will have those rifles though, so they're looking to potentially slow things down. But Cultured, so aggressive and immediately just gets punished. Didn't jump far enough, and it's a crouching Verdi who's going to find that kill.
Whitmer takes a lot of damage and repeaks. Nerfed is ready for it though. Gets the strike there. Native Black on their back foot for sure as Houston tries to take some space up catwalk. With Spectre in hand. Oh, catches Verdi lacking for just a moment, and that's exactly what they need. However, Adrenaline hopping out of that smoke. I can't say that's exactly what they needed there. As Morg goes down, Nerfed finds a third, and now Houston left in a 1v4.
Able to find one, but Nerfed is ready to swing that one out, and unfortunately, it just works out really well for Oxygen Academy. I liked how they played that. They took really long duels, and it just kind of seemed like it was a little bit of overconfidence coming in from Native Black. Maybe they just needed to make sure that they could find an easy pick, a cheeky pick every now and then, but Oxygen Academy, they just had the better arsenal on their side. And as a result, they're going to be able to find these long-range picks and able to just make that one happen. Regardless, though, you know, bonus round. Native Black, they're more than comfortable to buy up on this round. And Cutler, he's got that operator, Jim. And we know Cutler has done unspeakable things with these operators in previous rounds. Let's see how he wants to put that one to work. Whitmer already scouting things out. Spots out Nerfed.
Yeah, giving the old updraft shoot while falling and get a headshot challenge a try. Not going to work out. Smokes galore down middle to potentially bait out a rotate from Oxygen Academy out into their spawn. They're not committing on this mid push though, which is really important as Cutler finds Timmy the turret out in B main.
Let's see how they want to play this. I love the positioning that Oxygen Academy have. Verdi could be huge to stall things out. They set up the one-way smoke. Fortunately, it's a little bit too low to the ground, and the pop flash is going to be going through. Yeah, Verdi's got to be able to close that door. The fragment to deny that tree space there, but Verdi and Redux come up mad.
I was about to say the dynamic duo go bonanzas there, but Redux capitalizes on top of Houston. Native in a 2v4, their lead getting minimized round after round as OXG Academy try their best to lock down defense here. Native kind of at a loss at what to do.
If Cutler got that shot, I would have been like, hey, check his PC. There's no way. And so now Cutler has to lead the charge into here, but Nerfed up top. They've got Redux on the bottom. Yeah, that's going to be easy. And that tree ultimately was the downfall of Native Black. They tried to move in onto that site, but you know what? Verdi just held his ground. Did have those flashes and had Redux just a little bit further back in order to secure the rest of those kills there. So a great combination of utility in order to secure and push back on what Native Black were trying to achieve there. So good stuff coming out. Once again, you can tell that Oxygen Academy are a team that's pretty well rehearsed. Their comms seem to be working out pretty well because a lot of these combos of utilities to get some of these kills have looked very tight. We don't see that in some of these teams that just get kind of thrown together last minute, but they look clean. Nothing to take away from Native Black either, though, because so far they've been doing an excellent job as Morg already finds Redux.
Four and four. Verno with the recon into B main. Scans one. sending the drone afterwards too. Just wasting time. Adrenaline connects though. Great shots out onto Rustin. Hunter's Fury coming out as Cutler. Great shot out onto Verno. It was a weird angle, but he still comes out on top. Verdi, Market. He's going to be the guardian of that B main entrance. And Cutler has already made it onto the site. This is really awkward as a 3v2. Cutler is directly under Nerfed, and Nerf just spots him out. Beautifully done. 2 on 2. 8-8. It's tied up.
And here we go. Nerf will be using the global TP to get that information. Although I'm pretty sure they knew. Verdi already there. Morg wasn't expecting that. Just like that, Adrenaline only has that Sheriff in hand. It's not looking very good.
Giving it some time now too, so that Oxygen Academy don't necessarily commit to the A site because they don't know. They haven't spotted the spike. They haven't heard it. They haven't heard Adrenaline. He could theoretically still be at B, but choosing the right option here, Verdi and co stick together so that they can play whatever site it is as a 2v1. And now the recon out, spike being planted. They know he's on Jenny. How do they play this though? Adrenaline, Sheriff in hand, going around the left side. Ring around the Rosie. Getting held by Nerfed and Verdi on the right. There it is. Oxygen Academy for 9.
Yeah. And that looked honestly really clean there. Forced out a couple of ultimates on that round, but still just doing a really good job of shutting down the presence onto that B site. And you could tell as soon as Native Black decided to move things over, Oxygen Academy understood that that was going to be the play. And they were very fast at rotating around, which just allowed Verdi to be in a position to punish Morg. Morg got a little bit greedy, had site control, wanted to push into the spawn, potentially catching the rotators around, but as a result got punished. Now we are having a timeout coming in for Native Black, I do believe, and I think this is going to be a good time to try and figure out what you want to run. They were on a bit of a save round last time, but this time around they will have their full rifles, so this is when you want to see them bust out interesting strategies and maybe usurp what Oxygen Academy are doing, because thus far, I mean, also too, this has been an incredibly close game, but Oxygen Academy are looking pretty solid on this defense. They're playing off each other extremely well.
Really, just like you mentioned, their timings are so tight. And that's the key of a well-oiled team, a well-functioning team, is that the timings are tight, they're playing off of each other really well, and they are clearing each other's angles for them. And that's what we're seeing from both of these squads. It's really beautiful. Cutler, hard carrying, hard anchoring for their team at this point, but he seems to be playing, the rest of his team seems to be putting him in that role, right? Where he's able to find these frags time and time again, currently leading the way at 20 and 10, with the next person being Houston at 14 and 12.
Yeah. And I just want to say that we've talked multiple times about how Whitmer loves to be super aggressive, but I think Oxygen Academy are really doing a good job of keeping that in check. And just like that, that's a lot of information. Verno knows they're coming.
Those are coming. What does he do about it though? Redux, operator in hand, connects on the head, and the repeat is coming. Not gonna connect as Morg finds 2 back to back and finds a 3rd through a wall. That is impressive. Now, Native already out onto the site. Can they get the plant, or are they gonna continue fighting in CT, and Rustin stops the spike from making any progress?
Yeah, but Rustin is gonna be the last member standing, has to go 1v2. Thankfully, Morg was able to pick it up, only has 2 HP, could be tickled down, but not expecting Houston to be hanging out over there in market. Going shopping for some kills. Native Black tie it up once again. It's 9-9 still, as the series continues to carry on. This is so close, and it's only map number 1 so far, Jim.
I still can't believe it. It's only map number 1. 9-9. We've played 18 rounds, heading into the 19th. The game's all tied up. And as we head into this next round, we're looking at buys, and for both teams, we're just shy of perfect buys across the board, right? We've got some ultimates to work with, lockdowns and blade storms namely, and of course the Omen TP.
Woo!
Tough for Redux, gonna have to back on out of there.
Whitmer almost got taken down too. That was 2 body shots. Needed 1 more to secure the kill there, but still Nerf doing a really good job of holding things down. Whitmer with a blade storm of their own though, gets punished by Nerf.
Yeah, Blade Storm's not finding any value in that round whatsoever. However, Whitmer ultimately going down is worse. Oxygen Academy on the defense, just waiting now, metering their aggression, and taking time. A minute left on the clock here.
And this is something I've noticed from this Native Black offense is they haven't really been taking mid control. They really do just prefer to push the sites dry. And this is the first time that we're going to see them actually push through mid, but Verdi, not expecting it, gets taken out.
Cover going out.
Welcome back. We've got Native Black versus Oxygen Academy. Still in the first game of the semifinals, best of 3 with Native Black currently in the lead by 2 rounds over Oxygen at 11-9. Going into this next one, we've got a lot of ultimates on the side of Oxygen Academy, so it's going to be a spicy round. I am, of course, Jim Basco, joined by Marks.
Yeah.
We are ready to rock, Marks. It's been a nail-biter of a game so far, and we're only in the first match of the series.
I know, it's extremely close. Look at the score lines. Redux gets suppressed here, but this time it's going to be Native Black, moving things a little bit more aggressively as Whitmer finds Nerf. It's going to be an early Hunter's Fury coming out from Verno, trying to look for something, is able to take up Adrenaline.
Spots out the drone. Can't find a body though. Whitmer, unlucky there. Native Black down to 2 members already. Oxygen Academy just hopping on the defense here.
Yeah, Cutler unable to find that pick there, and I think that would have been a pretty important one. Native Black going to be making their way on. Verno in the back line. Oh, Redux does find the pick there. Now it's all up to Morg. 1v4, trying to win this one out and take that match 12, but it looks like this is going to be Oxygen Academy's round.
Great stuff. Redux. 10-11 Oxygen Academy, man. They are not giving this one up easy at all. And if we look at Native Black's money for a moment, it looks like they'll actually be fine on the offense for the most part. Do we have full shields, though? Is going to be the question that I'm asking. And it looks like we will be lacking in some degree.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, they just need to make sure that they've got all rifles in their hands. You know, shields are important, but it doesn't matter if you get that one-tap Vandal headshot. So making sure that you just have that baseline established is super important for Native Black right now. Oxygen Academy, though, looking very comfortable. They do have that lockdown available, and an early Hunter's Fury coming in from Adrenaline to potentially find somebody as Verdi gets tagged up but is able to escape with their life.
It's damage down onto Verdi. Whitmer, not going to spot anything out in wine. Well done. Waiting for the dart. Doesn't see anything. Nerfed has yet to give up his position. However, the smoke can arouse some suspicions for sure.
Absolutely. And now Native Black, they're just kind of taking their time here. So they really want to go and get. Redux does take out the recon drone. That's a good paranoia coming in as Whitmer gets spotted out, but wins it out.
Wow, great shot from Whitmer. Just ducks under the dice and finds the headshot as Native Black pop out onto the site, find 4 picks in quick succession. And now Oxygen Academy left just to Rustin, who's suppressed, been spotted out, and needs to back on off. Has the lockdown here, but in a 1v4, that's kind of a tough spot to be in, and gets spotted out in mid. Can Cutler hit this shot, or will Rustin get the better of him from afar, and Rustin comes out on top?
A little bit unconventional here, but yeah, this is a good round from Native Black here, especially that the fact that they're able to secure that 12th round and keep 3 of their members alive. It was very explosive onto the site, and despite the fact that Oxygen Academy really tried to just bottle that up and stop it in its tracks, didn't matter. Native Black, they just ran in there, kind of uses Whitmer as a little bit of bait. Whitmer was able to get one, but the rest of the team came in behind and were just looking in the right areas. Played all the utility had been popped at that point, and so it was a simple matter of just looking around and being able to click the appropriate members. So good stuff coming out from Native Black here. We're on match point. This is Oxygen Academy's map pick, and Oxygen Academy, their economy is not going to be great going into this round. They were really banking on winning that last one out.
Scary, tense, and full of opportunity really on the OXG side. They both have the lockdown and the Omen ultimate. They could get Verdi's null command and really mix things up, but Verno with the spray here is going to connect onto Whitmer, do a lot of damage, and although it doesn't find a elimination at the end of the day, it's something as Morg gets onto the site, clears it out, and of course balls out the 2 people that are available as Adrenaline and Whitmer find 2. Verdi pops out. Verdi pops the null command here, goes out into lane, is taken out, and now in a 1v4 once again, Rustin, what is he gonna do with the lockdown in hand? Things are nigh impossible.
Yeah, and now the null command comes online. from Native Black. A flash grenade actually doesn't give any information, but the fact that Rustin shoots it, Morgan's gonna know that they're just hanging back there. Like you said, near impossible. And it's a shock bolt that's gonna seal the deal on that first map. Congratulations to Native Black. They come in and they make their name known, winning out on Oxygen Academy's map pick. That's gonna be map number 1 for Native Black.
That's huge. Oxygen Academy came into this one as clear favorites. Native Black, we didn't know necessarily how they could perform. Do they scale with their opponents, or was the peak of their performance really against their earlier matches earlier, right? So here we are. We know they can perform when they need to on a pick that's not theirs. So that's beautifully done. 13-10. A nail biter of a game all the way through. OXG Academy, though, they're going to have to go to Native's map pick next, and maybe they'll look even better than they did this time around.
Yeah, that is 100% a potential case that could happen. But before we get there, we got to talk about your chair support there, Jim, because I don't think that you're.
Yes.
We've been sitting for a long time, and obviously it would be nice if we were in Chicago, hanging out at the LAN. But of course, experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Games and local host. All Mavix chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Make sure to get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. And use code NSG55 to save $55 as well. Shop now at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. And just like that, we're going to be throwing to a quick break, but you're not going to want to go anywhere, because next up, we've got Haven. It is going to be the map pick of Native Black, Oxygen Academy. They're on the back heels. They could get eliminated here in the semi-finals. Don't go anywhere. Let's see how this one shakes out.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Chicago Valorant LAN for the Summer Champs. My name is Mark Scassing alongside Jim Basco, and we've got a fun semi-finals match in front of us right now, Jim. It's a Native Black going up against Oxygen Academy. Oxygen Academy in a pretty good position for, just they've made a name for themselves in some of these online qualifiers, but it's just now coming back and looking pretty darn good. Regardless, though, Native Black, a little bit of a newer team in the Nerd Street Summer Champs circuit, but really just making a name for themselves, able to win out map number 1 against Oxygen Academy on Oxygen Academy's map pick.
Tough, really tough. Oxygen Academy coming into this one, sort of the Goliath in this David and Goliath situation, but Native Black showing that, hey, we have a lot of great players on our squad. We know we're credible. Now we've got the chemistry to show for it. 13-10, a close nail-biter rematch. And like you said, on Oxygen's map pick, of course, so many moments going back and forth, tied at the half, 6-6. No one could have called it, but here we go with Native Black taking the first game in this best of 3. We are still in the semis, and of course, the winner of this will be proceeding to the grand finals. So there's a lot riding on the line. Native, they've got something to prove, to say the least.
Yeah, and now we're just going to be seeing our map picks and bans one more time. So next up, we're going to be going to Haven, which is Native Black's map pick. Oxygen Academy, though, still pretty well practiced on Haven, and if we do require so, that map number 3 is going to be split. So Oxygen Academy playing for their lives, while Native want to just close this out nice and easy and secure their spot into the finals. But of course, Haven, we've seen quite a bit of Haven today. We've seen quite a bit of Haven yesterday. Such a classic Valorant map, 3 bomb sites, just allow for a lot more variety on how some of these teams set up their strategies.
Exactly, right. More executes, more eloquent lurks, and really just a more spread out game overall. It lends itself to duels if you're playing that default, but can quickly change the pace if teams group up, shotgun it through B, something like that, or into garage. There's a lot of options. I love Haven for that. And of course, Jet galore. It's one of the best maps for Jet. Updraft locations, operators, and more. So Cutler's going to have a field day, we already know, and we've seen him play this map multiple times throughout the day. So it's going to be good, to say the least. And of course, Haven and Ascent have just kind of been the go-to, the de facto for all these teams so far.
Yeah, pretty much every single match we've been following thus in the Chicago LAN thus far online here have been basically just Ascent and Haven back and forth. Get a little bit of Breeze here or there, get a little bit of Icebox, but of course we're coming back to our tried and true, just Ascent and Haven over and over again. And so we know that these teams are going to be well practiced on this maps because, hey, if they're continuously picked over and over again, that means that they get that time to just try and figure out their strategies. There's not too much time in between the actual matches to do a proper VOD review and sit down, but you can still pick up a little bit of inconsistencies in your strategy and fix some of those smaller mistakes. And as a result, tighten up your gameplay just a little bit more. Especially too, we are seeing Oxygen Academy feel a little bit more cohesive as a unit. There have been so many really good utility combinations that have been coming out, and just knowing when to swing together. Honestly, just at a very baseline gameplay level, I do think that Oxygen Academy are playing this extremely well. It's just that Native Black, they're a little bit more unpredictable, and they're more ready to just pull the trigger on some of their executes. They're more gung-ho, ready to just get into the action and win things out. And I think that this is going to be a little bit of a balancing act for both these teams to try and adapt to the other team's style.
Absolutely. I think they do such a good job, like you said, Oxygen specifically, of working together, working off of each other. And you can tell that they've been together for quite some time just because their timings are all so good. But like you said, it gives them opportunity, a little bit of downtime between the maps to think about what went wrong, talk about it, fix their communications, fix whatever was happening on shot calling, and head into this next one strong. Oxygen Academy, just to give it a little bit of context for anyone that doesn't know, they currently lead the way in NSG summer leaderboard points by, I think, a magnitude of a couple of thousand points, if I'm not wrong. They're sitting at like 11,000 as a cumulative total. So they've been playing for quite a while and wrecking face in the scene. Native Black, a relatively new team, forming within the last month. And they definitely have something to prove.
Oh yeah, and I'm going to be honest with you, Jim. I think they're proving it. The fact that they're already in the semifinals, going up against Oxygen Academy, like you said, one of the teams that is leading the leaderboard. It's got to be a lot. And Okay, this is what I was expecting here. I was just about to say, you know, you talked about Jet a lot on Haven, but Oxygen Academy love running Neon. Redux on this Neon is so aggressive on Haven and just gets so much room both on the attack and the defense. I'm genuinely curious if this is going to be something that really works out for the Oxygen Academy roster, or if Native are going to be able to pick this out and are going to be able to punish it. We do see that they're going to be bringing a Fade into the mix, so this is going to already be a very interesting map between these two teams.
I'm excited. I'm always happy when I see a Neon on the map, and of course we're seeing a Fade as well. And so Native probably aware that Redux is a Neon fanatic and maybe hoping to find some usage and value out of that tether from Fade's util. So, you know, it's speculative, it's a Hail Mary, but we might be seeing a real slobber knocker of a match between these two squads here. Finally taking for the first game, Native Black come into this with an advantage. If they can win this one, they're sending Oxygen Academy into the Nether. And if Oxygen Academy win this, they are taking it to map 3.
Yeah, you know, Oxygen Academy, they've got their pride on the line. Even if they're leading the leaderboard, you know, they got to prove that they've earned their spot, and especially too, going into a LAN, best way to do it. We're going to be starting things out. It's going to be Oxygen Academy starting us out on our defense. Meanwhile, Native Black going to be on the offense. Very interesting setup here. A lot of emphasis on this B site coming in from Oxygen Academy, and Native Black are playing right into it.
Great stun, Redux out of harm's way, destroys the Watcher, Nerfed pops out to help his boy, and Verdi is there as well. Quickly made into a 4-on-3 as Morg finds one, but is a little lost in the sauce here. Verno, good for 2, and Adrenaline stuck in the cubby. He's going to meet his untimely demise as a shock dart chunks him down, and Nerfed with the right click will end him. Oxygen Academy taking the first round at the second game.
Yeah, and honestly, that was such a good read from Oxygen Academy. I don't know if it was intentional or not. I'm going to say that it was, just because I think that makes it a little bit more fun. But it was such a good read. Just leave that Omen, leave that Neon in the backside of B, and then Redux just got so much value just using those relay bolts to just stun it up. And honestly, even though the spike went down, it was so easy for Oxygen Academy to just swarm around them like ants. And yeah. Native Black had no answer for it, so they just got completely overwhelmed. But, oh boy, Jib, we're not out of the weeds yet. Native Black going to be forcing up this round. A couple of Spectres and a Marshal coming in. Meanwhile, Oxygen Academy playing it tried and true. Do have all those Spectres. It's going to be a very fast A site exit.
Interesting force here. Maybe they're just trying to stop the momentum before it really starts rolling, and I can't blame them for that. But they don't even have all Spectres or Stingers. They're running a couple of Sheriffs, a couple Spectres, and they're taking a slow approach towards Long as the drone comes out, finds 1 or 2. Native tossing the Watcher out into the site. Verno completely blind, and he's gonna, oh man, he's gonna pay for it, but Verdi pays back even better as he finds 2. Redux helps for the 3rd. Whitmer connects, and now in a 3-on-2, in a 2-on-2, Nerfed. Equalizing things once again. Cutler now at a disadvantage as the Marshal in hand is about to try and grab the spike. He doesn't realize he's on the high ground, and Rustin finds one.
Ooh, important round for Oxygen Academy to just set the momentum of this map. They're mad. You can feel it. They want this to happen. They want that map 3 to happen. They want to be getting their ticket to the finals. And they're just shutting the door on that push. So Native Black are in a bad position. Because they forced it up last round, they're going to have to go into this next round with pistols. And it's not going to be too great. Oxygen Academy have quite a bit of utility to work around. And they can just buy up armor and buy up those Spectres because they're not afraid of the economic damage that could be made. They have the opportunity to go for a bonus even after this round. See how this one shakes out. This time around, Native Black, they're playing a little bit more spread out here. They do try and push onto the C site. Rustin's just going to have a field day, though. Has that turret set up. The swarm grenades active. Could completely shut them in half, but Morg has this shorty and getting a lot of space on Garage.
Good fire. That is exactly where he's going to be. It's smart from Morg to just get on out of there. Aftershock clears him out, and he tries to come back. It's a little greedy, but Nerfed shuts him down. And, of course, the Molly going to delay the C-long push as Redux sends out the concuss. It doesn't connect. Just spams and dissuades the attacking team from pushing any further. Finds a second. Huge for Nerf there.
Yeah, Nerf is now going to be able to go on the back line. Native don't have a foot in the door. Are going to be spotting that out. Whitmer finds a headshot onto Nerfed. Now he's going to be lurking in a little bit more, potentially looking to pick up that gun. Actually doesn't need it. Prefers the sheriff here, but Rustin's alarm bot is going to make Whitmer back up. Now Verno holding down this line. Adrenaline not ready for it.
Whoosh. Awkward bulldog burst there. Adrenaline. 25 seconds left on the clock. They haven't gotten the spike down. They're in a 3v4. Pistols galore, and they're going to get swamped by Spectres as Oxygen take the third round. Fourth round not paying out for Native Black, and they're paying for it with that third one.
Yeah, all right. This is going to be... oh, wow. Native Black already calling a timeout here. Trying to stabilize things because they've let 3 rounds go to Oxygen Academy. To be fair, this is going to be the first round where they are able to buy full rifles here. And if they use these rifles appropriately, they could start to pull things back into their favor. Right now, Oxygen Academy look very disciplined in how they've been playing this defense. They aren't overextending, and I think that Native Black were almost expecting them to, based on how some of these earlier teams have been playing on this map. So, right now, Native Black are a little bit on the back foot. This is their map pick, but Oxygen Academy are looking pretty darn good onto it. As much as I would like to say the Neon is getting a ton of value, I wouldn't necessarily say that, but Neon does a really good job. Those relay bolts have been extremely well placed, and I've been getting a ton of value in that sense. But we haven't really seen the space control come out from that Neon just quite yet, as much as I would love to see it. I think that's going to be something that we see a little bit more on their offense.
I wonder what Native are trying to figure out at this point in time. Of course, they did give up 3 quick ones, but it wasn't because of anything in specific I can even point out, you know what I mean? Like, overall, their map play just seems a little less strong than Oxygen Academy's. And so, how do you answer back on something like that? Houston and Cutler not finding their groove just yet, but here we go into the first real buy round as Oxygen are on a bonus. Native look to take this one.
Looks like that B-side is going to be favored. B-side's always the better side of the record. Whitmer goes in, is able to take the alarm bot out, but is just looking to get space right now. And Aftershock is going to deter them from planting, but now Whitmer might be able to punish Verno.
Ooh. Good call from Verno to use the drone early. Realizes that there was an opportunity for someone to get through to B and into the A link. Nerfed finds one recurrence. Houston putting himself on the board has been found. And now in a 3-on-3, it is pretty even across as Oxygen Academy lead with an Omen ult, but that's pretty much it.
And let's keep in mind, Oxygen Academy, this is their bonus round, so they don't all have rifles. They're still making this one work. Looking pretty good for them thus far. Native Black walk right into Nerfed. And I don't think that they realize that they're still coming onto it, but Whitmer should be able to get the spike down shortly.
Planted.
Heckin' Heaven doesn't really hear anything. Whitmer trying to get this nice little cheeky angle with the Vandal, trying to get the one tap and get out of there, but whiffs, and Rustin finds the tap instead. Redux sliding out of the window, gets clapped by Adrenaline, who falls promptly back too long. Both these players are pretty low. This is possible for Adrenaline, as Rustin has tapped the spike, taps it once again, tries to take it up towards half. Oh, great pre-fire through the box, and it connects into the head. Adrenaline putting Native onto the board.
Man, and that was kind of close, honestly. If the spike was just a little bit over to the left, I don't think that those bullets would have connected. And, you know, sometimes you just got to go for it. So excellent read there. And that's going to be Native Black being able to get their first round. Finally putting their foots in the door. They've got a chance here. And now, once again, they're going to be a little bit strapped for cash because they did buy up into that round, and it wasn't an easy one for them. Meanwhile, Oxygen Academy is sitting nice and comfortable with their money. Regardless, though, Whitmer does have the Blade Storm. We'll be popping it this round, but let's see how they want to execute onto this site. So far, Native Black have not been as explosive as I was expecting. Already, the 2 updrafts not coming up big with anything, and the Haunt is going to secure that B side.
Singing out the Aftershock. Whitmer good on the jump and drift and shot. Saying hello from Tokyo. Dashes out of that situation, but Verno claps back in a 4-on-4 now. Oxygen Academy. I like their split. They've got... I like the look at their gib or something. The cut of their jib. I don't even know, bro. The
I
Omen,
can't help
though.
you out here, Jim. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, cut of the jib is what I was trying to say, I believe is the correct phrase. Omen trying to flank the flanker, not working out. It's a 3-on-3. Morg in the midst of it all finds 2 quick ones. Swaps out the weapon because why not? It doesn't matter as Adrenaline finds the third. Beautifully done. 2-3 for Native.
A bunch of really good ideas being executed on that one. I just want to point out, actually, Nerfed did use his ultimate in order to teleport into the backside, into the spawn of Native Black, and tried to get a flank established that way. And I think that did put on a lot of pressure, but actually the hero of that, the Omen of this story that we need to highlight is Morg. Just going in for the teleport, get up close and personal. A lot of smokes onto the bomb, not too sure what was going on, could just kind of hang out with the squad and spray it down, able to deny the spike from being defused, but more importantly, found the kills to secure the round. Now, that's what we need to be seeing from Native Black in order to continue to get this aggression onto Oxygen Academy. Because Oxygen Academy are so well rehearsed, they need to come up with creative plays to catch them off guard, and will be rewarded if they so do so. Now, it's 2-3, like you said, through to force online for Native Black. Both guns online for both of these teams. Sorry, Oxygen are on a little bit of a save, as the Nerf does have this Bucky in hand. Might come up big. Prowler gets that information.
Nerfed, not afraid, even though he takes a couple of bullets to the guts. Call him 50 Cent. He's fine, though. He is walking and alive. Oxygen Academy not on the A site as Native Black try to rotate on over and are busting down at the site. The Haunt comes out from short. Not going to connect on anything, really. And Native Black have the spike plant here. In just a moment, it looks like they're not sticking it just yet. Kind of a bit of a moment of confusion here as Whitmer is fighting Adrenaline, swings out into CT, finds the pick, and Oxygen Academy left down to just Nerf with the Bucky on the flank.
Yeah, and Cutler finds it, so it's an easy cleanup there as Native Black are able to tie it up once again. Absolute chaos onto the site, but I do like the idea of investing the Nightfall onto it. Just get the information in the event that somebody is there. Whitmer, of course, being as aggressive as ever, just walked right in, tried to spray it down, tried to get something, wasn't able to find anything, but was honestly enough of a deterrence to keep Oxygen Academy from just running it in, because I think Oxygen Academy were ready to rush in onto the site and try and stop that defuse just using their own utility. But as soon as those bullets started to fly through, they thought twice about it, which just allowed the momentum to swing back into Native Black's sails. A very good round from them. This is going to be the gun round coming in from both these teams, and Cutler has this operator in hand. Cutler hasn't been turning it up this map as much, but has that opportunity to do so, especially with this operator.
Let's take a look. Cutler up through garage. Not going to connect on anything. And the only thing that is actually in garage, it's Timmy. El Turret just hanging out. Now pushing out mid, trying to take some space here. Gather some information. We're still in that phase of the game. And speeding things up through garage as Rustin finds one. Houston returns for the second. And it's a 4-on-4. However, the spike for Native is still in mid. Yet to come through garage.
Now they're going to be ferrying it over there, but I don't know if this is a good idea because they still have somebody on site here. Verdi comes up big with a headshot onto Houston.
Gets rid of it, gets pinged, and then is going to TP out. Nerfed. Hitting him with the flash there. Really nicely done. Adrenaline able to get onto the site. Gets tagged by the dart. Is dodging the ultimate successfully. Nicely done. Yeah, takes no damage. Beautiful. Stun and the blind coming out. Redux quick to capitalize, but Cutler holding, crouched and ready around the side. Verdi can't capitalize as Nerf comes through garage and finds 3 in a row.
Wow, yeah, Nerf just kind of ran that one down, and honestly, it's kind of crazy, but I feel like the Omen players are making the biggest difference thus far. In obviously just frags, just getting that value, but also too, these paranoias and these smokes have been so important into dictating the pace of the round. Unfortunately, Redux has not had that much success with this Neon just quite yet, but still a good round coming in from Oxygen Academy. They win that one out. They're going to be a little bit strapped for cash here, and I imagine we're now going to be seeing the overdrive come out from Redux. Yeah, only has a Spectre in hand, probably going to use that overdrive and get really aggressive with it, and so Native Black have to be a little bit more careful about that. They can shut it down with a single head tap, but still, when you have a Neon sliding around in front of you, it's pretty hard to hit those bullets.
Yes, sir. You could say that again as Native's Morg TP's on into short. If they're able to take some info here and find this Sova, they have a free A site. However, not going to be playing that aggressive. Morg will just be hanging out in short, playing that close quarter angle as the attacking side sends a drone on over a long to try and clear it out. And really, they're once again in the information phase with a minute, 10 seconds left on the clock. Whitmer getting curious. Smoke is out. Kind of forces him to be in a weird spot. He could set up the dash and try to peek and get out, but instead he backs on entirely out of that place and takes his talons to the garage as the bomb itself moves towards A.
Yeah, and this is going to be really good for Native Black. They should be able to just get onto this A site, and I don't think they've realized just how open things usually are. Whitmer getting really aggressive is actually going to force the entire rotation perfectly, baited the entire team there, but Native Black are going to have to play this 4v5, and that spike is going to go down here, but Oxygen Academy are set up for success. They could potentially get it, but a double swing coming in might be absolutely massive from the team. Nerf getting one. And Redux getting Hudson as Houston as well. No, Cutler goes in, but gets taken out. Morg able to find one with the Guardian. Still 1v3 now, not looking good for Native Black.
Looking for the shot, but just fails to line it up properly. Verdi better from the lower angle. Oxygen Academy at 5-3.
Yeah, and they look pretty well rehearsed right now. This defense has been looking stellar coming in from this team. Gonna have to continue to put this pressure on if they want to make their way into the finals. This is their map pick. This is their opportunity to do so. Look at that. We got a LAN cam. Woohoo! Shout out to all the people playing their games right there. It's been
he's rocking the PJs.
Of course. Yeah. It's a LAN. You gotta rock the pajama pants.
It is.
Otherwise, what are you doing?
That's honestly, this is the truth. If you're not rocking PJs at LAN, I don't know what's going on. Also, if you're going to sleep at LAN, you're doing it wrong.
That's true. That's true. All right. Well, relay bolts are going to be coming out just off the bat. And yeah, that A site has been generally vulnerable from Oxygen Academy, but Native Black haven't really preferred it until more recently. Prowler's going to be used to get a little bit of information. The Haunt basically clears things out, and now Native Black are going to be moving things forwards. Don't have all the guns in the world. They're going to try to make these sheriffs work.
Whitmer hoping someone jump peeks him. Ooh, stun, not gonna connect. Great shots though. Just body blocking each other. Verdi, good for 2 as Redux follows it up. Wants a 4th. Beautifully done.
Yeah, now this round is basically over there. I don't know whether or not I agree with Native Black continuing to do those ego duels, just because, you know, you've got pistols and you're going against rifles. We see Cutler playing a little bit of hide and seek with that, but completely dodges it. Able to take one out, looking for the next. Goes for the swing. Verno ready to punish there. It's now 6-3. Oxygen Academy looking pretty darn good thus far.
6-3. Yeah, the OXG are looking very good so far. Of course, coming into this one, they are going to have the ult advantage as well. 3 of the strongest ults on OXG Academy are available and ready to rock, while for Native, they've got 3 of the stronger ones as well. Honestly, it's just going to come down to who plays this better. There's a lot of counterplay already. You can tell if Rustin puts the lockdown down, Adrenaline will use his Hunter's Fury. Then what happens afterwards? You know what I mean? There's a Rolling Thunder on their side. Lots of possibilities. It all comes down to what the actual choices are. Whitmer trying to speed it up through garage, smoke into the window. Taking his time instead. Backs on out of there.
We're able to take out that swarm grenade is huge. Now Rustin can't separate the team and moving in here, but Redux is holding that angle too.
Last player remaining.
Whitmer through garage finds 2 in the midst of all of this. Rolling Thunder comes out, doesn't connect, and Whitmer on the drop shot from Verno. 4-6. Native here to play.
Absolutely. A massive headshot coming in from Whitmer. That blade... Okay, Whitmer gets so much value out of these blade storms. It's actually unreal how well they've been working out for him. So, honestly, a really good round for them. They're able to stabilize their economy, able to buy things up, and now Oxygen Academy are looking a little bit rougher for wear. Redux gonna go for the Spectre yet again. This might be the round where the overdrive comes out, but, you know, it's still been pretty dicey thus far. Good relay bolts from that Neon, but beyond that, not too much else. as a result, it's been not the best pick, economically speaking, but still, just having that extra body and finding frags has been pretty good thus far for Oxygen Academy. We're going to be just getting the quick TP over. They want to just stack this site because it's an A site hit.
Stack it they do. Stun comes out. Verdi finds one down onto long. And playing the site so well. Redux ready with the overcharge in hand. Finger cannons ready and blasting away as he finds two, finds a third, and he wants a fourth, and he's gonna get it. Beautifully done by Redux.
Yep. You'll love to see that level of tracking come across there. You know, that's the thing about that bolt. It doesn't guarantee as lightning fast as a kill as you would want from, say, like a jet knife or something like that. But the fact of the matter is that it's a lot better for the spray transfer. Simply because there is no spray. It's just a straight line, a nice electric charge, and it's going to be completely just in the same direction. So you're allowed to do things like that. And as you get kills, it actually helps charge it up a little bit more. So Redux doing a really good job using that ultimate. That's what we need to see. It's now the last round of the half. Will Oxygen Academy take this 8-4, or are Native Black able to swing this one back? They're going to be moving in. Whitmer already getting aggressive with this operator.
Thinks he hears something, and he did. He heard Redux for just a second, but Redux got the heck out of there. Watcher spots one out. Verdi takes it out. No big deal. Nerfed still alive in this corner. Could get the best of Morg, but Morg with a great shot through the wall comes out on top, opening it up for Native. As Whitmer has got a great angle and he finds the shot to follow. Beautiful once again, 5-3 for Native as Verdi pushes through garage doors, finds one, could get one more onto Cutler. Oh, but Cutler's keen and gets a third.
Storm grenade going to be tossed in here, but it's looking really good for Native Black. They should be able to take this piece side and get it down, but Rustin evens it out. It's now 2v2. Two star players of Native Black are going to be going in. Still alive.
No, he's so good. You can't make this stuff up, man. Whitmer returning finally on a Rustin, and now Redux and Rustin in a one-on-one to seal the deal for this halftime. Dash in hand. Oh my gosh, into the doorway. Redux picks it up. It's an 8-4 half for Oxygen Academy. Native down by 4 points. And potentially we will be going to a map 3. But of course it is halftime, meaning we're going to be taking a short break and we'll be back right afterwards. Welcome back, everybody. We've got the second half of the Second match in this best of 3 between Oxygen Academy and Native Black. Of course, right now, Oxygen Academy are leading 8-4, but in the series, Native Black have a game win. And so they're looking to close things out. Down by 4 at the halftime. It looks like Native starting on defense here as Oxygen. Quick for the attack as Cutler gets 1 before going down.
And honestly, that was so quick. Nerfed on the back line as well, able to find Houston. This is looking pretty good for Oxygen Academy. Native Black, though, getting ready for this retake.
Great shots from Morg. 3-on-3 now. Stays alive here. Paranoia in hand. Not going to connect on anybody. Finds the KJ. Dinks are good. Redux is there to save the day for Rustin, though. In a 3v1. Adrenaline. At about 100 HP. Recon to the back of the site. Gonna get destroyed immediately from Garage. And in a 1v3, things are looking grim for Native.
Oh, but Adrenaline goes in there. Able to find one headshot. Looking for the next one. But Redux is actually able to clap that one. That's going to be a good pistol round coming in from Oxygen Academy. Now 1 away from hitting that double digits, which has got to be very painful for Native Black. Native Black, this is their map pick. They took us to Haven here. And right now, Oxygen Academy are making it look like their playground. Now we're seeing the Neon Unleashed. This is what I want to see. Redux immediately just getting so much space. He uses the fast lane, just immediately gets to the back of that C site and just completely opens it up. You can tell that Native Black, as soon as it went up, were trying to back out and run away for their lives. It was just pure chaos on there, which just allowed Oxygen Academy to run forwards. And now it's happening all over again.
Oh, Houston trying to put up a fight with that shorty at close range, generally where it works, because it doesn't really work anywhere else. But Redux sliding through on top of that concuss. Didn't even stand a chance against it. 9-4 currently for Oxygen Academy, and they're looking to make it a 10 as Native are currently on an eco round, setting up for a CT-sided retake. They're going to do their best. Spamming through this back wall. The recon does go down. Great stun. Doesn't actually bounce where he wants it to. Adrenaline off the swing finds 1. And Verdi closing into the smoke. Gets another.
But it's Cutler here looking for some headshots. Not able to find anything. Another clean round from Oxygen Academy. They're looking good. They're looking crisp. And they're looking like they want to play. It's now 10-4. This is going to be the round where Native Black are able to buy up their rifles, and they need to start pushing back a little bit more. Otherwise, Oxygen Academy are just going to run away with this one. They still will have all their Spectres online, thanks to... I'm not even sure if they lost a single member on that last round, but still, really good showcase from them thus far. And as a result, you know, it's going to be up to Native Black to try and figure something out. So... all those Vandals have a little bit of a Phantom as well. They got to stop this momentum down because it's explosive from Oxygen Academy.
Redux, fast lane, going quick, and of course Cutler hears them running by him. Great blind allows him to pick off 1 and get the heck out of there. Morg, good smoke, but the Prowlers are going to reveal his location, and Verno and Redux not letting Morg or Houston live to tell the tale. Now Cutler finding a third on the round. It's quickly made into a 2v2. Messy as anything, however, it's working for Native and for Oxygen. They're trading, and Nerf comes out on top, 11-4.
Wow. Okay, this is not going to be good for Native Black. Now Oxygen Academy very securely want this map. Only 2 more rounds to make it happen, and yeah, right now you can just see Native Black are having a really hard time trying to adapt to this Neon utility. As soon as that fast lane comes up and the relay bolts are sent to the back line, it's a little bit of a panic coming in for Native Black. I like the position that Cutler did get set up in, you know, just kind of hang back on that angle, make sure to just avoid all that, wait for them to walk out of the relay bolt to capitalize on those kills. But this time around, it's going to be onto this A site, and it's going to be up to Whitmer to slow this one down.
Us immediately drove off that angle, but Adrenaline across the map, finding Verdi to open things up. Whitmer almost connecting there, but no money. Redux to push here. Great stuff on a Whitmer. Going onto the back of sight, gets the stun almost, but Houston hits the sheriff shot. Native 4 versus 1 as Rustin tries to forage all the way up short, but is encountering a wall in a hard spot here and is not going to be able to gather the spike.
Yeah, I think Rustin just has to back out at this point. Maybe potentially punish some of the other players, but at this point, it's pretty much a lost round. The fact that it was mostly just a, what do you call it? A save round coming in from Native Black. They were able to get these sheriff kills, able to do it. It just worked out for them. And I think this is the problem with the entry onto the A site. The utility was dropped down to get space on the lane, not on the site itself. And as a result, Redux did not come up as big as they would have wanted to. The rest of the team couldn't actually make their way onto site, and Native Black just kind of held back. As soon as they realized that the Neon was coming, you just gotta play back, wait out the utility, and it's gonna be a nice and easy round. So Native Black are gonna win that thrifty round, an important round. They need to get 6 in a row to tie things up, but right now Oxygen Academy, they're still gonna have money to be able to buy things, and so they're gonna be potentially hitting this C-side again. They've had such good success. It's been so explosive. It's looked great every single time they've hit C.
Good stuff. A fundamental understanding of how then Neon worked in that round really brought them the victory there, but can they replicate it when there's guns on the lines for everybody involved? That's the key here. Of course, Oxygen coming into this one, they've got the finger guns ready to rock, and it looks like they're trying to create some space here as the fast lane goes down onto the B site. Cutler teleports to back B and goes undetected as Morg gonna go down from his flank. CT has been cleared out and the C site is about to get planted on.
Yeah, look at that. Like, Morg just got microwaved in the back line there. Whitmer able to get one, but Verdi taking out Cutler is not what you want to see. This is looking very clean from Oxygen Academy thus far. Nerfed is able to escape as well.
Last player standing.
Nice little escape from Nerfed. Makes it out. Recon Dart gonna go down. Adrenaline, does he check his corner? On the way back in, gets bopped by Redux. And that, my friends, is round number 12 for Oxygen Academy. And that's game point here.
Yeah, I would be genuinely surprised if we saw Oxygen go for another A side hit, because that one just looked... Okay, miserable is a little bit of an exaggeration, but it really just didn't look too good. So Native Black are going to be taking a timeout. I think this is important because they can't lose a round. If they don't, it is over for them. So let's see how this one plays out here. Once again, Redux is just setting the pace of every single round. Got so much room just flying into the back line. And that's why you pick a hero like Neon, or sorry, an agent like Neon. You're able to just get so much distance so quickly that your opponents do not expect where you are. And especially too with an ability like the Overdrive, where you can just kind of melt them down. And honestly, unless they swing around and are anticipating you, the Overdrive basically just guarantees you kill after kill after kill. And that's pretty much what we saw. It just opened up that C site, allowing the rest of the team to just walk down C main because Native Black were just confused as to where they should be looking. And so very clean executes coming in here. Honestly, Oxygen Academy look incredibly rehearsed and incredibly good on this map thus far.
This is what we were talking about prior to the match starting, right? I think you had mentioned they have a 74% win rate on this map. And so Oxygen, definitely well rehearsed. You had also mentioned that they had played over 100 games or rounds of this map specifically. Either way.
Jim, I'm just going to tell you now that was Ascent, not Haven.
Oh. Unlucky to say the least, but Oxygen, honestly, you could have fooled me with the way they're putting on a performance in this round, right? 12-5 currently, looking confident, but Whitmer up in the pace as Verna returns for one as well. Native, 45 years, Oxygen Academy, try to make something happen on B, and of course, send their Omen all the way over to A and try to create some confusion here.
Now, the Nightfall did go on, but I'm going to be honest, I think it was a little bit too late. You want to play around the Nightfall in the sense that you want to just be able to frag out, and now the plant's going to be going down. It's going to be 3v2 on this Spite retake.
Adrenaline trying to clear hell, does so. Nerf goes down. 2-on-2. Rolling Thunder ready to rock. The tap comes out, and the dodge from Adrenaline. He's able to get out of harm's way, but gets tagged by the Hunter's Fury and is able to dodge it for some more. But the concuss, the util is just inevitable. Cutler now, and 1v2, he's got the operator in hand. What is he going to do? Try to put 6 on the board, or will Oxygen find 13? They've got him surrounded, and they might even go for the knife. They opt not to as Verdi finds the headshot. And OXG Academy ties things up 1-1 in our semifinal BO3.
Hey, you like playing the game? How about no? Let's just hit you with everything that we possibly have. Oh, I almost feel bad at the end of that round. But yeah, Oxygen Academy looks so rehearsed on it. And once again, you know, you talked a lot about Jet before we even got into this match. But I just want to say, I love the Neon pick coming into this map, and we understand why. It looks a little shaky on the defense, but that's why you have the other agents. The fact is on that attack, Neon is absolutely stellar. We've seen Neon just frag out time and time again, and it's such good pacing coming through there. So Oxygen Academy, they do it. They're going to force out that map number 3, which is going to be Bind. But we're going to throw to a quick break, and then as soon as we get back, we're going to be picking things up. Which one of these two teams is going to be able to advance to the finals? Well, only one way to find out, and it's going to be just after this break.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back guy, in the side step.
One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Valorant Chicago LAN for the Summer Champs. My name is Mark Castle alongside Jim Basco. And Jim, we are really deep into this. It's the semifinals right now, and it is Native Black going up against Oxygen Academy. We had a first map go to Native Black, but now Oxygen Academy, they're looking extremely dominant. They showed us such a stellar performance on Haven here, and it's honestly looked really good from them.
It really did. It was so dominant for a fact that it honestly looked like a completely different team. And when we think about how Oxygen Academy made this happen, it was a variety of different things, but mostly versatility, right? Versatile to give Redux the opportunities that he needs to overcharge on that Neon and find so much value, but also following up on the space creation abilities. Really just staying fluid, staying open, and mid-round calling, giving Oxygen Academy a clear advantage in this match, taking it 13-5 over Native. Pretty brutal if you ask me.
Oh, absolutely. And just as a reminder, in the half, it was 8-4. So Oxygen Academy only gave up one round before they just decided that they were going to win it. And so we have our map number 3. I know I kept on telling you that it was going to be Bind, and firstly, I apologize for that one because it is actually going to be Split. So Jim, this is the first time we're going to be seeing Split while working this Chicago LAN event. Tell us about Split.
Split is all over the place. Super narrow corridors. It is a smaller map overall than something like Breeze. So Breach is going to have a lot of value here. Raze, we're going to see a lot of, potentially a Fade and Raze combo, just so we can ensure that those nades have as much value, especially paired with the Tether. But that's what I would expect. Split overall can be a quick map. Mid control is very important if you're running a Sage, so definitely expect a Raze. And other popular picks include something like a KO. Omens are good. Viper is infrequent on this map. Astra used to be quite popular, but at the end of the day, Split, smaller map, lots of narrow corridors, hallways galore. So it's going to be really coming down to which team can play off of each other better and get those trades when it matters most. Because if you can entry, get those tight trades, and then play that post plant well, you'll be good on this map for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, like you said, I'm excited to see some Raze play. I think that this is the first map where Raze started to really take off as an agent. Like you said, tight corridors just allow for a lot tighter play. And as a result, you know, a lot of these explosions tend to get a little bit more value. Of course, we just saw Neon being rolled out by Redux. So we know that their Redux is very comfortable kind of playing a little bit more forwards, making that space for the team. And I'm curious to see how maybe the teams are going to build around that. We have seen traditionally Cyphers play on this map as well, but that has been kind of taken out as Raze's rose to dominance because, you know, you throw out those satchel packs, you throw out that grenade, it's going to just destroy all the Cypher utility, and Cypher basically just has a pretty bad time on the point. But still, you know, hey, you have some nifty little traps set up. Could pop off as well. Still Split. A very fun map, a lot of presence on mid. I do think that mid makes a huge difference on this map. And of course, there's those lovely little wires that you can go up and down on, introducing a little bit more verticality onto this map.
I'm surprised I haven't seen any TikTok dances or like Fortnite dances somewhere in the venue. You know what I mean? Like generally we're graced by something. I think that's Cutler himself with the backwards hat, by the way. That's kind of his like trademark look. I might be incorrect on that, but like I'm like 90% sure. Yeah, love a good trademark look. You know, some people got the trademark, like they have to have the monitor like an inch away from their face.
Oh yeah, of course.
Get the keyboard rotated at 90 degrees.
See, the thing is yeah, you can tunnel vision, but that way, if you're like right in front of your face, you actually engage your peripheral vision as well. So that, I'm sure, makes some sort of difference when you're gaming. Don't ask me though.
What?
No, I'm just making stuff up. I have no idea.
Okay, I was like, what? I don't know if that's a thing, but it almost sounds like it could be.
Listen, you just have to say a lot of sciencey words. I took science in university and stuff like that, and honestly, be a little bit charismatic about it, and people will believe anything.
Honestly, yeah, man. Yo, people have done crazier things for sure.
It's true. 100% true.
Yeah. Do hit the gritty on camera though. That'd be great. And of course, incorporate us into your TikToks. We love you all. Thanks for making this possible. Of course, we are in Chicago on the ground. And so if you're in the area and want to stop by, check it out. I'm not even sure if you can, but you can in the future for sure. And we've got events running all summer long. So make sure you sign up. And if you see competition and you're like, me and my friends can do that better, do it. Sign up, compete. Anyone can hop into these matches.
Yeah, absolutely. The Nerd Street Summer Champs are going to be running pretty much all the way until the end of August, where there's a nice grand finals happening. And there's going to be online qualifiers pretty much every week. 3 more LANs scheduled for this summer, but still, there's plenty of opportunities for you to get in onto the fun. Or even then, you know, you're just hanging out during the week, you want to watch a bit more Valorant, then there's going to be matches being broadcasted, usually on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Thursdays. That's the Nerd Street Summer Champs for you. So, once again, it's pretty cool that we're actually getting this LAN play, especially too, is a lot of these teams, specifically Oxygen Academy, have participated in quite a few of those online opens. Now they're in person, and they're making their presence known, potentially winning out this map 3 and able to advance into the finals. Quick little bracket update on the other side of things. Zero Marksman Black are going up against the Wet Rats, and as of right now, Zero Marksman Black are up a map. So if Zero Marksman Black do win their next map, which I believe is going currently on, then they're going to be advancing to the finals, and whichever team wins in this set will be going over to face them. But Wet Rats have been looking pretty good thus far too. So who knows? We got to just stay tuned, see who's going to be into the finals, but you know it's going to be a good one. And here we go. We're going to the decider map. It's going to be split. See what agents are coming in, and already I see an Astra on the board for Morg. Jim, how do you feel about that?
I hate Astra, man. I am just a salty little solo queue competitive player. And so at the end of the day, I hate this character, but I hate her because she's so good. And of course, I was a happy little camper when they nerfed the ever-living price out of her, but she's still strong. And every now and then you'll run into one of them that will just ruin your life. And I really, really like this combo of Fade and Astra, because trust me, if you didn't like being stuck in a gravity well of Astras, you're not going to like being tethered, and those two combined can do some phenomenal damage. And if you're looking at this composition of native gaming, they have map control out the wazoo with Breach, Chamber, Fade, and Astra.
Yeah, meanwhile, for Oxygen Academy, no, Redux is going to be onto this Raze. I'm a little bit surprised that we're not seeing Native Black bring a Raze into this match, but still, it kind of fits Redux's playstyle a little bit better, so I do like that. But more importantly, I think this Killjoy pick is not the greatest. I don't know if I agree with bringing Killjoy onto this map, but this might just be a comfort pick for Rustin. Rustin has been playing Killjoy quite a bit, even across the open qualifiers, and has made it work. And so I'm curious to see how they're going to be making this one play out. Native Black, though, don't really have anything to counter that Killjoy utility. Really, it's just going to be up to Adrenaline to try and to get that Aftershock to destroy a lot of it. But that just means that Oxygen Academy could get away with doing a lot of those Killjoy shenanigans.
Up ramp. Doesn't make his presence spotted, though. Shots will let Nerf to know that he's there. Little gap in the smoke. Verno, though, across the map. Rather, on the defense there, finds one. At the bottom of A ramp. Spike itself is working its way mid. And the Astra on the offense. Hanging out outside of B main.
And this is a little bit of an unconventional look. What we usually see on this map is you send that chamber on the flank. But Native Black are just kind of playing this very standard split. Redux has his paint shells in hands, throws them out.
Bomb grenade out.
Kind of getting his bearings. Pretty sloppy across the board. I'm a little confused as to what's happening, but Native, keeping their wits about themselves, they have successfully faked out Oxygen to head on over towards the A site and push Rustin on the back foot here. Gonna get clapped as Morgan comes out of B main and sights set onto CT. Redux hits a headshot, but is unable to connect for an actual kill. Now 3 members of Native down a half HP. The Astra, the only member full. So this might as well be a 3-on-3 Oxygen. How do they play this? Trying to re-clear Mail and make sure they don't get flanked on flanked. VOD returns with 1. Adrenaline opens it up again. Cutler for another. Redux in a 1v3. 2 at half health. Could be possible. Doesn't take that much damage. Finds a headshot. And now they're both low here. 1v2. I'm ticking. Needs to get a tap on the spike. Draw some info. Get some shots. Finds the head. But Cutler, inevitable, finds the body shot, the 55, and takes the first round for Native Black.
And this is good because, you know, Native Black, on the first map, Ascent, they were able to get both of the pistol rounds, but then Oxygen Academy were able to get the 2 pistol rounds on Haven. And so this is setting the pace. Native Black getting the pistol round yet again here onto Split. See how this one goes. Unfortunately, the middle push was very strong coming in from Native Black, and that really made it hard for Rustin to be able to stabilize. Rustin has to stay alive to allow that Killjoy utility to get its maximum value, but Whitmer might... Okay, cool. The fault line actually deters Whitmer, which is actually more of a blessing in disguise, because if he swung in that corner, I think a Marshall would have been able to find his head.
Mid control is trying to be gained by both teams as Adrenaline pops on out off the back of that Prowler and finds 2 quick ones. Sending the Prowler up the staircase, and the aftershock as well as the dash into rope comes out. The A site is completely free. Oxygen Academy have completely rotated on over towards B, and now Native, they're not entirely sure that it's free, but they're about to find out as Morg on the lurk across the map picks off Rustin. Cutler in the rope, cuts off the rotate. And Native are looking great right now. Flawless round about to be theirs as Verno finally picks up one and Morg picks up the last kill.
Yeah, a very clean round for them, and they keep a majority of their members alive. Make sure they can carry these rifles into, or sorry, these submachine guns into the next round. But Morg, with that Bulldog, could be good. Bulldog is a great one to kind of bonus on, just because you get that ADS, nice little head. Suddenly, that's a Vandal down or a Phantom down, and then your team can go in and sweep it up. So I'm curious to see how they're going to play things this time around. They've been really relying heavy onto that mid control, but they haven't really looked at A. This time they are looking at A, but they might just walk into the trap that Oxygen Academy have set up. Oxygen Academy sticking to their guns, and that's a huge fault line to start things out.
Dash is up to ramp to try and take the space. This man has 0 regard for healthcare as Nerfed takes him out. He just had a ghost and was spamming through it, hoping for a headshot there. Of course, Native are on their bonus round, so they're trying for anything, be it a cheeky kill or not. They want it all.
They're getting the rotations in place, but right now, this is Native Black kind of poking and prodding. They've got their Astra all the way onto B, but they're going to be met with quite a bit of resistance. Meanwhile, mid control is more or less Native Black's, but they can't really do anything with it thus far. So Native Black are just kind of stuck here as Verno finds Houston's head. It's just shutting down that A-side push, and so they are going to ferry that spike over to B, but I don't know how they're going to get by this Killjoy.
Stun onto Rustin. Stuck on the side. He's vulnerable too. Not able to connect. Morg trades him out. Oxygen in a 4v2. This was, once again, Native's bonus round. So, with the Rolling Thunder in hand, we'll take the picks that they can get. And 1v3 Cutler. Marshall in hand. He's got the Headhunter as well. Tries it. Gets a couple of shots, but not enough as Oxygen put one on the board in a not insignificant round, but one that was slated to be lost.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, they walked away with it mostly unscathed, and that's all you can pretty much ask for. So they will generally have rifles online for them, but we're going to be seeing Rustin probably not able to get that full stuff. Honestly, the Killjoy utility on the defense is more important, and so you want to prioritize that. Meanwhile, Whitmer going for the operator. The bold move, Cotton. Curious to see how this one plays out. Whitmer has been pretty good at getting up into their faces, but that operator is not what you really want to do with it. But still, Cutler, the one you would expect with the operator, gets a lot of mid-presence with the team, and it looks like they might be setting up for a B Heaven hit.
Nerfed. Watching B main, not seeing much. Houston in the staircase with his old pal Cutler by his side. Anything is possible. Nerfed. Trying to dash their dreams. Whitmer, smoke onto the site. Prowler comes out, does connect. He's not going to use the paranoia, and the Rolling Thunder hits nobody. As the util is used onto the site, they clear it out and realize B is free for the taking. Oxygen Academy with a 5-man retake, setting up 2 towards CT and 3 to enter Heaven.
The spike is down 5v5 now. Whitmer couldn't find the pick there. They know that Whitmer has this operator, but has to go for the reload. It's going to be the Cosmic Divide to enter things on.
Verno good for one. Redux with a double satchel into B main, finds a second. Whitmer returns. Oxygen Academy in the lead, and Nerfed and Verno find two back-to-back. Verdi looking for the third. Where is he? As Morg now in a 1v3, spotted out at Heaven, finds one. Morg in a 1v2. The defuse is coming out. Can he switch through? Morg! Not enough time. It gets diffused just as he finds the kill.
Yeah. I love me a good old body block, and that's exactly what happened. They were like, chances are he's going to run through the Cosmic Divide and just try and spray it down. So if I stand in front of my teammate, then I can absorb more of the bullets and allow that defuse to come through. So even though Morg is able to find those kills at the end, it's still a round lost for Native Black. Now, a lot of ultimates are coming online for Oxygen Academy. We're going to be seeing that Tour de Force get used first, but more curiously, I'm wondering how the Showstopper comes into play. If used appropriately, could come up big. Oxygen Academy, they know that they like pushing, or sorry, they know that Native Black like pushing together. But with this operator, just looks away at the wrong time as Verno wins that one out.
Oh, you hate to see it. We've all been there. The timing just not working out for Native Black there, as Oxygen Academy have tied things up 2-2. Verno posted the Sentinel himself, the Tour de Force in hand. Houston now with the Prowler deployed, takes a lot of damage off the back of that nade and forced into a really awkward spot. Great presence of mind from Redux to use that there. Cutler finding one, returning, making things a little more even, but still Oxygen with a person lead, make that 2. 4-2 now. Oxygen Academy looking strong in this round as Cutler is isolated by himself onto the A site, and his teammate Morg somewhere towards spawn. They do have Spike still in their possession, technically. They could do something here. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that this is just Native Black need to play a little bit more closer together, tighten up some of these mistakes, because Oxygen Academy, they've just got these crossfires set up and are capitalizing on it. Gonna be a tough push, but they're gonna try to make it. Nerfed in excellent position, spots out the gun barrel, takes out Cutler. Now it's just up to Morg in Heaven, but is smoked off. Not enough time to even get that spike down. Might opt to just pick up the operator and try and save it, but it's gonna, even that's gonna be tough.
10 seconds left.
Shots out. Nice shot by Morg. Just trying to do some damage here and potentially stay alive with the weapon. Goes for a peek. Tracking, not gonna work out, and switches to the pistol, finds the kill. Well done.
Yeah, I love the little spin midair. It's like, oh, you can't get my head. Which way am I going to be looking? And it works out perfectly for them. So a good round coming in here. And yeah, we can see the floor. These teams have been here all day, all weekend long, and they're still going strong. They want to find these wins and secure their spot into the semifinals here. The stress might be getting to them a little bit, maybe the fatigue. But if you want to win it all, this is what you got to put up with. And now we're going to be getting ready for our next round here. See what the buys are going to be like. It's a little bit scattered for Native Black. Oxygen Academy have thus far been doing a really good job on this defense and slowing down the pace of Native Black and honestly capitalizing onto it. Redux does get spotted out by the Haunt, but is okay. That doesn't give actual positioning, or no, yes, it does give positioning away. My bad. That also gives a trail.
Whitmer stuck himself onto this site. Verdi finds one, Whitmer returns, and a one-on-one there. Great stuff from Whitmer. Verdi on the third there. What a step out and shot as Cutler equalizes once again. 2-on-2. Spike not yet planted. Cutler eyes on the sky as Heaven is the location of interest. Both of them there. Cutler has no idea, neither does Adrenaline, and now they're going to try to play this pillar well as Verno tries to take the higher ground. Cutler swings around the right side, finds one, knows one is crouched, can't do it. Adrenaline better in the clutch. 3-3, it's a tied game once again.
Yeah, and that was a really good play, bringing out that Tour de Force on that save round in order to just make things a little bit more evened out. But honestly, just goes great. Oh, hey, how's it going? Like your hat. It's nice and pink. Got a little distracted there, but it's all good. Yeah, great round coming out there. Really make that Tour de Force work on a thrifty round as well. That's got to be a huge momentum swinger back in the favor of Native Black. As they equalize things once again, it's the Blade Storm coming online for Whitmer here. They also have that Nightfall to engage. I hope they use it, but right off the bat, the Showstopper is alive, gets tossed down, doesn't find any value. Unfortunately, Redux got stunned up mid-flight.
Whitmer! Shout out midair. Houston, good for one on the return. 4-on-4. Middle of the map. Clearing out the angles never hurts because people like to play these weird rat spots. Of course, this quad box here and then the box by the door. Still waiting in a 4-on-4. Everyone on the native side is towards A site. Oxygen has a lot of B control, and so they're sending that chamber all the way back towards A site. Now the push is coming out. Verno not able to connect. Rolling Thunder, good for 3 though. Fault line to follow it up. It completely stymies that push. And Native have lost all momentum coming into this push here.
Oh man, and I hate that the Nightfall came out at that timing. I would have loved to see them make a push off of the Nightfall as soon as they get that information onto the site, but they're just stuck. And it's all thanks to that breach utility. This breach utility has been coming up huge, but now they're clearing out Heaven and just take care of Verno Redux. Still, Verdi is on the back of site. Could potentially stop this plant.
Good shot from Verdi. Through the screen itself, Morg finds one, and now in a 3v1, Oxygen Academy. Shuttling that Omen over. He doesn't really even have a weapon, so they're just going to try to get some more kills here. But a lot of util used from Oxygen Academy, and I think that's the biggest takeaway from this round, right? The Rolling Thunder, and of course, we saw the Fade util use as well. So going back and forth for sure, blow for blow to say the least. Nerfed. Trying to just get one more.
Oh, can't even do that. It's going to be Native Black making their presence known. Winning that round. Of course, it was a little bit of a save. Now, got right back into it. They're going to be able to buy up rifles this time around, and Oxygen Academy are looking to restabilize themselves. Verno going for broke. Has that operator in hand. And now, this is going to be a tough one. Native Black looking to potentially swing onto this B side once again. That mid control has been excellent for them thus far, especially too when they execute onto the B side. But Oxygen Academy, they must be aware of this. They've got their Killjoy there. Rustin could potentially slow this push down.
Taking their time here, Native trying to sell this B push. Oxygen Academy barely biting, just kind of shuffling that breach over. But no committal utility has been used, and so that rotate is not coming out. Nerfed, sending out a smoke. Keep things interesting. Off the backboard, the nade lands, forcing them out of that rope area. And now the spike itself is making its way towards B main. The Rolling Thunder is out, doesn't connect, and the Astro Wall is down for Native to be able to push onto the B site here.
Nerfed missed that Prowler. It's massive. And now we're actually seeing the lockdown come on. This is perfect. Because of the Astro Wall, they don't know exactly where it is. Never mind. They're able to destroy it just based off of some utility. The spike is going to be down here. Look at the pinch coming in here. Verno was able to take out Cutler, though. This is winnable for either team.
Winnable for either team. Natives, Cutler, going huge, finding two in a situation he only thought he could find one. Verno drops, finds one on a quick shot. In a 1v2 with the Headhunter, equipped, taking out the op instead. Tries to land it, but can't hit the flick. It's 5-3 in favor of Native Black.
All right, Native Black, they're looking good. They're starting to figure it out. It's coming together. Unfortunately, I don't think we're seeing as much combination as we would like to see out of Houston playing that fade. But still, the information is good. They're able to get a little bit of info as to where some of these players are hanging out on site, thanks to the haunts, thanks to the prowlers. And as a result, it's a lot easier for them to just execute onto this site. It looks like they're going for a little bit more of a split approach. I'm curious to see how this one is going to be working out. Oxygen Academy, they're on a save this time, but Nerfed does have that judge in hand. And we've seen Nerf do absolutely disgusting things with that judge in hand. And yeah, fault lines trading back and forth to slow things down. Potentially looking just for a little bit of information. But who else but Nerf to shut down Wait?
Well done. Overall, Houston makes it onto the site. Kind of in an awkward spot. Chamber spots him out, and the rotates are coming out from the side of Oxygen Academy. Do Native push this, though? They are not on the site, and they don't have the spike there, and they've been spotted out, so you know people are going to be watching top ramp and from heaven. This is dicey. I don't really like this. They do get the spike successfully onto the site and are thinking about planting it back site, taking their time with it, finally get it down. Playing a 4v4 now. Nerfed able to pick up an AK, a Vandal rather. Put some pressure down onto the ramps area. Lets his presence be known, but at the same time, you got an Astra wrapping your ropes.
Player standing.
Yep.
As 3 members of Oxygen go down, Native with a fantastic hold, 6-3.
Yeah, see, you thought for a second that this was going to be Oxygen Academy. We got to watch Oxygen Academy waiting for their setup to push it onto the site. But actually, we needed to just wait for Native Black there. Specifically, that Astra, Morg on the flank. As soon as Morg was in position, we saw Native Black take the aggression, move things forwards, and they caught Oxygen Academy off guard. They were hoping that they had Heaven control in order to secure the site and flush out the members of Native Black, but look behind you, there's Morg, the Astra, able to shut down that Heaven control completely. As a result, it was so easy for Native Black to just take control of the site. Now it's going to be a faster execute onto this B site, but the spike is in sewers. This is a little unconventional, but still, as long as they can get their frags, it's going to be looking good. Oxygen Academy, though, do have rifles this time around. Cutler does miss that first shot onto Nerfed.
Houston pushed up mid. Can he find a shot here as the smoke goes down? Spots out a couple heading towards rope. Decides to back on out of there. Whitmer, staying evasive, has his dash activated. Redux on the bottom box, trying to keep things spicy. Great flash, and VOD follows it up.
All right, that's going to slow down the momentum here. Morg's still moving in there, but it's going to get taken out. And now they have to start thinking about whether or not they still want to push this. Looks like they are going to try and force the issue. The tether does come in, but Redux is ready for it. Adrenaline does trade that back onto Nerf, so it's going to be 2v4. The spike is not even close to being down.
Wow, great shots from Adrenaline in a 1v4. Takes out 3. Now 2 members left. Native in a 1v2. He has Spike. Can go for the plant. Uses the aftershock towards CT. Denies that area for the time being. The spike does get planted, but on the backup, he's gonna live. Makes it to the pillar. 50 HP. Rolling Thunder goes out. Adrenaline. Heart pumping around the right side. Able to connect onto Verno.
Yikes.
That's the saddest story of this series so far.
Yeah, no, 100%. See, what happened there was that the alarm bot actually was able to jump out and get that vulnerable onto him. And as a result, one body shot from the Headhunter was more than enough to just seal the deal on that round. The Rolling Thunder is good because it stuns you and it also slows down your fire rate. But if you just need one bullet, then it's pretty easy for Verno to land that body shot. And just like that, Oxygen Academy only 2 rounds down in this half. The potential of bringing us to that 6-6. So once again, one of these teams is facing elimination. And right now, Oxygen Academy are going to have to pull their things together because they're on a little bit of a save here. They will have that tour de force to round things out, but I would be curious to see whether or not they want to get Redux that ultimate orb to get the showstopper as online as well.
See what happens. Let's see how they play this one out. Nerfed holding the close angle this time around. It's one of the first times he's done this, actually. It's the one way. Oh, paying off for him. And just can't hit the shot when he needs to. 4-on-4. Native thinking about a push out main. Not going to connect on anything with the showstopper as VOD uses a Rolling Thunder of his own. He's getting wrapped by Adrenaline, who's already found one, and onto the default of the site. Finds a third. Looking for number 4 towards CT, but it's going to run out of ammo. Chase down with the classic. The tether doesn't connect in time, and Rustin able to hold that angle.
Oh my goodness.
Done by Adrenaline. Wow. You got to give it to him there. Crosshair placement on point.
Absolutely. You know roughly where they are going to be. And look at that. They're all celebrating that kill. Oh, geez. This is getting down to the wire. It's 7-4. Last round in this half. Is it going to be an 8-4 half, or are they going to be able to tie things up? It's going to be do or die. As soon as we flip around as well, I would make the argument that I do think that split is a little bit more of a defensive-sided map. I'm not too sure how Native Black feel on this defense, but still, they're looking nice and strong. So let's get into this game and see how this last round is potentially going to be shaking out, because, you know, it could go either way and could really set the pace for how the rest of this map goes.
I'm scared, man. You can see the tension in the room. Everyone's kind of hunched over. They're, you know, waiting and watching this match take place. So that energy in the room is palpable, and there's a lot of tension. There's a lot riding on the line. As you said, Oxygen Academy have to get the show together if they want that cut of $10,000. And you know, there's a lot riding on the line right now. So exciting to say the least. We're not even at the half just yet.
Yeah, and once again, like, it's so close between these two teams. This is ridiculous how close it is between these two teams. Obviously, you know, you hope that one of them is able to just kind of like take a little bit more of a foothold, but every single time, you know, these Thrifties are coming out of nowhere and completely swinging the momentum back around. Oxygen Academy are going to be forced onto a save. Tour de Force coming out from Native Black, being very aggressive. Nerf moves forward, looking for it, finds the bullets on the Mord, but Mord wins out the spray duel, and just like that, it's not looking for Oxygen Academy. Thus, Redux still onto this B site, but alone until that chamber does wrap around.
Redux a little scared, man. A little scared, a little frightened. And I would be too if you lose 2 members of your team that quickly into the round. 7 of 4, Native Black are looking to make a dominant half theirs. They want the 8th round and are now grouping towards that A site. They have left their breach towards B, which could prove to be a nuisance. But as the Fade ulti gets used, the Prowlers, the tracks aren't going to connect onto anybody as Rustin mid-air finds one. Great shots on the Morg for the second. Equalized out just a little bit more. Native still in the lead here, 3-2 over Oxygen in this round. Oxygen have Heaven control. Native in great spots. They've got screens, they have sight, and they're about to find out what's going to happen on ramps. Adrenaline's fight here with both Verno and the Rays is going to be extremely important. Let's see how this plays out. That's one. Huge. Adrenaline. Ready for it. Does he expect the second? Close. Great jump peek. And the Rolling Thunder in close range. It's the last round, baby. I could do that. Beautifully done for Adrenaline. Honestly, in the last 3 rounds, this guy might have gotten a 3K, a 4K, and another 4K. So much value. Native. First half, taking it 8-4. And just like that, we're going to head to a quick break, and we'll be back with the second half of the match.
Speaky shitty.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the second half of our semifinals matchup between Native Black and Oxygen Academy. In this best of 3 series, we're tied up currently. And in the second half, Native Black lead 8-4 over Oxygen Academy. Of course, you can see on the leaderboard there, Adrenaline popping off at 18-5 in that first half, finding multi-kill after multi-kill in the past couple of rounds. Now, as we head on into the second half, maybe it's a start of a new horizon for Oxygen Academy. Maybe they forge their way back and don't get eliminated from this tournament, because whoever loses here is knocked out, never to be seen again. Well, I don't know about all that, but, you know.
Never to to be seen again. It sounds like they're gonna die, Jim.
They're going to the nether, man, the underworld.
No. You hate to hear that happen, but Whitmer is
Upside down.
Whitmer is really aggressive. Somebody's watching Stranger Things. But let's see if it pays off here, as already the gunfight cracks out.
Yeah, went back and forth, and honestly, it really could have mounted in a double or a triple for either side of the equation, as the concuss comes out from the Astra, not connecting on anything but forcing that player out of man into Houston and Cutler's arms. Loving as always. Oxygen and Academy. Rustin left in a 1v4. He just wants some love too, and love is what he will find on this ramp if he peeks it, taking the top area here, and instead going wide, finds one shot, but they double up. Houston on the third there.
Yeah, you love to see that little stack there. You know, you have one up, one down. That way, this is why the crouch function exists. You know, you just have your buddy just on top of you like that. And already, right off the bat, Oxygen Academy are going to be taking their time out here. But this is looking really good for Native Black. Once again, they've won the pistol round at the start of this map, and they won the 2 pistol rounds at the start of Ascent 2. And they were able to close that map out pretty dominantly. So, you know, this is not looking as good for Oxygen Academy as we would have expected. Oxygen Academy really showed us something new on Haven, but so far on this map, it's left me wanting something a little more.
Yeah. And I think that's probably exactly what they're talking about. What's going on, guys? How do we fix it? And it's hard, right? When you're losing so many rounds, you tend to get a little quieter. Your ambitions tend to get a little dampened. And so really what Oxygen has to do in this moment, they're down 4-9. They're about to be down, you know, as Native heads into double digits. What needs to happen on Oxygen? They need to regroup, refocus, and get back into the game. Oxygen Academy led this leaderboard month over month as the most successful team to enter these NSG monthlies. And they have that reputation for a reason. They're good. Native, a relatively new roster, they're good too, but you guys have more experience, so there is a fight yet still to be made. And so Oxygen, hot off that timeout, ready to push here. And it looks like they're going to leave the spike just for now in market as they try to take something quick into B.
Yeah, but it's Whitmer. Once again, Whitmer being aggressive. It's going to be so good, especially too with that Spectre in hand. Get nice, close, and personal. Already able to take out Morg, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. The damage has kind of been done.
Already trying to hit him, but the sidesteps from Whitmer too good. And of course, the high-low once again from Houston comes out on top.
Oh,
Rustin, you can only do so much, buddy. And of course, the double digits have been achieved. 10-4 for Native Black as they enter their bonus round.
Dude, just the in-game knowledge of Houston to hold that angle, hold that specific sight line. Rustin jumped right into his crosshairs. It was all over just like that. So great stuff coming out from Native Black. They looked absolutely clean on that defense. Whitmer getting aggressive. You could tell that Oxygen Academy were not expecting it, but that trick's only going to work a couple of times. You can't keep on doing that and expect madness, because eventually Oxygen Academy are going to prep for it. They're going to expect you to do so and capitalize on it. But still, look at this. Oxygen Academy, they do have rifles, but that's about it. They aren't able to buy up full shields, meaning they probably don't have full utility either.
How do they approach this? Morg backing up out of ropes, enticing Redux. He wants him to push Verno, and the rest of OXG, they're like, dude, we need to start playing our game. They've upped the ante, upped the pace across the board. OXG looking strong once again as they head out onto the A site.
Yeah, and they should have this spike pretty much for free. It's going to be tough for Native Black to be able to push back into it. They do have that breach and fade, which could give them information. More importantly, they're going to have to try and get those frags. I do believe Whitmer does have that Spectre, but I'm not too sure about the others. They might just only have Sheriffs. Never mind, Whitmer does have a Sheriff in hand, and is going to get stunned up too, making it even harder to try and find those heads.
Adrenaline. Paranoid. Mamma mia. 3v5 at this point. It's a bonus round. So they should ideally just go gung-ho. Try to get a couple of frags here. Adrenaline picked off. Rustin spots him out top ramp. Ooh, Whitmer and Houston return for 2. Good picks overall, and Verno finds the last. Like we said, it's a bonus round. They find 2 picks. Not the end of the world for Oxygen. They did need to win that, though, if they wanted a fighting chance in this game.
Yeah, but look at the ultimates right now. Both the Blade Storm as well as the Nightfall are online, and I think that is just a really good idea on how well these players have been playing just in this half alone. Okay, Nightfall not going to be the best tool here, specifically to try and stop people from moving in. I think that when Oxygen Academy do commit onto a site, Nightfall is a really good retake tool, and you have to follow up with it. I've seen teams combo the Nightfall with the Rolling Thunder as well, and that gets quite a bit of value, but I'm more curious to see what Whitmer is able to pull off with this Blade Storm. This could be a good one, and it could swing the momentum back around.
Rustin, suspicious of the smoke, as you should be, because why the heck is that smoke there? Ooh. And so keeping an eye on it, Nerfed is able to find one. Whitmer with the second. Houston follows up for some more action there. Shots down onto mid. Almost connects on a Whitmer for the kill, but stops shooting just at the last second. Tough.
Yeah, a little unlucky there, but Oxygen Academy are the ones who are going to be hurting more. They've got 3 of their members left, but none of them are really good at entry. Potentially that Omen could get a paranoia, stun some people up, place some smokes down, and they have a shot, but it's going to be so difficult for them to push into this. And Whitmer trying to get some information before they back off. Only 6 HP left, and Verno pushing in through A main.
Good shot on the trademark. Nerfed wants to just try and make his way out of here.
Oh, too early.
30 seconds left.
Far too early. 3v4. Still just kind of waiting. Off the back of that, they can try and walk back, but Morg on the flank has them locked down, encapsulated entirely. Houston in a great spot as well with spray transfer, and he's gonna have some success with a little bit of help from his friends. Cutler is there just in time. That's an 11th round for Native Gaming Black.
Oh boy, and they're getting momentum. They look so clean with it. Meanwhile, Oxygen Academy don't look as confident anymore. And that's a little bit concerning because now it's going to be 11-5. Not looking fantastic, but great plays coming out there. I love that Native Black were able to just kind of poke out a little bit and just back off. The Nightfall, yes, Houston popped it a little bit too early, and so it was pretty easy for Oxygen Academy to back off of, but still, it was enough to, I guess, deter them from pushing in, which allowed for an early kill, and now Oxygen Academy back onto a save, but Rustin does not care and finds Whitmer's head.
That was a nasty shot just around the corner, kind of warped it. Now back into the smoke. He's going to dip out of there. That's the thing about Morg, too. If he's got these smokes down, he just commands so much space and presence that you have to answer, and answer is exactly what Oxygen do. They were aware that Morg likes to push like that, and so they baited him out, got 2, and just like that, Oxygen in the lead here in this round, getting the spike down on the ground, 5-2.
Player standing.
Oh, Adrenaline just gets completely booped from behind, or sorry, in front. Didn't even see what happened, and now it's just Cutler. I think at this point, Cutler just has to look for these exits, is able to find Nerfed's head. This is going to be important because, honestly, Oxygen Academy, they're not economically that stable. Every single kill is actually going to hurt their economy that much more. I think Cutler knows it. And you know somebody's good for the aim, it's going to be Cutler. Tries to spray down Verno, but they're going to be able to exit out of this one. And overall, a very clean round coming out from Oxygen Academy. And I genuinely think that it was just the aggression that Rustin used that made that one a lot more possible. Yeah, spike goes off. A clean round coming in from Oxygen Academy.
Good stuff. Really well done from Oxygen Academy. Taking what they learned from the last couple of rounds, capitalizing on it, and like you said, what has separated Oxygen separately is the ability to adapt on the fly, that tenacity. That's exactly what they showed right there. And once again, adapting. It looks like they're reallocating themselves for a stacked A push instead. And things are tense once again. It is a game 3 situation. Native Black close to a victory here, close to sending Oxygen out of this tournament, but not close enough just yet as Whitmer gets walked on. Redux, great shots, and opens up the map here.
Oh, Houston could have had a pretty big pick there, but yeah, this is just going to be Oxygen Academy's round. Off of that lockdown, there's nothing too much that Native Black are going to be able to do. Eventually just find a couple of picks. Morg has that, but yeah, just the spray through on the smokes. This is not going to find anything. Couldn't even put the foot onto the site at all. Just like that, Oxygen Academy are going to be looking to secure their 7th round. Cutler, last person alive again. Man, that was such an explosive push from Oxygen Academy. They just ran it down and just made their presence onto that site. They had that lockdown available and really just wanted to secure. No funky shenanigans can possibly happen with that lockdown, and they're rewarded for it. There's only a 4-round difference between these two teams, and now it's going to be Native Black's turn to take a pause, you know? Figure out what's working, figure out what's not working, swing the momentum back around. As much as these are about strategy too, they're just good to kind of reset the mental, take a little bit of a break, cool off a little bit, and then start to feel like you're confident, right?
Right, that's the idea at least. And so if there's anything that they can learn from in the last couple of rounds is that OXG have a lot more success if they can execute in a certain way, right? We saw them draw out Morgause and the support there, find the frags onto those two, and explode afterwards. Then afterwards, we saw a quick push from OXG Academy. And so what's the solution here? Do they keep it consistent? Do they keep the pace volatile? OXG have to figure it out because Native are on 11. 2 more round wins, and OXG are out.
Yeah, and this should be the round that Native are able to actually buy up rifles as well. And so they're going to be back into their full utility, full rifles, full shields. And yeah, if Oxygen Academy can continue this momentum forwards, I think there's a genuine case for them to be able to tie things up. However, if Native Black start to stabilize themselves, figure it out a bit more, they could come up huge and shut this comeback down before it even begins. It'll be a dirty A-side hit, and Cutler is going to be the person with first contact, but misses the first off shot.
Rolling Thunder coming out, connects onto the A site. Defenders, though, deciding to hunker down because there's really not much they can do. Redux great in the smoke, finds one. Cutler finds another. Verno returns, quickly made into a 4v3. Oxygen Academy, speed is their friend, and it's working out.
Yeah, you know, we saw consistently Native Black were the ones who were taking the aggression, being so fast and forwards with their defense. They were finding Oxygen Academy off guard time and time again. It looks like Oxygen Academy, they figured it out. They just have to match that. They just got to do that exact same thing. And honestly, Native are not going to have a response for it. That's the problem with this defense. The way that Native Black are kind of setting things up is it is going to allow for those 1v1 duels. And Native Black are sent right back onto a save. They do have the tour de force online, so Cutler will be able to do that to get that mid control. But right now, this is Oxygen Academy taking the driving wheel and steering the map in their favor.
Wow. Morg just gets the cross onto Verno and might just prove to be a nuisance here. Puts up the smoke again, gets close. Verno ready, spots him out. What does Morg do in this situation, though? Is caught out by himself, puts a smoke in front of himself to create some space. Cutler finds one in this opening. Oh my, Morg somehow in the middle of it all is able to get out of the main. And he is just playing with the minds of Native right here. Or rather with Oxygen.
A good peace of mind. Whitmer going in there with the judge. Let them know that there's a shotgun there, because then they're not going to want to push in at all. They just need to delay this for as long as they can and make Oxygen have to force mistakes.
That's what we're hoping for. Whitmer spots one out. Great job. Can't kill him from that range. Verdi returns. Whitmer returns as well. Picks up an AK from the body of the Fallen as Verdi returns as well. 3-2 Native. Might get flanked. Morg, is he aware?
Oh, you just want Morg to pull the trigger there, but not going to happen that time. 30 seconds left. A lot more defenders on A than B. It looks like, oh, great shot. And now it's all up to Verdi.
With the stiff dragon, it looks like, in hand. That thing is gross. I'll show you what I mean if it comes back up. Rolling Thunder coming out. Not able to stop the spike plant. It would have secured the round entirely. There it is. Adrenaline from the back finds it instead. Well done, Native. Taken up towards 12. They're on game point, match point, and set point.
Here we go. The defuse coming through. The tour de force absolutely coming massive. That's what we want to see Cutler do. Cutler with the tour de force or operator. Just so good. Able to find picks early on in the round, make it a lot more doable for the rest of the Native Black defense to make that one happen. And now we are on match point, just like you said. It's got a quick little replay, immediately shuts down Redux. And honestly, Whitmer, with that judge, got so much value. You should not be getting that much value with the judge. Able to take space, but also find a couple of picks as well. It's going to be full buys coming in from both these teams. A Cosmic Divide online for Native Black, but it is the tour de force as well as a showstopper online for Oxygen Academy. If that tour de force finds a couple of people, it's more or less going to secure the round. And once again, it looks like Oxygen Academy are looking for a bit more of an explosive approach to this A site.
OXG walking up ramp. There is a chamber trademark in rope, so they will detect if anyone makes a heaven presence. Shots up towards heaven, and the spike itself is rotating back into sewers.
Here we go. It's a good job stalling things down. Oxygen Academy not too sure about this anymore. I'm gonna send a couple of members around there, but they are, yeah, no, they're just gonna completely come around because they also don't have mid control. And so they're just going to hightail it back, but they're going to meet Whitmer, who has this operator trained on site. If Rustin gets caught off guard, this is going to make it even more difficult for Oxygen Academy to find anything.
Whitmer finding one. Freedux with the showstopper got nothing. VOD going down, and Whitmer on the turnaround with the swivel. He's got 4. He wants 5. Almost gets it there, but Verno with the flick react is good in the clutch.
Verno, last member alive, has to go up against 4. Doesn't have anything. Just this Vandal in hand, and they're just going to wait it out. The fault line is good. Stunning it out. Adrenaline just goes for the swing, and just like that, the winners advancing to the finals to take on Zero Marksman Black. It's going to be Native Black. Wow, what a match we had there, Jim.
What a match indeed. I don't think anyone would have seen this coming. Oxygen Academy coming into this series as a clear favorite, coming into this tournament as a clear favorite. Native Black, though, a new roster stacked out of their minds, and they're already performing. Marks, this may be the formation of a power roster that we're witnessing here.
Well, absolutely. And now we're just seeing the replays coming in here, but honestly, Native Black were looking fairly dominant. Oh, that's right. Morg just running through there, not able to find the timing. Morg was really good on this offense as that lurking Astra, but especially on the defense, we saw them just kind of fit into their position. Whitmer finally able to turn it up a little bit more, but of course, Adrenaline, in my opinion, kind of the player of the match. Just finding so many frags, just in the right place at the right time, consistently shutting down the enemy team. It was so good coming in from Native Black, and they definitely looked a lot more comfortable on this map than they did on Haven going up against Oxygen Academy.
1,000,000%. Native putting on a clinic. And even though it was a close game, especially this sequence right here from Whitmer, so clean and so close to getting that 5th one on the tail end of things as well. But let's take a look at the bracket real quick. We have our grand finalists here between Native Black and Zero Marksman Black. As you mentioned before, Zero Marksman taking a quick 2-0 over the Wet Rats, which did a lot of work. You know, the Wet Rats and the Four Funners, that was a great match we watched earlier. For Zero Marksman to 2-0 them, that's saying a lot. OXG Academy taking 1 round off of Native Black, and finally here we are in the finals. Marks, it's been a long day, man. I'm excited to say the least. I'm nervous with anticipation about this grand finals, but it's been stacked all throughout the day, and I am impressed with how well Native Black are performing, to be honest.
Yes, absolutely. Native Black have been, honestly, surprising me as well, but once again, they're going to have to go up against Zero Marksman Black, who have not dropped a single map thus far. Untouchable. Well, it's all going to come down to this grand finals. Maybe Native Black are going to be the ones who are able to spin this around, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be going to a quick break before we return with the finals for the Valorant Chicago LAN for Nerd Street's Summer Champs. We'll see you on the other side.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Spacey shitty.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Chicago Valorant LAN for the Summer Champs. We've made it. We're at the end of our rope here. This is for all of the marbles, or at least a majority of the marbles. We've got the grand finals coming up here. And, well, it's been a long road, but it is going to be Native Black going up against Zero Marksman Black. Thus far, in the entirety of the Chicago LAN, Zero Marksman Black are completely undefeated. So, Native Black, this is their opportunity to show that they are mortal. Actually, spin things around. But this is myself guessing alongside Jim Basco. Here we are at the end. And Jim, are you excited for this match?
Oh yeah, I'm excited. Of course, especially because Zero Marksman Black have already proven themselves to be a force to be reckoned with, qualifying at the Fullerton LAN in California earlier in the month, in the season rather. And so Native Black have already automatically qualified onto the main event here. So shout outs to them for making it. But of course, we are still competing for that share of $10,000. So this match still has a lot riding on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be completely honest with you, Native Black, they've been really good thus far for a pretty brand new team coming together like this and already making it to the finals against Zero Marksman Black. That's absolutely massive. Look at this. Guess where we're going first? We got some variety. It is the Spice of Life. And after a very dominant showcase on Split, Native Black are actually going to be taking us right back there. And of course, Zero Marksman Black back onto Haven. And if necessary, we will be going straight to Icebox on the decider. But yeah, let's see it. This is it. You can see all the people, they're starting to get together. There's only a couple of screens they're going to have to pay attention to as we do get closer to this final.
Tension's rising. I love to see it. And of course, we're getting it to that time of night. Like you said, people are getting ready to watch the grand final match of the day. All the hype throughout the entirety of the 2-day tournament. This Chicago LAN has been leading up to this moment, right, Mark? So for the players, I can't imagine the amount of pressure that they're facing at this moment in time, especially knowing that they're going up against people who have won previously, especially at the Fullerton LAN, qualified through, and people that they will see again at the main event.
Yeah, but you know what's kind of crazy? I just thought about this, but if Zero Marksman won out at Fullerton and they're still participating in Chicago, I'm genuinely wondering on whether or not they're going to try and continue to win out all of these LANs that Nerd Street are putting on, because there's still a couple more, 3 more to be exact, before the one that happens in Philadelphia. And I'm wondering if Zero Marksman Black are just kind of like, you know what? This is our move. We're just going to travel to all these LANs, sweep up every single time. People are going to know who we are because we're just going to dominate.
This could be true. And honestly, there's a good amount of cash that is incentivizing the entire thing. So hey, that's your airfare and hotel paid for, right? And so I don't know, they could be a good incentive, especially because Zero Marksman Black, although they have stuck together as a squad for quite some time at this point, and we have seen them play for a while as well, I think there is still yet work to be done in terms of gaining some more notoriety and credibility, especially against stacked rosters like Native Gaming and all, like some of these players that we've been seeing competing have been coming from tier 1 teams. So I think they've been doing well, and they can continue to create this name for themselves. So notoriety can go a long way, and it'd be awesome to watch that happen if it did come true.
Yeah, and honestly, even the fact that they just qualified for the Philadelphia LAN without even having to win things out just because Zero Marksman Black have already done it, that's got to be huge. For a new squad to be able to qualify for a major event like the Philadelphia LAN for the end of Summer Champs is absolutely massive. And we saw them go up against a team that had already qualified or not, technically not already qualified, but it's looking like they should be able to do so in the form of Oxygen Academy, because Oxygen Academy are rocking the leaderboard in points, making sure that they can secure their spot. But here we go. We're going to be loading into Split once again. A little bit of an unconventional composition coming out from Native Black, but they really made that one work. So let's see if we're going to be treated to the exact same thing as we get loaded in onto this map. I'm genuinely curious though if Zero Marksman Black just kind of stick to their guns and play that very standard composition that we usually do expect on Split.
Yeah, they just did such a good job. Their Split play was exceptional. It was really the maps, the way they played around him that worked so well. And I heard something in the direction, but I wasn't sure what exactly here. Marks, did you get any?
A player crashed. That's what we're
Okay,
doing.
I was like, that
So
was
we-
even less clear.
We got it, and we
Okay.
immediately got right back out, and then Jim just got bamboozled. But don't worry, yeah, like you were saying, Jim, you know, there's a lot of agents that you can kind of bust out on this that are we're going to be pretty standard. I imagine we're going to be seeing more race plays, and honestly, I'm curious to see if we're going to be seeing that cipher. Honestly, I do think that the compositions on Split are pretty static nowadays in Valorant.
Yeah, and really it comes down to how you want to play. And so a lot of people have experimented with giving up mid, playing that heaven control instead on either side. And so we've seen that work for some squads, seen it not work for others. It really comes down to what you want to do. And of course, Morg sticking to that Astra, lurking and being an absolute menace. We've seen it work so well just recently, and so they're hoping to repeat that performance, whereas on the side of Zero Marksman, they're opting for something a little more traditional, going for the Brimstone here, which is an interesting pick, and opting for that Omen as well. So they're sticking to a double controller composition. I'm intrigued by this, to say the least.
Yeah, I think this could kind of work out, actually, because the idea here would be you just try and throw down all the smokes to confuse your opponent, and then you've got Lear to be able to secure a little bit of space, especially too with that aftershock. And then you get Jonah just into the mix, ready to party, and if anybody gets out, then Enjoy will be able to sweep him up as well. So in theory, this could work out for their site takes, but of course I'm getting ahead of myself because it is going to be Native Black starting us out on the offense. And so Zero Marksman Black are going to be on defense. I'm curious to see how they want to set up their composition. Usually you see that chamber on the B side, but this time around, it's actually going to be Mina hanging out on this Brimstone.
Interesting. Of course, post that Brim buff, we've been seeing him fluctuate in usage, but that stim is something that we know is very powerful, especially on the rotate. And so if you can be playing this cross-map presence and playing with a lot of smokes, maybe that stim can aid you in getting to where you need to be. But Native on the attack, starting things off. We are in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, for $10,000 on the line. Native Black versus Zero Marksman Black. 0-0 with Native on the attack here, starting off with the spike plant on B as Jonah finds a kill from heaven.
Yeah, now the spike is going to be down very fast for Native, but still, they got to be able to defend this. Already the defenders are on the site. Retake was quick.
Missed me.
Houston, good for one. Catches him using his util. Now in a 1v3, suddenly Morg from heaven, the top rope, finds one trying to spam through the smoke to get the diffuser, but he can't seem to do it, and Jonah just left, right strafing, proving to be too much of a wall to climb over. Zero Marksman Black finding the first round in the grand finals of the Chicago LAN.
And that attack was very explosive coming out from Native Black. They were so quick at making their way onto the point, and you could just tell Zero Marksman Black were like, you know what, you guys go for it. We're gonna just be over here. And immediately, as soon as that spike went down, we saw Zero Marksman Black so rehearsed, just ready to just pounce onto the site. And they were just able to secure the kills because I don't think that Native Black were expecting that level of speed coming in from the retake. And so now they're going to be on a little bit of a save. They did buy up a Marshall, but Zero Marksman Black have pull Spectres coming into this next round, and immediately Enjoy's getting a little bit of value out of them.
I do also enjoy a Spectre value round, and that's exactly what we found ourselves with here as Cutler returns with a couple of picks and enjoying life and enjoying that Hunter a lot, finding 3 back-to-back picks for Zero Marksman Black. Casual as Morg now. Nice skin, you know, Aquarium Week. Picked up the new shorty. Finds one for his troubles. You love to see it. Zero Marksman Black, quick 2-0.
Yeah, and wow, what a play. You know, just run it down with the Spectre. To be fair, there were sorry, Native Black were not expecting them to kind of make that play, so I was able to get away with a little bit there. But yeah, let's see the replay on this one. Enjoy just on the back line, and then Jor just running it down, and of course Enjoy with the headhunter in hand, able to capitalize on it. And Morg did get some value out of that shorty, but not the best. Now it is going to be a save coming in. This is going to be the bonus for Zero Marksman Black. These rounds have been going extremely quickly, but Lear is going to be buying up a judge. This is going to be an interesting play, but Jonah goes immediately deep and tosses out the paint shells to get that space.
I'm going to take A main control, rather B main control, Native. Firing back through the smoke. Spike still towards that B side. Whitmer, oh, you crazy little boy. What was that? Off the back of that dash, does a little bunny hop. Lear finds 2, wants a third, but Cutler shuts him down in a 3-on-3 now. Value found on both sides.
Yeah, but this should go to Native Black being able to get this engagement. They just have to push into a raise. Honestly, not the best defending agent. Brimstone is close by as well, but I don't think the Molly is available. And the Chamber's just going to be hanging out on A side. So it's going to be Native to set the pace of this game, and they're going to be moving forwards. Hopefully they catch Jonah.
Finds one. Swings out. Tries the second Morg. Trading him out. 2-on-2. So low on HP. Mina finds one there. And now Morg down to 23. In between a rock and a hard spot. Really tough at this point. Zero Marksman Black. This is a big round for them.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the bonus round, and I love the angles that they were playing to the well, okay, obviously they had a judge in their hand, and you know that. Then you want to play those ratty angles. You just want to hop around the side and be like, woohoo, look at my big old shotgun. And as they see it, they're just going to be hitting the ground dead. So great plays coming out there, great awareness. And as a result, they turned this bonus round into an excellent round for them. This is going to completely reset the economy for Native. They heavily invested into all of their rifles here and just got completely shut down. It was almost easy for Zero Marksman Black to capitalize off of that one. And now they're going to have more than enough money to get rifles into everybody's hands. Meanwhile, Native, they're forced back onto a save yet again. All right, let's see these replays. That was absolutely disgusting, but Lear, look at this, just up in the air. Almost got that third one, but still. They got to be careful about pushing into some of these ratty angles. They're giving away picks without really capitalizing on them or using them, to their advantage. Not able to convert them back around, and it's all falling apart. Now, Native Black on this save. Let's see what they can do with these sheriffs, but it's not going to be looking too good for them.
That concuss is money, finding both of them and slowing them down immensely. Can they find any value to capitalize on the back of it, though? No, as that smoke deters them for just a moment. Native trying to take Heaven control. They have their spike all by itself in B main in a bit of a risky spot. I think he realizes that as well and can't get too aggressive on that push. Needs to wait for his team to try and make some headway through mid before he decides to take this push to B main, and the breach is pushing slowly through B main with the spike in hand. Little does he know, Mina posted up close left. They're just waiting outside this B main site, and of course in Heaven, the chaos is ensuing. The fight begins, and as it begins, Mina, good for one, snaps around. Adrenaline is there, finds the pick with the deagle, and they're able to get onto the site. Jonah connects, Showstopper at close range, trying to deny the plant now, and the deny is successful. 30 seconds left on the clock. Bior from the top, good for one, and Adrenaline at 5 HP. Can't find it, runs out of ammo, and that's going to be another round for Zero Marksman Black.
And honestly, this is why you love to see a raise go on to here. Sure, you can use that grenade to clear corners out, and you get the boombot to get that information, but the grenade is such a good stun, slow down the momentum tool. And honestly, that was just Native having a tough time being able to push out from Heaven. It was so difficult for them. As soon as they wanted to do it, paint shells were in their face. They're like, okay, we can back off for a second. All right, ready to move again? Fault lined. Okay, I guess we're going to wait this one out again. And then as soon as they're ready to go, oh, now there's a smoke and a flash in our faces. What are they supposed to do? And the answer is honestly nothing. That's exactly how Zero Marksman want to be using this utility. But it's going to be a very explosive attack for Nave to come in, but a trade right off the bat.
Whitmer gets one, Lear trades it out. Rolling Thunder gonna connect on multiple here. Mina in a great spot to capitalize, and Bjorn with the ultimate in the back line. Just in the best spot possible. Zero Marksman Black, what a play for the 5th round.
Jim, I'm sorry, I blinked, and what happened? That was
literally.
Literally, they set up these plays off of their utility, and even it looks like Zero Marksman Black are waiting for the go button. But Native are the ones who kind of activate that chain of thought. As soon as Native started to push and be a little bit more aggressive, that just told Zero Marksman Black, okay, we got to execute it, and we got to execute it right now. Such good utility coming through. It was a massive rolling thunder, tossing them all up into the air, toss in your utility there, get rewarded for it, and Native can't make their way in at all. Whitmer popping the Blade Storm to try and compensate for their lack of guns, but this is not looking very good for Native thus far.
Whitmer deep into screens. He's got the knives up, ready to rock. Sees Jonah. Jonah gonna be dipping and diving out of that corner. Staying alive, no updrafts, no mobility for Whitmer to work with. As Cutler finds one, Jonah gets the pick onto Whitmer. Enjoy from the top through the window there, finds Houston. Jonah satcheling onto the site as Adrenaline with a pistol in hand. and a dream, really. And a Rolling Thunder with the flash there, too. Could have been huge. And if he can hit that Rolling Thunder or a concuss right now, he's got both of them in his sights, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Rolling Thunder connects on both. Adrenaline trying to find the pig onto one in elbow, but Bjor doing a great job of staying alive. Gets stunned, though, for his concerns. And Adrenaline, once again, can't find it just yet. So much util has been used and they can't find the picks. Lear from the window finds one, and Cutler almost good for a fourth in a crazy round. Zero Marksman Black somehow find the sixth.
Yo, that was brilliant plays coming in from Zero Marksman Black. All the utility just kind of slowing down their momentum, and they shouldn't have gotten away with anything. But you know what happened? Lear actually rotated back into heaven. They realized, you know what, let's try and split up a little bit, and this way we can capitalize on them expecting us to be in that elbow. And that's exactly what happened. We saw that they were not expecting Lear to be hanging out in heaven and being able to get those last couple of picks there. And then it was just up to Cutler, looking the wrong way, trying to make that one happen, and just a little bit too slow. So excellent job getting that space and just relying on that agent to kind of take over the rounds. You could tell Native just were not expecting that at all. And right now it's 6-0. Tour de force online for Zero Marksman Black. This has been going really quick, Jim.
It really has. These executes out of Zero Marksman Black have been non-stop, and here they are once again pushing the limits of what's really possible with the flash and a nade combo. They find one, Morg returns, but Bjor pushing off that blind, knows he hit it, and he capitalized. He does, and with the help of Lear, they find two more. Zero Marksman Black are playing a game like no other, and that game is in your spawn, in your face, and it's 6-0 on the board, looking to be 7 here.
Whitmer, completely on the other side of the map. This is so hard for Native to even find a foot in the door here. Every single time they try to go for one of their executes, Zero Marksman Black have a strategy for it. And like, what do you do against that? They've already counter-stratted pretty much all of these basic plays that could happen, and are just gonna make this one easy. Lear going out one way. Mina just gotta swing it around here, gonna pull out the classic, get the right click onto it to make this one a little bit evened out. But yeah, there's no way that Whitmer is gonna be able to win this one out.
That's just tough, man. You hate to see it. The little BM, Mina just giving up the guns and starting to jump, and of course Whitmer panicking a little. You don't ever really expect that in the nerves, for sure. Native have not been put in this position in a long time. 7-0 on the board, and timeout is called from Adrenaline on the Native side.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you gotta do something different here. What do you even do? Zero Marksman Black looks so rehearsed. It seems like, okay, we talk about teams being able to play things together, know what is going on, and keep that synergy going. Zero Marksman Black have that down to a T. They're so coordinated. It's ridiculous. They get value off of every single piece of utility that they're using left, right, and center. Usually, we've been seeing this consistently. Something will get used, you know, a piece of utility, maybe an ultimate, but nothing really gets necessarily a lot of value. It's just like, oh, okay, we can just wait this out. Maybe it slowed us down for a second, but that's going to be good. Zero Marksman Black, they're following up on every single piece of utility used, whether or not it's a flash, whether or not it's the Rolling Thunder. They're making this one work, and it is so well coordinated, Jim. This is really hard for Native Black to be able to figure out how they even want to start these rounds off.
What do you do in this situation when you feel like the playbook has been ripped out of your hands and Zero Marksman Black are writing it all over again? Every round we've seen out of them has been some sort of set play, some sort of execute, and they are not afraid to coordinate on these rapid pushes. And what you're seeing from Zero Marksman Black once again is a 3-man setup out towards B main, and this is going to get nasty real quick as Adrenaline lines up the concussion, doesn't hit anybody with it, and Jonah is ready with the nade. He gets sucked into the gravity well, but Native's Morg is going to go down to that nade just because they are not expecting that aggression, and they're not ready for that sort of thing.
All right, here we go. 5v4 here. Leader outside with the shorty. 7-0 for Zero Marksman Black. What a great look. No aquarium on that shorty, unfortunately, but it is a save round for Native Black.
Yeah, what? Who just has the raw shorty, bro? That skin is whack without the fish on it. Like, what? That I don't understand that. But here we go. Flash coming out into B heaven. You're in a great spot. Finds one with the help of Jonah. And just, wow. The in and outs right here, the tagging between all three members of Zero Marksman Black is impeccable. And that's what sets them apart against Native B. 8-0 on the board.
Jim, what did they do? Jim, what did they do? It's like, I just said how coordinated they are with their utility, but look at that, the massive value coming off of just a single flash. As soon as the flash goes out, Jonah's right in there. Jonah has to back off for a second because getting pressured. No problem. Lear's going to come in from the side after that flash is expired and just sweeps another kill. And just like that, the push is dead. Zero Marksman Black are wiping the floor right now.
Yeah.
Their
That's
lowest
the
member
proper
is
terminology.
tied with the top members on Native Black thus far. They're making this look easy.
Yeah. The Haunt revealing the location of Jonah. Rolling Thunder coming out aggressively on the defense here. Showstopper looking for one. He dodges the concuss and gets blinded. And Houston comes out on top as Whitmer in the depths of heaven finds two. Lear, trying to be the smoke criminal himself, doesn't come out on top as Whitmer now in a 5v1. Great couple of shots. Native Black fire back, finally putting themselves on the board.
And that's an important round. And you know what? That is retribution for Whitmer after what happened earlier. Zero Marksman Black were just kind of having fun with it. But now, you know, they got to show them that they got to take this one a little bit more seriously. I love the aggression coming in from Whitmer, being able to just push out, find a couple of picks, and make it possible. Look at this. Just walks into heaven. No fear. Hold that W key. Never falter. Never surrender. Just frag out. And now, this is going to be Zero Marksman Black bringing two sniper rifles in here. Enjoy and Mina have those operators online. Let's see what they want to do with it. It's Whitmer with the Blade Storm as an answer.
I'm frightened. Native Black, we know they've had this in them the whole time. You know, they're in the grand finals for a damn reason. It frustrates me to even think about it. And, you know, I can't imagine how they feel on the side of Native Black, especially after getting BM'd like that. You know, I think you were right. Whitmer seeking retribution. He wants vengeance. I'm a little bit of a Batman arc. Native Black, can they fulfill the role? Or will Zero Marksman null and void their career and their reputation right now?
Hey, let's be honest. We know that if anybody wants retribution, it's you, Jim.
I want vengeance.
Vengeance. There we go.
Vengeance.
Watch out, Joker. Enjoys in the back line and already finds Morg. Lear walking through. It doesn't matter. The crossfire just destroys Native Black. He's only got two members left. Whitmer trying to make something happen with this Blade Storm. Enjoy just pulls out it, and it's almost a near flawless round coming in from Zero Marksman Black. No vengeance this time. Zero Marksman Black 9-1. Still two more rounds in this half, Jim.
Man. To make it all the way to the grand finals and not be challenged in this way has got to feel some, like, has got to invoke some sort of feeling inside of you, right? Like, I don't want to name the feeling because I'm not them, but my oh my, to be 9-1 in the grand finals, that's a feeling for sure. Fighting all day long, tooth and nail, going map 3 after map 3. Native Black. Redemption begins now. The 9-3 curse can be real if they can find these 2 rounds. Enjoy. Whiffs 1. Houston takes the space that he's been granted. Has to back off because of the aftershock. Not bad overall. Util usage, keeping them at a distance.
Once again, this is the utility coming out from Zero Marksman Black. Not only are they able to find the frags, but they use their utility to deny a lot of presence for Native Black. And as a result, they get to set up their counter plays and stuff like that. Whitmer tries to get cheeky with the operator, not able to find anybody. It's unlucky, but still, that pushes them off of that B presence and forces them into mid, where I think Zero Marksman Black are ready for it.
Lear posted up, made some noise on purpose so that they come out and immediately swing hard right. Now he's backed off to the box, so they're gonna have to clear that first. And played it so smart. He baited Whitmer so hard, man. He's so smart. His brain must be throbbing. Lear, great job.
A couple of wrinkles earned, but Enjoy finds Morg. Don't need the big brain for that one. These crosses are just so well done, and it's so punishing for Native. It's 2v4. They don't even have the spike anymore. And instead, they're gonna get Cutler to be a little bit more forwards, potentially stop people just outside this Astra smoke, but they gotta act on this spike, and they gotta act fast.
10 seconds left.
Cutler, one in screens, rocked by Enjoy. Now in a 1v3, can't find the shot. Lear is good. He is so good. 10-1, Zero Marksman Black. Double digits before we hit the half.
Yeah. Okay, let's think about things for a second because we've got two scenarios in front of us. One is that Zero Marksman Black lose this next round and it's going to be instead 10-2 moving into the half. The other is that they win the round and it's 11-1. Regardless of the scenario, it is not a good situation for Native Black. It's so hard for them to find any ground in these matches. I'm gonna be honest, Jim, I'm almost at a loss for how they should try and play this.
Me too, man. And you can feel it in the way that Native are playing. There are glimpses of glory, but they don't even seem like glimpses of success. What they seem like are glimpses of madness in what must be happening in Whitmer's mind. Honestly, I think he pulled those 3 kills out of pure, like,
rage.
Pure, yeah, not like pure will. He just willed them into existence like that pick. That was great, using the fade to go hide, to go high with the ability, and then peeking out at the same time, causing a huge distraction there. Native finding a huge pick. Do they get the weapon? I didn't see.
I don't think they did.
Launching smoke.
All right. See, that's so smart. Play off of the haunt, similar to like a boombot or an owl drone. You're going to make your enemy flick their crosshair another way, and that lets you just walk in and be able to capitalize the kill. All the ultimates coming online right now. Native, this is their chance.
Man, Native really felt good about that Rolling Thunder, but literally hit nobody. And they're just fanning out onto the site, trying to make something happen. Mina finds one quick headshot onto Whitmer. As Morg, oh, the timing. He couldn't see the silhouette. Of course, we did the X-ray through the wall. Unfortunate for Morg there. Zero Marksman Black in a 4v3. 3 people of the defensive team on the retake here, trying from ramps as Cutler finds one, equalizes things. Cutler finds a second. Great headshots back to back. Bjor and Lear now in the 2v3. Taking the space, finds a running headshot. You love to see it. Cutler with the third, and now Bjor close quarters. He's trying to find a fourth, but he can't do it. Zero Marksman Black go down as Native put up 2 on the board. And now at halftime, we're going to take a quick break, Marks, and we'll get back into it right after this one.
Welcome back, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry.
You take the lead, Jim.
I don't know. We're just on the same wavelength, and I love that about us, Mark. So thank you. I appreciate you. But we are back into this second half. Zero Marksman Black currently at 10. Native Black at 2. This is the grand finals. It is a best of 3, Marks. What are you expecting for the second half, right? Something's got to change.
Yeah, something does have to change. Oh, Cutler not able to secure the kill. Zero Marksman Black have looked so clean on this defense. Whitmer now looking to potentially punish, but oh, look at this. Squad's come up from behind.
You're good for the shot on the jump up. Beautifully done. Prowler gonna connect. Houston finds one. Adrenaline finds another. Great burst fire. Adrenaline good for 2. Enjoy trades it out, and Zero Marksman Black kind of on their back foot here as Houston pops out. Realizes the last person's at low HP too. Taps the spike. Goes wide. Interesting. Around the screen now. Lining it up. Finds one! It's not enough though.
See, and this is why you're a caster, Jim, because you got me thinking for a second that there was 100% a chance that that was going to work out, despite the odds not being in their favor. That's what we got to see from this Native Black squad if they want to try and tie things up. A good pistol round coming into their half, but still the score line, they got to walk up a mountain. They got to be ready to fight the Balrog at this rate because it's not looking too good for them. They have a 7-round differential. This is going to be Native now buying up their weapons, but I don't know how Zero Marksman Black are going to be able to do that. They're doing pretty standard executes thus far, and Enjoy has already gotten spotted out and his head is taken off.
Birthed into this world only to lose the head. Unfortunate truly, as Native trying to get a little aggressive, trying to take a page out of Zero Marksman's books and get aggressive on this defense. Working out for them so far. And it's working out for them continuously as Houston finds another one. Bjor and Lear return for 2 quick ones. Cutler willing themselves back into this match in a 3v2. Zero Marksman Black on the back foot once again. And Native getting old here. Lear finds one, connects with the right click, and Morg is good for 2. Very nice. Second round in a row for Native Black.
Yeah, and that's going to be a good round for Native to continue to roll forwards. But unfortunately, they lost 3 of their members, which means that they're going to have to try and force things up here. They can't give up too many rounds. They lose 1, they lose 2, and suddenly Zero Marksman Black are going to be on map point. Not good. As a reminder, this is also Native's a map pick, so things are a little bit more difficult for them, but this is the time. Zero Marksman Black, they're going to have rifles in their hands, except for potentially Mina. I might just have a Spectre instead. Let's see how this one goes.
Go get it. Grenade! Satchel out. Satchel out.
Double satchel out. Jonah to the garden. He has made it to the flower pot. We love to see it. Site is clear. And they're going to go for a plant on window. And eventually, you're going to want to work your way up the ramp, which is exactly what Zero Marksman Black are doing here. With a great crossfire setup, Cutler finds one and is on the hunt here for a couple more. Does so much damage, but can't find the finishing blow. He's going to pay with his life as Bjor finds 3. And quickly, Zero Marksman Black flip it on its head. Native on the back foot now.
1v2. Morg is able to pick it up, but oh no, the information is good, and Mina's down below with the Spectre, can just spray that one down, but still, a very costly round for Zero Marksman Black. It was a little bit of a brawl, even off the site. So as a result, they're not going to have as much money in their pockets to maybe buy up all the rifles that they are. I say that, but never mind, they will be able to. It's actually going to be Native now, who are a little bit more stretched thin. They could potentially get Cutler out there, try and get one of those ultimate orbs to bring that tour de force online, but generally speaking, it's going to be more or less a save coming in from this squad, and they can't give up one more round, otherwise this is going to be onto map point. It's 11-4, and as this goes down here, it's going to be a B-side hit for Zero Marksman Black. Morg getting aggressive with it as Whitmer finds Lear. Oh,
You're the freak that he is. 2 in a row. Quick headshots back to back. Takes a lot of damage, and that concuss is money. Houston, if he's able to capitalize on this, will be huge as well. Adrenaline helps him out. But unfortunately, Zero Marksman Black, once again, Mina finding the headshots when they need it most. 2v1 Cutler. Been outputting this team in this tournament for so long. Now on a 1v1. Cutler, Headhunter in hand, has the tour de force, hasn't activated it yet, and will get killed from hell. Enjoy on that 12th round, and they are 1 round away from securing a game in the grand finals, and that much closer to their share of $10,000.
Yeah, they're shaking off the rust a little bit. We're going to get a little bit of a replay. Houston, good tracking to come in here. But once again, who else but Cutler? You don't expect that. Well, actually, who else but Cutler? Turns out Enjoy. We're going to be getting a timeout coming in here. Yeah. Native Black, they have to just slow down for a second. Oh, got the wrong map on the screen. That's okay. Now we're here. It's split. But wow, what a dominant half Zero Marksman Black have had. and they're starting to press this forwards into the second half. Right now, you got to be Native Black just thinking about potentially what they could do.
Exactly.
If they don't change things up, then this is going to be Zero Marksman Black just running them over yet again. It's not looking too good, Jim.
You know, at this point too, I think it's great to have this timeout to really just take a second and reset because, okay, sure, this game may be cashed, but let's think ahead, right? It's a best of 3. What can we learn from this game and how can we change it for the second one? And I think if we go into this round, although we may lose the round, how can we set up a play to extract information? Like, how can we figure out something that'll maybe help us in map 2? Because while it still may be possible in this first one, things are looking rough.
Oh, absolutely. Tour de force is coming out from both of these squads. Rolling Thunder right off the bat, but look at this. Adrenaline might be caught out as Jonah is able to find his head from behind.
Expecting the aggression from Native, using that breach ulti so well and more distracted. Watching Heaven lets himself mosey on into harm's way as Houston has pushed down mid, but not able to find the kill as Jonah gets the spike planted and the rest of the team down out to B are stuck in a 4v3.
And the Nightfall's going to be active, so that's going to cut noise, but honestly only catches Enjoy, and Enjoy's got the tour de force online. Doesn't need noise, actually just needs really long sight lines to be effective. Now Lear is aware of this as well. He's kind of playing the time here. Time is ticking down. Native Black, they have to make a move, and they have to make it now.
Last player standing.
Getting ready. Oh, and off the top, Lear with the shot from main, and they're going to be good for 1-0. Marksman Black taking the first game of this best of 3 series handily.
Oh, handily is a good way to say that. Once again, this was Native Black's map pick. Zero Marksman Black, they basically just took them to school and wanted to show them a lesson on how to play split. That was a beautiful just synergy coming out from Zero Marksman Black. You can tell they're incredibly rehearsed and they know how to play extremely well together. So, we've got a quick break before we go to map number 2, which is going to be Haven. Where else but Haven, which is Zero Marksman Black's pick. And I'm going to be honest, Jim, I'm a little worried for Native Black, but you never know. I'm willing to be surprised, and they might be able to surprise us. You know, maybe, please, yes.
Maybe. This is a potential possibility, Marks. Like you said, that was Native's map pick, and Native just played that map, and they looked fantastic.
Yeah, they did.
So, tough to say the least. Of course, Zero Marksman Black have already qualified at Fullerton, so Native have qualified indeed, but they're playing for $10,000 today, and of course, LAN domination, right? What else do you want to call it? Yeah. So there's a lot riding on the line. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back shortly after with Game 2 of this Grand Finals Best of 3 in the Chicago LAN.
Before I played Valorant and like other games, I was very competitive in chess.
That I am not actually down bad.
I'm also single, and like I don't know. I mean, I'd say I'm pretty handsome, man. Like my voice not like too hot right knows. But you know, just making sure you guys know I am single. 15 and single. I'm a hot shot. You know what I'm saying?
I wear Crocs when I play. In my own home, and people think that's weird, but I don't know. I just like my Crocs.
To 1v1 anyone in Valorant. 10Z Zombie, I need to prove a point.
Yay, sir.
Yay. That guy don't miss.
Probably Redux that we just played. He was talking a lot of shit. It really pissed me off, but, you know, whatever.
Best skin in the game currently, Tree Vandal.
Best skin in the game, Prime Vandal.
The Prime Vandal. It's classic.
RGX knife.
The most I think about LAN for a fact is just shit talking. I love shit talking. Are you serious? Play the ball! I don't know how much it affects the people that I'm playing, but I love yelling at them. I mean, it's all lighthearted at the end of the day. Like, I'm super cool with everyone that's here. I have like no bad intentions, but I just love yelling and getting in their heads.
Connecting with people and showing off that I still got it.
I love the environment. I love the hype after winning a match, and I like what's online.
Seeing my teammates mainly, and playing against other people that I played in ranked.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Valorant Chicago LAN for Summer Champs. We're in the finals, and oh boy, it's a bit of a spicy match coming up between Zero Marksman Black and Native Black as well. But man, Zero Marksman Black just absolutely dominating map number 1, winning it out very decisively, 13-4. They lost 2 rounds in each half. That's unreal.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
Yeah, okay.
10-2, and then ending at 13-4. Jesus Christ. And of course, you know, those rounds that Native did win were off the back of some phenomenal play from Whitmer, opening it up and just channeling the pure fury of 1,000 suns into his gun. But unfortunately, they're not able to do much there, and this was Native's map pick, as you mentioned earlier. Now, we're going to be heading on over to Haven, which is a Zero Marksman Black's pick. So if they did not have Split as one of the maps up their sleeves, right? If that's not something that they were aiming to pick and they looked that good on it, Marks, you hit it on the head earlier before we head into the break. I'm scared, bro.
You want to get nice and close for your microphone to say that one, huh? Yeah, I mean, hey, you never know what's going to happen. We've seen crazier things, honestly. And so this could be a good time for Native Black to just kind of go into it. But yeah, once again, Zero Marksman Black, they're undefeated in this entire tournament, haven't dropped a single map. And I'm not going to lie to you, Jim, I'm starting to understand why. If they're able to broadcast that level of talent in against, on top of that too, some of these teams that are put together by actual players on other teams like Knights, other teams like TSM as well, you know, there's a reason why they're all the way here and they're looking pretty strong on it. So we're going to be loading into Haven now. Tell me about these compositions. What do you see? What's standing out to you?
Almost a mirror. We got a fade finally. I love to see
it
from
last
Jonah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm happy. I'm more fade, more happy. I'm a fan of the fade. It's taking the place of the KO, and of course the breach taking the place of the Sova. Interesting. I mean, you know, vice versa. It's interchangeable. Obviously, 2 initiators is the meta at this moment in time. And of course, running the chamber on Cutler, that's kind of been the de facto way to play this game all throughout the day. This guy's a menace to say the least. And Morg has been successful on these lurks. So compositionally, nothing too crazy. And I like what we're seeing from both sides. It honestly just comes down to how they want to play it. And when you look at Native's comp, a lot more information gathering on their side in terms of having both the KO and the Sova. Whereas on Zero Marksman Black, they've got playmaking with the breach and the fade combined.
Absolutely. Native Black, they got to find an early lead here, but it's pretty tough against Zero Marksman. They've been looking absolutely stellar thus far. So as a reminder, both these teams are going to be qualified for Philadelphia at this point. Zero Marksman Black won the Fullerton LAN. And look at this, Culture in the backline, able to find one and able to rendezvous out. It's good call.
Oh, Mori, beamed by Bjor. Beamed again! Pulsar gonna go down. Zero Marksman Black looking confident. They're taking the spike all the way through beyond to C, leaving just one member of Native down C long. Adrenaline holding on to hope. He's got the recon, got a shock dart as well. If he can find one, that'd be nice, but ultimately a great round from Zero Marksman Black.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? You don't expect that. You don't expect it to, as soon as you hear that B spike going down, you're like, okay, cool. We got a little bit of time to chill. Let them set up, and then we're going to play retake. Oh, never mind. Zero Marksman Black are actually running their way onto the C site instead. Well, cool. And so, as a result, just completely caught off guard. Native Black just on the back foot. And they're going to be trying to adapt here. They're changing up their weapons a little bit. We're going to have a shorty coming in from Morg, but it's going to be up to Adrenaline to hold it down, only with a classic. Meanwhile, the Fury of Zero Marksman Black is going to be running their way down onto A. Lear has that flash ready to go. It's going to be an incredibly fast execute.
See how this one goes. Taking 5 people down long, leaving short completely open as the smoke goes down into heaven. Spots out one close left. Mina on the push. There it is. Enjoy is able to coordinate onto Adrenaline. And they have the site just like that. Plant going down. And now in a 4v5 retake. How did Native play this?
If they're going to just look for potentially exits, It's so hard for them. They need to just get a couple of kills to make sure that the next round is a lot more feasible for them. But I think Zero Marksman Black know this, and so they're just going to play as passive as they can. Oh, Bjor hanging out in the smoke as well. Another one down. Mina coming up big with 2, and now it's just up to Cutler in this top.
Wow.
Oh, okay. A little too aggressive there, Bjor, but it's okay because
Wow.
the rest of the spray through is going to just seal the nail in the coffin for that. But you know what? You want to talk about the team play coming in here. Despite the fact that there was a Sova on site, Mina just dashed into the smoke, knew that the team had their back, and just continued to walk in through. As a result, you know, you would expect potentially Adrenaline to get something. We've seen Adrenaline pop off on previous matches, but no, the rest of the team of Zero Marksman Black know what to do. They have these site executes ready to go, and as a result, nothing can happen. It's a completely flawless execute almost every single time, and that's what makes them so hard to counter.
Adrenaline gonna cost off that initial angle. Zero Marksman Black just seems like they're almost baiting here. Sending their Omen up mid, just shooting a lot. And then holding, waiting for some util in addition. Really taking their time to clear these corners. They know it's a bonus round, but they don't want to just throw it away. You know, they're just taking their time here because if they can make these kills count, oh boy, they can get something rolling as Whitmer capitalizes with some shot from Adrenaline onto the site now. Zero Marksman Black in a 3v5 equalized by Enjoy. Great headhunter shot through the smoke there on the CT. Jonah going back and forth, and now in a 2v1 on a bonus round. Enjoy has got the Phantom, the spikes getting planted, and things are looking good for Zero Marksman.
Yeah. 1v2. Morg does have this Phantom in hand. Gonna be taking the swing. Goes for a good spray transfer. Oh, that was an important round if ever. This was the bonus for Zero Marksman Black, and they almost walked away with that one too. Honestly, a little bit scrappier onto that A site. The Zero Marksman Black still very disciplined in how they execute. And you can tell that they're checking all their corners, using the utility appropriately, and are able to walk away with cleaning out most of Native Black from the grounds. Now, Zero Marksman Black, they can afford all the rifles in the world. Wish I could say the same about Native Black, but they're going to be on a little bit of a broken buy. They should be able to get more or less their entire squad decent guns, but it's still not going to be the full shebang. Maybe not bringing utility in order to compensate for the fact that these guns need to just come into their hands. So not the best scenario, but still it's a round on the board.
You want to play? Let's play.
A round on the board indeed. Updraft. Not going to spot out anything. Zero Marksman Black sticking to this 5-man A push. They have their chamber chilling at the flank, watching the sunset. But they're taking their time once again. They're baiting out util, drawing out the rotates. They're staying here for so long that Native have to address them on the map. You can't just ignore this. But they're also not giving anything up. They're not budging. They're not taking any risks. And Enjoy on the... Ooh, is ready for this garage aggression, but he's not going to see anything just yet.
Here we go, just kind of taking time, but a lot of space being made. Lear looking for it, is able to find one. Mina's already on this A site as well. Realizes the people are in the back line, is able to capitalize on another. It's so clean.
They're so smart is the thing. Zero Marksman playing out of their minds. Really, they sit there and they force Native to do something about it. And Native peek because they got curious. They stopped hearing noises and they get punished. Zero Marksman Black rotate back over to C to give Mina more space on this flank, on that A, to take everything. And just like that, another round for Zero Marksman.
Yeah, it's looking clean. It's looking absolutely clean. Mina just such good on that entry. Laying that jet, getting into the back of that A site, consistently just kind of looking around. As a result, finds a couple of picks here, a couple of picks there. Life is going to be nice and good. Native Black back onto a save yet again. They're only going to have classics in their hands. Culture will be able to use that headhunter, but the rest of the squad are going to be a little bit less. Let's see if they want to push out there, potentially grab that ultimate orb to get one of those ultimates online, or if they just decide to hold their ground and anchor down that C, maybe play a little bit of a retake on one of these other sites.
Jonah tempting fate here. Just kind of waiting. He knows these guys are going to get antsy, and of course, Native trying to get a read on the situation. They've 4-stacked C. It is their eco, and so they're just waiting for anything. And at the end of the day, Native, if they play slower than Zero Marksman, Zero Marksman will have to be the ones to make a move here. They are on the attack. They need to get the spike down. A minute left on the clock marks.
Some information. They're taking the spike on to C. Not too sure what's going on here. Oh, Adrenaline spotted out. Can't find that shorty kill. And just like that, they're making the call to move on to A. Joda finding a lot of information, actually able to pick up 2, but Whitmer finally claps back. But still, that's going to be a rifle in their hands. They got to do a little bit more economic damage.
Plant going down for Zero Marksman. Man, I'm a fan of Enjoy's lurks, to be honest. He's also running the Vandal with no aquarium, I just realized.
I got the money to pay for that.
Is this a trend or something? Like, what is this?
If you want to play as good as Zero Marksman Black, make sure your Vandals don't have fish in them.
There's science, I promise.
Yeah. But yeah, no, honestly, like, a good job from Zero Marksman Black being able to read that situation. I do like, you mentioned the flank. I 100% agree. I think that the flank is extremely good, and Whitmer able to pick up Mina, but the spike is going to go off. So that's the round 1 yet again for Zero Marksman Black. It's 4-1. But yeah, you want your Chamber flanking because Chamber can relocate himself very easily thanks to the rendezvous. And I do agree. I think that that Chamber from Zero Marksman Black has been getting a lot of value. Enjoy just kind of being all around the map and catching the rotations time and time again have made this so much easier for Zero Marksman Black to just set themselves up and feel very confident in their site retakes. That round was actually a really good round of just kind of seeing how Zero Marksman Black work. They want to just prod out for information, aren't afraid to necessarily take duels, but want to play smart with the knowledge that they are given. They're not just trying to frag out, and I think that's why they're looking so rehearsed right now.
Honestly, looking so good. And I'm loving watching these guys play just because of the map presence that they command. Cutler needs to know that they always hard clear that angle as Whitmer finds the lurk, shuts it down, and gets back to safety.
Look at that. They use the Nightfall. Because suddenly that cuts noise onto the site. But they're actually going to be rotating around. Bjorn might be able to catch one off, is able to get Whitmer, looks for Morg as well. And just like that, the C side is wide open.
What? Wow. The anticipation from Bjorn to be confident enough to peek CT first instead of clearing the back of the site. So smart. And lines up 2 back-to-back. Just like that, where there wasn't an opportunity presented, Zero Marksman created one, drawing so much presence to A with the TP all across the map, and then aggression off the back. Beautifully done. Zero Marksman, 4-1. How did Native try this retake here? Bjorn backside, good for a third. He wants a fourth and a fifth, but it's not there as Jonah opts from C long. Connects for one more, and Adrenaline now stuck in a 1v3. There's no hope. 5-1 for Zero Marksman Black.
Yeah, and they're able to just carry all of their rifles out of that one nice and easy as well. An operator in the hands of Fade, you don't see that too often. But still, Jonah putting that to good work. The classic C long setup. Just kind of play back, rely on the utility. And once again, Native Black's economy is broken. Might be able to see that Guardian get a little bit of value from Cutler, but they're struggling right now. They've only been able to get 1 round thus far, and Zero Marksman Black are starting to pick up momentum again. I don't know if we're going to be seeing that 10-2 half like we did on the first map, but still, Zero Marksman Black, they're doing an excellent job of just being able to just frag out and get that spike down on multiple sites. They're keeping it fresh every single time.
Fresh and funky is the name of the game. Really, more great shot down C long, catching him off guard. That smoke angle really working out in his favor. Zero Marksman looking like a quick push through garage. They're trying to keep it quiet for the most part. They're going to get spotted out. Jonah, though, good for 1. Watcher sent out. Not spotting anything. Adrenaline sees 1 with the recon. Shock dart out in the Hunter's Fury to follow and deny the plant. With a minute left on the clock, the spike has yet to be planted here.
Yeah, but there's more than enough time for them to do that. I think that just allows for the retakers to get into position a little bit faster. Eventually catch them off guard with these rotations, but Whitmer coming up the black with the back with the Blade Storm. Has 2 knives left. Needs to find a kill in order to make that one count, but that Prowler is going to make Cutler not be able to see anything for a second. Joy now just backing off. Saw somebody. Gonna just hightail it out of there. Look at this. The flash is ready to go. The flash goes out. It does get a lot of the people as all of Native Black are on the left side, making this pretty easy for them because they have to go out in order to swing. And Zero Marksman Black are just able to completely gun them down. Jim, there's nothing that they could have done there.
There's nothing they could have done. They stood no chance. Really, Zero Marksman Black looking so good. Time and time again.
All right.
I don't even mean to do it. It just happened. And as soon as I said the first word, I was like, ah, man, now I have to finish it. It's just, you know, what can you say? But really, Bjor going bananas with a huge TP, finding 2 off of unprecedented aggression there, busting open that round 6-1. 6-6 is still a possibility, but the way that Zero Marksman have been playing, I would be surprised to say the least.
And Mina has this operator. Be walking things up now, clearing that corner. Houston knows. Houston is scared, but also has that null command. It is an option for the team. Cutler gets stunned up here. Spike might go down.
Spike planted.
Your back sight. TPing away, goes towards A. Oh, he's gonna flank the flankers. You love to see it. And of course, cancels it. He's still back sight. In the midst of it all, he gets a shot. Whitmer top rope here, finds one. Oh, whiffs on the second. That's unlucky. Mina, great at the close range. Another burst fire with the classic is good for the 7th round. Yeah, he baited them out into thinking he was gonna leave and instead stayed, canceled it, came back, found the kill, and found the value he was looking for. Bjor playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, Bjor is just in all the right places at the right time, able to just catch a couple of people off guard and capitalize on those kills. Meanwhile, Whitmer has just been doing a really good, or sorry, not Whitmer, but Mina has been a really just controlling the space. Right, we talk about Jets consistently fragging out, being able to find value in the kills that they make, but also too, it's more so map control. Just the threat of a Jet just kind of being around, especially on that B site. Could be elevated, could be on the ground. It's terrifying to push into. And now Morg is going to be fault lined in here, but takes Mina out on the way out. Oh, okay, there we go. Clear trades that one back. It's going to be an aftershock in the back line, but once again, Zero Marksman Black should be very able to put this spike down. Use the Rolling Thunder just for good measure. But already Whitmer is coming up on the flank here, Jim.
Face your fear!
Holding it down as Jonah spots him out. The trail has been detected and the dog will be sent out. Actually, doesn't even need to as Jonah just fires through that wall and connects. Bjor playing backside here. Gonna be a menace as always. Repositions using the smoke as cover. Recon forces the fire. They don't push in time though and can't capitalize on him not aiming towards them. Cutler holding it down as time ticks. Bjor finds one and Enjoy finds the next for an 8-1 round there.
Yeah, this is just so tough. Honestly, Zero Marksman Black are just finding the frags that they need and to enter in onto the site. Like I said, they're really good at using their utility together. They know how to play off of one another and are honestly just doing their due diligence in making sure to clear everything out. A little bit of a cheeky angle there from Morg, able to take off Mina's head, but honestly it didn't matter that much because all of the rest of the agents were already off of the site, and it was just that much easier for Zero Marksman Black to just walk in and make that one happen. Now the tour de force coming on line for Enjoy. It's going to be the fault line off onto A. Adrenaline in the back line has an idea that they are pushing up onto A thus far.
Your catches one, so aware, so good. The flash out in mid, the aggression comes out as well as the Prowler heads onto B, detecting a player there. Mina perhaps not spotting the Omen in the window. Morg playing a really tight angle, gets smoked out, has to put down a smoke of his own, and gets on out of there. And instead, looks like he's trying to re-engage with Paranoia in hand. Bjor trying to sneak up through B, shut down by Cutler. And now Zero Marksman still have a man advantage here, but Native spread out across the map as Zero Marksman own in on the A site.
And they're going to be able to get the spike down. Cutler, though, already on this site as well. Doesn't matter, Mina takes the ego duel. There's so many snipers, so much value, all heads. 2. You don't see that every day. And now it's just up to a Morg to potentially win it out against 2 snipers and a fade. Not looking too good. They're holding the angles. Amina's going to get that final kill. Zero Marksman Black. It's 9-1 on the second map of the finals.
Not something you'd be used to seeing in grand finals, but gives you a glimpse of the level of competition in these events. Zero Marksman Black have gone undefeated, not losing a single map all day long. They've made it to the grand finals, so currently they're 9-1 in their second game of the BO3 with $10,000 on the line. Marks, I don't know what Native's got to do. They've qualified for the next event, but I would not be happy going out like this.
Honestly, I think they're just going to have to watch the VODs on this afterwards and try to understand what was going on, because it's just so hard for them to do anything. They're struggling to get onto this, or sorry, it's struggling to deny Zero Marksman Black from even getting onto the site at all. Now Whitmer does have this Blade Storm coming up on the flank. This could be huge if Bjor's not expecting it.
And he's not. Good for one so far. The call out has been made, and they're not responding to it. Jonah goes down after finding one onto Houston, and now Lear spread attention. It was spread too thin. Goes down, and Joy in a 1v2. Spike going down as well. Giving him 45 seconds on the clock right now.
Oh, Morg up
and
top.
Eliminated. Yes.
Nice and easy. All right, that's 2. One
That's
more
2.
round in this half. Will Native Black be able to activate that 9-3 curse? Well, they're going to have to figure something out here, because once again, they've just been in a cycle of just consistently getting dunked on by Zero Marksman Black. Zero Marksman finally slip up just a little bit, allowing for Native to pick up that second round. And they should have enough money to be able to buy up here. And this is going to be a good case for themselves if they can at least get that third round on the board. 8-4 is definitely still winnable. 9-3 gets into sketchy territory, but it is still possible for that comeback to happen. So Native Black, they really need to capitalize on this round, and they do have a couple of ultimates to work with. That Null Command and Hunter's Fury would be absolutely massive at shutting down the plans of Zero Marksman Black.
Shots through garage as Mina speeds things up, heading on straight to B. With no regard, the concuss is good, but the right click is not. Doesn't matter. Phantom shots are just better at that distance. Connects for the damage. The plant is going down and denied, so they're going to get off of it momentarily as Mina finds a second. Morg returns. Jonah finds one on the right side link and is peeking someone back sight. Mina cleans up a quick third, and Cutler now. Last round of the half. Tour de force in hand. Smart move from Zero Marksman to just be like, yep, we're not going to deal with that at all. We're going to go to A and just have a field day with this.
Yeah, and Zero Marksman Black, honestly, they're playing so flexible. They're not afraid to try new things, and I love that the fact that they're able to just rotate around so quickly and not commit to a site. Play it smart. You don't want to lose this last round. You really want to solidify that lead. And they also have the Nightfall available too. So they are going to be popping that just to kind of get that information. But Cutler not yet there. So still has this tour de force. 1v3. This is a tall order to get this to a 3-9. This is going to be really tough.
Tour de force in hand. Tournament life in hand as well, really.
Oh, did clear it!
Oh, nah.
No, okay.
Nah.
Oh, the panic.
Yeah, Jonah was like, let's just put him out of his misery, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that's fair. Respectable, honestly. But now it's 10-2. Getting a little bit of deja vu. Call Justin Bieber, maybe Post Malone. But we're going to go to a quick break before we get back into the second half of this map. We'll just see you after this.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got the second half of the grand final match between Zero Marksman Black and Native Black. Currently, in the second half, we're sitting at 10-2. And after the first game, Zero Marksman Black were your victors in the first one. So, I am your caster, Jim Basco, and joining me, of course, is Marks.
What up? Actually, I know what's up.
And we're anxious, we're nervous, and we're excited for Native Black to potentially show us what they're made of in the second half. New half, new us, right?
Yes. New half, new us. Forget that new year, new me. It's all about the halves now. First 0 point goes in, and Joy says, Cutler, you're not allowed to play the game. Sorry. Finds a headshot with that headhunter. All right, Native Black aren't sure if they want to push it anymore. They're going to try it anyways, but Mina comes up with one and Joy with the other. The crossfire is just so good, Jim.
They're just shoving it down their faces, man. This is mean, but it's working so well. And their util usage, their movement, it's intimidating. Morg is trying to run away, and it's tough when you've got a freight train coming at you. A pebble stand, no chance, really. Zero Marksman Black at 11 rounds to 2 marks.
Oh, well, I don't know whether or not Native Black try and buy up, because they do have at least 1 round of cushion room, and that will at least secure them the rifles. They cannot afford to lose this round if they do invest up. We have seen them do it before, but it doesn't look like Native Black are going to be doing it this time. I think this is the right call. They just got to play a little bit cheekier. They can't be giving up into these crossfires that Zero Marksman Black are continuously setting up. Already off to a rough start with Zero Marksman getting the pistol round.
Just watching Enjoy aim down the sight on that headhunter gives me anxiety because he doesn't move. He doesn't move. He just stands here. Oh my God. Okay, he was behind another wall. Holy Jesus Christ.
Jim, you're losing your mind. The Zero Marksman Black are in your head.
They really are. And it's intimidating because even when I'm playing Chamber and I'm holding an angle, I kind of have to move my mouse just a little bit to let my eyes glaze over like a robot. You know what I mean? But Cutler here in the back line finds one. Houston finds a second. Native. Some life in them yet as Jonah shuts it down real quick in the back line. And Native with the plant on their side on B. The 3-man flank here from Zero Marksman Black. They are at full health. They've got weapons and they're ready to tank.
A huge fault line coming in here. Morgan can't escape from that one. Whitmer still inside. Lear sprays that one down. Now it's all up to Adrenaline 1v2, Jim.
Swinging right. Ooh, finds one. Can he find the second? Stays alive. That's important. Gets on the half. Oh, he hits the backstab. You'll love to see it.
Woo! That's what we love to see. Native Black right back into things. Look at those smiles on the faces of the people hanging out in the Chicago LAN. You know what? You got to take those dubs. We saw the knife come out earlier. A little bit of disrespect. This is going to be Native Black coming right back into it. A huge round for them. They're going to win that one, which means that this is going to be Zero Marksman Black back onto the pistols as opposed to Native Black, which are going to be able to buy up all of their rifles this round.
You got to take what you can.
Exactly.
And we're going to take that all the way home with us. Cutler returns. That's good. 4-on-4. Slows it down a little bit. The drone going through short will allow Zero Marksman Black enough time to get some additional support onto the site itself. Mina making their presence known and Enjoy on the flank. This is giving me stress as Enjoy opens it up, drops the spike carrier, and gets the heck out of there. Beautifully done.
Gun difference no more. Zero Marksman Black already have the numbers advantage. Mina making it even more clear. Finds one more. Gets shut down. 2v3 though. Gonna have a hard time pushing onto this A site. Might just choose to back out. Things are tense, Jim. I don't know what else to say.
Tense.
Oh,
and it's not,
no.
It's just tense because this guy is a freak of nature. He can find these shots all the time, and he works so well with these pixel angles. But that's not to denounce all of the rest of Zero Marksman Black. Phenomenal players working so well together. Util usage out of this world. And really, these guys seem unstoppable as Lear picks up round number 12.
Thrifty round. That's going to send Native Black back onto pistols. On match point, they got to force up as much as they can. Zero Marksman Black looking like an iron wall of defense right now. It's not been looking too good for Native Black. They're going to have to be very careful with which site they push onto because honestly, the way the Zero Marksman Black have been pushing out onto this, they're willing to take it aggressive on one of the sides, but then really anchor back onto the other two. And the thing is about that anchor, they're able to capitalize on a couple of kills, which just make it so much easier the rest of the round. We're going to be seeing more get a little bit of aggressive. Okay! That's what we like to see. That's how you want to start at this round. Morg finding a headshot onto Lear, catches him off guard, now has a rifle, but Mina is here waiting for the rotation back.
In such a good spot, decides not to dash. Jonah pushes a bit, gets the spike. He knows there's one more in garage. Bjor with great timing on the blind. And this is what we're talking about. Across the map, they decided to turn it on, and there was nowhere for Native Black to go. Zero Marksman Black, take it, 2-0, and they're your victors of the Chicago LAN.
Oh boy, Jim, Zero Marksman Black not even dropping a single map this entire tournament. That is unheard of. Regardless, they had already qualified for the Philadelphia LAN at the end of the summer champs thanks to the Fullerton LAN victory, which does mean that that is Native Black being able to qualify themselves. They've made it in despite being a fairly new squad. You know what? That was a tough one to kind of go through, just understanding just how dominant Zero Marksman Black looked on them. But this is a very well practiced team, and that is just such a good showcase from them coming out here swinging 13-5, 13-4. That was just utter domination in the finals, Jim.
In the finals, man. I cannot believe it. Native Black looked so good all day long, too, and they're such a new roster. So shout outs to them, really, for making it all the way to the grand finals, qualifying for the event later in the summer. And so, really, just shout outs to these guys. I can't believe it. They made it so far. Honestly, defeating Oxygen Academy is something that they should be proud of.
Yes.
Marks. And I think Oxygen is yet to qualify, if I'm not mistaken. So we will be seeing them, I'm sure, once again, because they're a squad that deserves to be in. But if these, you know, newly cropping up teams continue to give them problems, we may not see them make it all the way through. Morg having so many great moments, and honestly, such great moments throughout the entire series. We couldn't have asked for anything more.
Absolutely. Just look at this. This is just kill after kill after kill for Zero Marksman Black. But once again, like you said, Oxygen Academy, just to talk about things a little bit more. Oxygen Academy, they are the top seed right now on the leaderboard, thanks to all of the open qualifiers, which means technically they haven't qualified yet, but they're looking to secure their spot. We still have lots of online open qualifiers open and 3 more LANs. So there's plenty of opportunities for the team to be able to pick it up. But yeah, oh man. Okay, yeah, thank goodness we got that knife kill into the feed. Love to see that. But congratulations, Zero Marksman Black. As we close out the LAN today, they're going to be walking away with the biggest slice of the pie. It was a 10,000 prize pool, and a first place gets $5,500. But honestly, that's not too bad for Native Black either. They're going to be walking away with $2,500 as well. So you know what? Not bad for a pretty new team.
Not bad at all. You know, they really blew our minds, I believe. And so shout outs to them, shout outs to the Native squad making it so far, but of course shout outs to Zero Marksman Black, your back-to-back LAN champions. That's gotta feel good. And of course they traveled the country to make it here, right? Competing in Fullerton, California, making it all the way to Chirac itself, Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah, and I'm genuinely curious to see whether or not they actually plan on attending all of the other ones as well, just because, you know, they could do it and they could continue their streak of domination, but at the same time, they might give up some of their strategies. I imagine that this is going to be Native Black going back and kind of rewatching the tape, see kind of what happened here, and so that next time we see them, they can come out a little bit stronger and potentially contest a little bit more against Zero Marksman Black.
A legacy is being created, and we're happy, and honestly, we're lucky to have this position to be here. So, Marks, I'm happy to be in this point of Valorant history, but, you know, it's being created as we speak, so really exciting, and we are going to take a very short break. We're going to have some more content for you afterwards, but of course, shout outs to Zero Marksman Black. We are, I believe, working on getting an interview sorted out with the winner, so we'll have that after this short break. We'll see you soon.
Speedy shift.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a little surprise for you. We are, of course, coming live from the Champs Qualifier at the Chicago LAN, and we do have an interview with Enjoy from the winning team. Let's see if we can get ahead and establish a connection with this young man, this young superstar. Can you hear us, Enjoy? How you doing, man?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Congrats. How does it feel to be a back-to-back LANimal?
Honestly, I don't know how to feel. I'm super excited. Honestly, we played great. We literally didn't drop a map, not even close in most of any of our games, I'm gonna be honest. We look nice out there, honestly. We look nice.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, that's an understatement, bro.
And this is the thing, too. You guys looked absolutely nuts. You went up against some of these puggy teams of players who were coming from, like, the Knights. But once again, like you said, you haven't dropped a single map. You know, what was going on through your heads throughout the days when you're just like, wait, like, when is this actually going to be challenged? Are we going to be contested here?
We were waiting for that too, honestly. We didn't really know. It was just like back to back to back. Honestly, the last LAN too, we didn't drop a map either. So, I don't even know.
So, like, what happened in this last one? Because Native Black, they just played Oxygen, right? And they took Oxygen all the way, and then you guys showed up and rocked their whole lives. So what did you guys figure out? What happened?
Yeah, we were friends with all of them. We were ready. Like, we thought, we didn't think of, like, we were expecting, like, a good match. We were getting prepared for it. But honestly, like, we were on point. Like, everything we did was clicking. We worked together perfectly. My teammates played amazing. Like, we all did our job perfectly. And, that's what happens when we're, like, perfect on synergy like that.
Yeah, no, the synergy was 100% amazing, and big congratulations to you guys. 2 LANs in a row.
Yes,
That's
sir.
something else, man. And so, just before we close things out here, I was wondering, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give just to kind of end things off?
Yeah. Obviously, my team, my coach, the whole support staff behind me, people coming to watch us. Like, it's so fun in the LAN environment with all your friends around you cheering you on. Like, it really is fun.
All right, well, congratulations to Zero Marksman Black and Enjoy. You played absolutely out of your mind as well. We don't want to understate that at all. So big congratulations as you win the Chicago LAN. Add that one to the Fullerton LAN as well. And thank you for joining us for this interview.
Thank you for having me.
Alrighty, and just like that, we're at the end of the Chicago LAN, Jim. How did we end that just like that? It kind of went absolutely crazy.
That was the kid on that chamber wrecking everybody's lives. You know, like, how is this possible? I don't know.
Well, speaking of people getting wrecked, okay, maybe that's not the best way to introduce this, but we actually do have the sweet play of the day. And if you were sticking around for the stream, this one might look a little bit familiar to you. It's actually going to be Clorix earlier on when he got the 1v5 clutch ace in order to win a round for his team. And we're gonna get this replay on here, starting things out with this frenzy. And yeah, this was just an absolute masterclass coming on from Cloric.
Disgusting. Finds the third, and then here is where it gets really nasty. Gets that one, tucks away. And then here again, Cutler in this 1v1. This was a legendary fight because he hears the drop down here on the right side, positions himself on the further side, and is ready for the swing out, hits both the body shots, and is good for the 5th. Exceptionally done by Cloric, and that first moment of just tucking away so that he can find those 2 with the frenzy. When you want to just run at them with the frenzy, that's what it like kind of forces you to do. He tucks away, that patience pays off, he finds 5 and gets our sweet play of the day.
Yeah, they're absolutely beautiful, honestly. We love to see those types of plays, but that means the Chicago LAN is over. You saw the environment there. So many people were there, and we had amazing matches all throughout the day. Before we close things out, I just want to say that once again, this has been casted by myself, Marks. We've had Jim Basco just alongside me. We had Fudgy Waffles as well as KC on our observing, Brave with the replays, Verme on the production. And Jim, do you have any final words for us before we close out the show today?
There's a lot of talent in Valorant. And it's changing at the highest level consistently. So we are seeing the rise of some of the biggest stars that I'm sure will be making a splash onto the tier 1 scene sometime soon. So keep your eyes peeled for all this talent, and keep your eyes peeled for more Nerd Street LAN events, because they'll be cropping up all summer long. So with that, Marks, it's been a phenomenal weekend. I've had a lot of fun. I hope you guys in the audience have had a great time as well. And we can't wait to see you guys next time. So on that bombshell, we will see you guys later. Sayonara.